and why do we need them, or what kind of impact will we cause to them. So we figured out that the dependency, there are top two dependency. The first one is stable temperature, because it will link to our energy consumption and our operations. And then the second one is rainfall pattern, because we need steady logistics. So these all together will help us. And these are just examples of that. There are so many reasons that we care about these two items. And then the impact part, we can think about input or output. We use raw materials. Yeah, we also emit greenhouse gas to the atmosphere. So this is one of the top impact that we have, even though our environmental footprint is quite small compared to the other sectors, but we're also aware of that, and also how we treat our waste. So by doing the process, we notice that there's something that we can do, and it have to be done by us. One of the biggest progress that we had recently is about the renewable electricity, by the due diligence progress. Because we're a member of the RE100 initiatives, so we buy renewable electricity. But in addition to buying renewable electricity, we also care about if we are buying really a good renewable electricity that doesn't hurt the habitat or have less impact. So we started to set up our own methodology and our own strategy, and to develop this due diligence toolbox. It's not complete yet, but we really did it starting from scratch. When we visit the solar plants or the wind farm, we bring our binocular there and try to figure out if there's any potential impact on them. And then after that, we starting to build our own methodology and have our own workshop. So this is how the assessment process goes. There are 3 steps. The first one is basic assessment. We basically need to know the profile and the impact of the renewable electricity facilities. And then we do the location work again to see if they're located in any sensitive areas. And the second part is advanced assessment. So the advanced assessment, we care about the natural change, the habitat change, and also use a lot of database, like IUCN, they have their own database, and we use type-eve and also lots of database that you have heard about to see whether there are any species located, and then we should be aware of. And then we also rely on experts team for the third step, is the ecological assessment. For that part, we will invite professional ecological partners with us, and to do some site surveys and dig into the details of their mitigation actions and see if any of the site have their own mitigation action and does it really work. So this is quite sophisticated, but we're starting now, and actually all of our sites of the renewable electricity that we bought are based on this methodology, so we can make sure that we are doing the good things, not only for climate change, but also for biodiversity. So imagine that you're a bird flying over Taiwan and that you can see lots of fish farms, but some of them have become solar plants. That's why we have to move faster. This is one of the plants that we have. It's located in 10 kilometers across the coast. So luckily that the environmental impact isn't that huge. But now we're also thinking about how we could restore if there's still any negative impact for it. So this is our next step, that we are combining all the effort that we have done and asking for advice. And also we are developing our new tool, not only to do the ecological due diligence, but also to find some way that could restore the habitat. So this is our current progress. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mona. I think Mona just mentioned one important point, that is for Delta corporate side, we develop the strategies for the avoidance, minimizations, the offset, as well as the restoration. But our ultimate goal is to reach net positive impact by 2050, which means we need to do more things that are beyond the corporate boundary. So Wing, it's your turn. Wing will introduce us Delta's additional conservation works. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Yvonne, and thank you, Mona, and for helping everybody in here to understand Delta's current progress on biodiversity. But in 2020, 2 years before Delta Electronics incorporated biodiversity into its corporate policy, the Delta Foundation had already begun viewing coal restoration as the critical goal in achieving the future net positive impact goal. The significance of 2020 is clear to everyone. It represents the benchmark we need to restore by 2015. But it was also the most severe year for coral bleaching in Taiwan. Our guest speaker, Professor Dai, will elaborate this shortly. His involvement in coral bleaching research in Taiwan dates back over 40 years, almost 50. Delta's core technology lies in power management and automation system design. When collaborating with researchers who could cultivate heat resilience corals that could maintain 15% photosynthetic efficiency in 37 degrees Celsius water temperature, our engineers began consider ways to accelerate the experiment. Following the researchers' guidance, Delta designed the coral cultivating system virtually, allowing them to test temperatures in a limited space while making it easier for research to create a larvae. We are simultaneously tested different light spectra to optimize coral larva settlement and early growth, continuously improve the equipment based on the researchers' input. This researcher actually is the former student of the Professor Dai, is now leading the expert in Taiwan on studying heat resilience coal. Currently, this species of heat resilience coal is a boulder coal. At the same time, we are also conducting tests on many spawning corals, using Delta's system to feed them different strains of symbiotic algae. This helps researchers understand the potential cellular changes that may occur if the coral hosts more heat-resilient algae. The expert progress slower than we had hoped, but we continue to race against time. At the same time, we cooperate with museums to begin live coral conservation efforts, with species identification being the most critical aspect. We have adopted our microcity systems, allowing researchers to examine coral skeletal structures at the resolution of 1 micrometer and compare them with molecular biology identification. We aim to establish a coral skeletal database for Taiwan, making it easier for future researchers to identify and conserve coral species. Additionally, this database will enable us to integrate our conservation data with the international database. The technology still has some limitation. Since each scan takes about 3 hours, it often leads the loss of the gaming bundles and the larvae. The researchers and Delta volunteers have worked hard to correct it. Additionally, the skeletal structure in the early stage of the larva development is not as distinct as in mature corals. We continuously discuss these issues with Delta's engineers and the researchers to find solutions. Another conservation methodology involving freezing. With the current technology in Taiwan, research units can freeze in spurt, but freezing eggs is limited due to the potential damage that cryoprotectants may cause to lipids. As a result, Delta and researchers are collecting coral species that can survive in warmer waters and freezing them to crossbreed with corals from other regions. In Taiwan, the distance between the north and the southern areas is 500 kilometers, and the coral spawning periods moves from south to north, beginning from the 3rd to the 8th month in the lunar calendar, typically occurring on the 5th to 8th day after the full moon. However, we also found some spawning has also been observed in northern Taiwan during the new moon. And Delta Electronics is renowned its energy efficiency. So when developing the coral cultivation systems and the conservation center, we aim to achieve a net zero energy goal. We implement various energy saving measures, including bioconcy ventilation designs and airflow direction control to accomplish this. Additionally, the company just provide 750,000 kilowatt hours of renewable electricity to power the conservation center, making it the first coral conservation center in Asia achieve the net zero energy consumption. Thanks for Mona. We are also exploring several technologies that we have seen being used in international labs, such as using the robotic arms for coral feeding and cultivation. Since this is the substantial area for Delta, we are currently evaluate how to implement it. Additionally, we are working on using industrial automation equipment to monitor cultivation systems to track the survival rate and the genetic distribution of our planted corals. These are all areas we are actively pursuing. Returning to Delta's net positive impact goal, according to the ESVD data, increasing coral reef areas by 1 hectare may generate an average revenue benefit of $300,000. With our target of 10,000 corals fragmented by 2025, and using NOAA's methodology, where every 4 fragments from a 15 cm diameter outplan spaced no more than 2 meters apart, the maximum area we could restore for next year maybe would be 0.5 to 1 hectares. While this may not seem significant compared to the global coral reef area, our records from the corners right now show that in the previous spawning sending areas, perhaps only 5 cm coral seeding has started to attract many reef fish, almost like the planting nectar producing plants to restore bean populations. However, we are not naive to think our efforts can be yield linear returns. A Category 5 hurricane could undo all our previous efforts overnight, particularly when it comes to adaptation actions for global warming. Therefore, we continuously research how to expedite coral settlement and rapidly deploy restoration blocks. This requires intensive collaboration with researchers. So like the Professor Dai and like the Mont UCSC is quite important to us because we need to follow their guidelines then to make sure what we have done is right. This concludes with a brief introduction of the technology Delta has developed, and maybe we can discuss more details from the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Wing. I think from Mona and Wing's presentations, we just get to know the private sector and the corporate. We really can do a lot of things for the biodiversity, right? All right, but now we are moving to, oh, be careful. Okay, so now we are moving to probably a little bit technical and academic. And I want to welcome Professor Dai from NTU to, well, he's also, I need to emphasize that he's also the main consultant in Delta's restoration scheme. So Professor Dai, please have your floor.
Thank you. Actually, I'm a retired professor. Okay. But I have been conducting coral reef research since 1979. Coral in Taiwan are highly diverse with more than 500 species. However, we have seen during the past more than 40 years, we have seen a huge crisis for corals in Taiwan due to the impact of climate change and anthropogenic disturbances in recent years. This is an urgent need for more research and action to protect coral reef ecosystem, and we need different stakeholders to work together toward the goal. Data Electronic Foundation approached me earlier this year and asked me to consult their coral restoration project. I'm very pleased to take on this role. It is truly exciting to see academia and cooperate working closer together for the same goal of saving coral reefs, particularly with a science-based approach. In this presentation, I will give a brief overview on Delta's ongoing project and the implication on the on coral ecology studies. So next. The first project by Dr. Tony Fan at National Museum of Marine Biology and Aquarium in southern Taiwan is testing the heat resilience of corals by transplanting corals on concrete breakwaters. This area is located near the outlet of a nuclear power plant. In 1985, we witnessed the first coral bleaching in Taiwan here, which was caused by the heated water discharge from the power plant. Interestingly, coral in this area have adapted to the environment, and after long-term impact of thermal stresses with seawater temperature 2 to 4 degrees Celsius above ambient reefs. The aim of this project is to investigate adaptability of corals in this thermal stress environment. In the first year, fragments of Posiropola acuta were transplanted onto the concrete blocks. These corals experienced harsh conditions, and about 33% of them survived. These corals are taken back to the lab for further studies. In the second year, a more diverse set of coral species with 135 fragments from 12 species were transplanted on concrete blocks at 5 and 10 meter deep. After similar impact of heat waves and macroalgae overgrowth, 63% of them survived. The result of this project showed that the adaptability of corals across taxa and the potential of developing heat-resilient corals through asexual reproduction. The next. In the lab, Dr. Fan took the survived coral back to the lab and cultivated them using vertical aquaculture system co-developed by Delta engineers and researchers. The coral reached sexual maturity and released the larvae. The cultivated coral larvae under 3 different light spectrums of light dominant, blue dominant, red dominant, and natural white light. He found a positive effect of light on coral larvae survival compared to natural lighting and blue light, which is consistent with previous study on the effect of light on early stage of corals. The experiment was conducted in 2 different aquaculture systems. The vertical system with circulating seawater on the left and the flow-through system on the right. Both use the same lighting systems. The results show that the corals were doing better in the recirculating system, and because the nutrients were more controlled and stable. This research will help us improve the aquaculture system to cultivate heat-resilient corals more efficiently. The next. Another project with Dr. Li Xue Wang is to develop heat-resilient corals through sexual reproduction of spawning corals. They collected coral gamete from the field and then conducted fertilization and cultivated coral larvae in the lab. They looked at the effect of different grades of symbiotic algae and light spectrum on the survival and growth rate of juvenile corals. Dr. Wang, next one. Dr. Wang collected egg sperm bundle in the field at different locations using darknet to prevent light interference from divers and other night resources. The net were placed on corals colony showing the sign of spawning before sunset and retreat 1 hour after spawning. So totally would take 4 to 5 hours underwater. They used a 50 milliliter syringe to reduce damage to gametes and collect gamete more efficiently. The whole procedure was done in underwater, so was very labor intensive. Dr. Wang then fertilized them in the lab, cultivated the larvae, and infected them with different clades of symbiotic algae. They then tested the survival and the growth rate with, and also look at the skeletal growth of juvenile corals under the using the micro CT imaging. Coral larvae with clade D showed the highest survival rate in all tested species, which is consistent with the thermal tolerance nature of clade D. This study demonstrates that the potential of developing heat-resilient corals through sexual reproduction. Next year, Dr. Wang plans to expand the experiment with more coral species and look deeper into the possible shuffling mechanism of symbiotic algae under thermal stresses. We hope the result of this project will help us understand how to cultivate heat-resilient corals while maintaining their genetic diversity. The next. In northern Taiwan, our project with Dr. Zhao Yang Guo at National Museum of Marine Science and Technology looks at the bullying coral, Styrophora pistillata, which is abundant in this region. Dr. Guo collected coral samples from the field, cultivated them, and collect coral larvae to review their reproductive cycle. The coral released larvae intensively in June and mainly during new moon, as opposed to the same species in southern Taiwan, which reproduce all year round and mainly occur during full moon. The lack of larvae in July was possibly due to heat stresses, which exceeded the breeding threshold for corals in northern Taiwan, which is 29.2 degrees Celsius. The result of this study contribute to our understanding of coral reproduction, reproductive patterns in northern Taiwan, which is important for our restoration and conservation effort in this region. Next. Another project led by Dr. Guo is the maintenance of Chaojing Coral Conservation Center. There are currently around 3,000 coral fragments of at least 20 species in the center. The project aims to conserve at least 30 coral species, focusing on the threatened and vulnerable species on IUCN red list and those endemic to Taiwan. In addition to conservation, these fragments also support Delta's coral restoration effort and will be transplanted to the nearby underwater nurseries. Delta has committed to restore 10,000 corals by 2026. This should enhance the abundance of corals in Chaojing area, also support the development of coral ecosystems. Next one. The success of coral restoration and conservation depends highly on coral taxa. However, coral taxonomy is very complex in Asia Pacific due to their high diversity and morphological plasticity in different environments. Even with the rapid progress and wide application of molecular techniques in coral taxonomy during the past 30 years, there are still many questions that need to be studied, especially at species level. We are aiming to resolve these questions by combining genomic and microstructure studies of corals in collaboration with Dr. Meifang Lin at National Sun Yat-sen University and Dr. Guo at MMST. Delta studied a project to identify aquapoda species in northern Taiwan using both micro-CT technology and next-generation DNA sequencing. Micro-CT provided 3D image of the whole coral structure, showing their macro, micro, surface, and internal structure in one model. It can be a significant improvement to the current practice of using microscopes, which are more expensive and time-consuming. In this project, the genomic data will be uploaded to the global database, NCBI, with a reference to the micro-CT 3D model of the specimen. I think this will not only help us identify the highly complex aquapoda species, but also contribute to the improvement of coral taxonomy by the application of 3D digital models. Digitalization of data allows easier knowledge sharing and collaboration globally. So it is important that we continue exploring new technologies that improve the quality and accessibility of data. Next one. To investigate the ecological outcome of coral restoration, Delta is working with Dr. Li Shu Chen to monitor the fish communities at the restoration site. Dr. Chen uses a stationary camera to count the number of reef fish, as well as to monitor their interaction with corals. The early results show that the interaction between the corals and 15 fish species. Most documented fish are butterfly fish that feed on coral polyps. In addition, there are some damselfish and cardinalfish that use corals as their shelter. This is a sign for a new ecosystem, as these benthic fish community are the foundation of coral ecosystems. But it will take longer to tell if a sustainable ecosystem can be created around the coral farm. Delta is currently exploring various ways to quantify the biodiversity outcome of coral restoration and its impact to local economy. In just last year, Keelung City has the highest production value from coastal and nearshore fisheries in Taiwan, which amounted to 120 million US dollars. This fishery production relies heavily on the marine resources outside of the Chaojing Marine Protected Area, where our coral restoration sites are located. This area is also the most popular diving site for recreation divers in northern Taiwan. Although it is still too early to make any conclusion, it would be highly meaningful if we could demonstrate the positive effect of coral restoration on the sustainability of marine resources in the surrounding areas. In this way, we can get more local support, and not only protection and restoration of corals, but also the establishment of more marine protected areas and other marine protection policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dai. You just offers the whole pictures of the coral restoration in Taiwan. And now let's move to the global scale. So, Jason, we know MOLD implement coral restoration in Florida over decades. So, could you just let us know your effort and works? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll just move on to this one. Moving back into this ocean, Florida's coral reef is the third largest barrier reef ecosystem on the planet, and extends about 563 kilometers from Fort Pierce on the peninsula of Florida up there to the north, down to the Dry Tortugas National Park, which is about 70 miles. Sorry, I didn't put that in kilometers this time. West of Key West. Historically, along that 563 kilometer long reef tract, Florida's coral reef has had about 60% coral cover, and supports currently, or at least the last estimate, was more than 70,000 local jobs and brings in billions of US dollars a year in revenue from tourism, fisheries, and associated goods and services. Unfortunately, over the last 50 years, much like everywhere else in the world, we've seen a dramatic shift in that ecological system. In the 1960s and 1970s, the reef was dominated by scleractinian reef-building corals and roughly 50, 60, 70, in some cases 80 or 90% coral cover, to today, where the last estimate of coral cover along Florida's coral reef was less than 2%. And it is very, very definitively dominated by octocorals, sponges, and macroalgae. So a very, very dramatic phase shift in the character of that ecosystem. So restoration has become not just a common practice on Florida's coral reef and throughout the Caribbean and now globally. It's literally the management option for managing for biodiversity loss in this ecosystem. Moat Marine Laboratory has been working towards effectively and efficiently implementing direct restoration interventions since 2008. We've currently got 4 of these kind of very, very typical offshore coral nurseries that are each about an acre in area and can support, I like to do this when I talk. Sorry about that. Um, they're each able to accommodate about 1,000 of these coral trees, and each coral tree is able to accommodate roughly 300 to 400 fragments of coral. So a dramatic capacity for culturing corals at scale at this point, and we're actively adding additional nurseries here very shortly. Currently, in those offshore nurseries, following two successive very dramatic heat waves, we've only got about 50,000 coral colonies offshore in these nurseries. But one of the big technological advancements is we have also invested a great deal in land-based coral nursery ecosystem or coral nursery production facilities, and currently we've got 3 of those, and combined about 130 1 meter by 2 meter by various depth fiberglass raceways that are each able to accommodate about 1,000 coral fragments or microfragments like you see here. And currently on land, we're holding across those 3 facilities about 100,000 fragments of coral from 21 different species. And the objective is to take each and every one of those corals, which we're very fastidiously tracking the genotype in each one of those species. So several thousand genotypes among 20 different species on land. Outplanting them, having those fuse, and then produce gametes. So in other words, contribute to the sexual reproduction and natural recovery of these ecosystems and overcome those allele effects. To do that, keeping track of 150,000 fragments from 2,000 different, more than 5,000 different individual coral genotypes across 21 species in 8 different locations, is a monumental task. And we were doing that with handwritten notes. So you're keeping track of the inventory of every single one of these, hundreds of thousands of fragments that are also, there's credits and debits. We're making new ones and putting plenty of them out all the time. It's just not, you have to apply technology to these issues and bottlenecks. So we partnered with a little technology company out of Silicon Valley, Sea Foundry, who I won't repeat how they described the Google Sheets that we were using to track the inventory, but they offered a dramatic improvement by integrating databases in terms of just kind of generally for inventory management, but then also for workflow management and just enterprise management, kind of optimizing the flow of information and being able to query those databases across facilities rather than having to call each of the coral nursery managers in turn to figure out who had what. That has been a dramatic and surprising increase in efficiency. So applying technology there. But another advancement is that typically we've looked at restoration as taking multiple different genotypes and outplanting those on the reef, and it works beautifully. It's wonderful. We're very successful with it, but that's population management, and we're trying to restore a community. So we've shifted away from these monospecific plots with multiple genotypes to one where we're looking at a common garden design, where we're iteratively increasing the richness of species and genotypes within each over time on these plots. So essentially forcing succession. Instead of trying to replant redwoods right after a forest fire, we're starting with bushes and brushes and reeds and things like that, and building those ecological connections that then facilitate higher level interactions, and then eventually we will get back to the redwood forest or something similar that's functional. To do this, now, initially when we were outplanting a plot with a number of corals from different genotypes, and then we never revisited that plot again other than to monitor, keeping track of who's who is fairly simple. When you're starting to outplant multiple different species and genets on top of one another year over year, keeping track of that spatially explicit data on who's who becomes infinitely more complex. So again, we're applying technology, and it's structure from motion and photogrammetric methods to look at these models look at these 3-dimensional or 2-dimensional models of who's who and where they are through time. And Dr. McCarthy will talk a little more about the applications of SFM, which go far beyond just monitoring who's alive and who's dead. But we can't do this. I mean, we're talking about doing 150 or 180,000 fragments a year outplanted onto Florida's coral reef within the next 2 or 3 years. We can't do that with a team of 20 people. I mean, we could, but I would lose all of them to, anything else. So we're actively working on bringing in multiple stakeholders, and I've talked about a couple with Sea Foundry, technology companies, our partnerships with Delta and the National Marine NMMBA. Thank you. Sorry, I'm also dropping microphones. But we've also partnered with other groups like Scuba Pro is a commercial or a scuba diving equipment manufacturer who took an interest in our work with Florida's coral reef and partnered with us to bring recreational divers from their different distributors to Moat to help engage with the staff and learn about how we do restoration from every step of it. Production of corals through the maintenance of our offshore coral nurseries to actively physically getting to outplant corals, and it's not many. So it's not a big advancement in the execution of restoration, but it's a humongous increase in education and outreach. Having people put their hands on these animals, under supervision, and actually participate in it gives those people a sense of ownership, a sense of connection with that system, and then they can actively with structure from motion follow their coral colony through time, and then with other groups like the Combat Wounded Veterans Challenge, which is a group of military veterans who were wounded in combat. And I think you can see that there's not enough legs in this video, in this photo for the number of people standing there. Many of these guys have very, very overt wounds, missing limbs and other issues. And many of them have wounds that aren't so apparent. But their motto is vulneror non vincor. It's Latin for wounded but not defeated. And it was very apt that they came to us and asked to contribute to coral reef restoration because that very, very accurately describes Florida's coral reef. It's wounded, but it's not out of the fight. There is still resilience there, and these guys are showing that you can apply just community-based methods to execute large-scale restoration interventions. And over a couple of visits, these gentlemen have outplanted over 5,000 coral colonies. They've produced they outplanted more than 1,000 coral colonies just last year in one dive, right before the longest heat wave in history. But interestingly, 2 years after that heat wave, we saw 60% survival in the fragments that they outplanted just a month before we hit the bleaching threshold. They're also just a lot of fun to be around, although I'm very glad that at the facility here on Summerlin Key, we do not have an HR representative. Anyway, and then international partnerships are incredibly important. So we partner with groups for education and outreach. We partner with groups for education and outreach and actual implementation. And then we partner with groups for outreach and exchange. So Delta Electronics and several of the other groups in Taiwan that we've partnered with now, this is our CEO sitting next to representatives from each of these groups. This is an opportunity for us to share the lessons and research that we've conducted here on thermal resilience in corals on Florida's coral reef in a very low diversity system that's far beyond what I would consider degraded. With the research that is going on in Taiwan on thermal resilience in systems that actually are about to see the reverse of climate change with the removal of that thermal effluent from the nuclear power plant. So we're able to transfer those lessons and actually replicate some of the experiments that we're doing in both places soon, I hope. Yeah, looking forward to it. And transfer that knowledge and then broaden the inference space that we have with those conclusions and then publish them. Finally, we engage with many different stakeholders physically in Florida at Moat Marine Laboratories Aquarium. And unfortunately, Hurricanes Helene and Milton did it was a back-to-back clobbering of our facility in Sarasota that's been there since 1980. But it just happens that in March, we're opening the brand new state-of-the-art Moat Science Education Aquarium, which is obviously a public aquarium designed to share our research and love of marine conservation with the public, but it's also the science education aquarium where I didn't put that slide in. It's literally got education classrooms for STEM, for local and regional students, but then also workforce development laboratories built into the building. So literally training workforce, hopefuls for everything from aquaculture to ocean technology to coral restoration and beyond. So all of these elements are necessary to execute restoration at scale, and we're just thrilled. Thank you so much, Delta, for including us in this, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. All right, so Orion, it's your turn. We know scripts use a lot of innovative technologies in the coral restoration. So it's your turn to make the introduction.
Thank you so much, and thank you for Delta Electronics for inviting me to participate on behalf of Scripps and UC San Diego. Here, let's see. There we go. So yeah, my name is Dr. Orion McCarthy, and I mentioned Scripps, so I'll orient you guys to that for whoever doesn't know where Scripps is. It's in La Jolla, California, near San Diego, and I just finished my PhD there this February and worked very closely with Dr. Jennifer Smith and Dr. Stuart Sandin to conduct research using long-term monitoring about how coral reefs are changing over time. And while my research focused on coral reefs in Maui, our labs together look across the world at many different coral reefs, part of an initiative called the 100 Island Challenge, where we're trying to document reefs at 100 different islands around the world and going back at multiple points in time and really watching how these reefs are changing so that we can draw global inferences about coral reef change and really apply that science to management. And through that work, I haven't gotten to go to 100 islands, but across our lab, we've been able to really see a huge swath of different types of reefs. And one of the key takeaways that I've learned and a lot of the other members of our labs have learned is that every different coral reef has its own story. You can see different species, different environmental conditions, and I like to think of them almost like human communities. Every town has its own unique population, and it's shaped by a unique local history and the conditions and the inhabitants that live there. And a solution that might work to improve the living conditions or the outcomes in one town might not be applicable for another town just because of that local context. And so I think that it's important to consider local context in reef management because every reef has that story that it needs to tell. And technology has a really cool role to help us tell these individual place-based stories for coral reefs. So this is what it looks like when we go out for those 100 islands to go collect data. And we don't swim quite that fast, but we basically swim over the reef taking thousands of pictures that overlap with each other. And that overlap allows us to stitch those pictures into a 3D model when we get back to the lab. And so here's an example of one of those models from Hawaii. And you can see how actually those orange lines that were up there are actually the swimming path that the diver takes over the reef. And we can use these models to archive what the reef looked like at a snapshot in time. And we can also use them to collect ecological data. We can get percent cover of corals. As Jason was saying, we can track individual corals through time and see if they lived or died. We can measure the three-dimensional structure of the reef. And so it allows us to really advance coral reef science. And here is a video that also shows the power of these models to visualize change over time. So basically, the blue areas are showing where these two models that are overlapping, where there has been coral growth over a 1-year period. And the red shows areas where either corals have died or parts of the reef have been removed by waves or something else. And I'll stress again, this is 1 year. This is a reef in the Maldives. And it's an incredible amount of change in this system. I don't have a scale bar there because the video is moving, but some of these corals have grown multiple centimeters in that period of time. And there wasn't any major disturbance event. And it really highlights how if conditions are good for a reef, it can really demonstrate some pretty significant growth and possibly recovery if there was a disturbance right before. And this is a similar example showing some of the opposite trends, some decline on a coral reef in Maui that was exposed to some pretty intense wave action between 2021 and 2023. This site's in only about 3 meters of water, and there were about 3-meter tall waves that were crashing on it. So you can imagine the reef got pretty damaged, and you can see this really big coral here. That red shows that coral was just completely removed from the reef and probably tossed up onto the beach or something like that. So when we went back to this site, we could barely find it because it looked so different. But once we took the pictures and overlaid the 3D models, you can see some pretty stark patterns, such as that very obvious one of the one coral being removed, but that there wasn't a ton of damage on certain parts of the reef, but then others, like these channels, these spur and groove areas where the wave energy was sort of concentrating. You'll see that in a second, that there was a lot of scouring and a lot of corals that were removed. And these are observations that were not immediately apparent to us as divers, and I think equally not as apparent to people who live and recreate in these waters and depend on these reefs for ecosystem services, but don't see them every day with their own eyes and don't see change presented like this. So these 3D models have a really important function to help us tell these place-based stories and understand how these places are changing over time. And then another example of this for Maui, if we take an even longer time perspective, basically the way to interpret this video is as we move from left to right, we're advancing through time. And this site, we were able to capture 2 different bleaching events, one in 2015 and one in 2019. And these data allow you to follow individual coral colonies through those bleaching events and to watch how some live, some die. And it's a similar setting to what Jason was talking about, except that this is a natural system where we don't know the genetic identity of these corals, but they are experiencing a range of different environmental conditions in the real world. And you can really get at some of that ecology that is underpinning that reef's response to these back-to-back disturbance events. And then zooming out from the colony scale, some of my other research in the Maui Nui region of Hawaii more broadly, we were able to use these 3D models to look at an ecosystem scale, how these reefs are changing over time. And one of the really interesting things that we found was that some of the metrics that we use to measure coral reef health are not as straightforward at predicting coral performance over time as we really thought initially. And so this map on the left shows coral cover at these sites at the beginning of the project. And you can see some pretty clear spatial patterns by island, where Maui, where a lot of my research focused, had lower coral cover because those reefs have more people. But the map on the right shows how each individual reef changed over time. And it was interesting that there was a lot of spatial variability there, with some reefs that are right next to each other with similar starting amounts of coral cover that did very differently over that period of time. So this gets back to what I was saying earlier about how every reef is different, every reef has a story to tell, and so that not only is the technology helpful for telling those stories, but it also highlights how individual metrics in isolation might not be telling the full picture. And so for that project, we were actually able to look at the data a slightly different way and group reefs by the type of coral species that were living there. And so these colors are basically showing the black circles are reefs with low coral cover dominated by these stress-tolerant species. And the lighter gray have higher coral cover that are a little more thermally sensitive, and then diverse intermediate reefs in the middle. And we saw over time that this grouping actually did a much better job explaining how these reefs were changing over time, with some of the actually more degraded lower coral cover reefs in sort of a recovery phase and the more pristine reefs in a phase of decline. And this tracks with what we know about ecological succession. As again, Jason was saying, you have a redwood forest that might have been destroyed by a fire. The recovery dynamics in that initial phase are going to be very different from a mature forest. And I think that looking at reefs in a similar way will help us to better understand these very dynamic ecosystems that change over time, and the right metric to be looking at may be different depending on what phase that recovery is in. So there's a lot of words on this table. The main thing I want to draw attention to is that beyond just coral reefs, there's a lot of efforts to try to standardize the metrics that we use to quantify ecosystem health and ecosystem change over time. And this is true for resilience assessments, where we try to identify coral reefs that we think are going to be more resilient to climate change and trying to focus our conservation investment towards those locations. It's true for biodiversity credits, where we want to be able to track certain aspects of biodiversity and pick metrics that are actually indicative of biodiversity. And there's a real value to being able to standardize across projects, but there's also, as I was mentioning, these places have local context that we need to take into account. And so these are just some things that when we pick metrics that it'd be good to focus on, making sure the metrics are going to be easy to interpret, that they are relevant to that ecosystem and to the local context, that they're related to the goal of the conservation intervention that you're tracking, and that, that the local community can actually implement them. And so in my other hat, not just with scripts, I also work with a nonprofit called Sea Trees that is basically implementing that table that I just showed you to do marine biodiversity credits. And the approach, sort of the trade-off between that standardization that I was mentioning and the local context is to try to, instead of mandating specific metrics that projects track across the board, having categories of metrics that basically answer specific questions about, in this case, restoration. And those questions are, is the restoration actually improving the habitat structure and causing that to come back? Are the species actually coming back to use that habitat structure? And is the new restored habitat actually performing ecosystem functions and ecosystem services? And the exact metrics that you might need to track those vary depending on the location, and in the Sea Trees case, different ecosystems, because we're working not just in coral reefs, but also mangroves and seagrass and kelp and others. So it really is helpful to be able to compare across projects, but not being overly rigid that you lose that local context. And again, the 3D modeling is great for that because you can go and collect this data that archives a location, and while we might want to use it for one question, if we share that data, others can use it to answer a variety of different questions. And so it's really creating a digital twin of the environment that can make science more broadly accessible. And while it is, I think that technology has made a lot of leaps and bounds in terms of accessibility, it still is, there's a lot of limitations around groups all over the world being able to use this imaging technology. And so I think that there's different obstacles from the very beginning phases where groups might be buying their underwater cameras and going out and taking images, to storing that data and actually collecting ecological information from it. And we need concerted efforts to increase the accessibility across this whole pipeline to make sure that it's not just academics in universities who use it, but really everyone across the world. So with that, I will, I think it's just a question slide, and we can get on to the panel.
Thank you.
All right, so I think we have 15 minutes for the panel discussions, and then do you want to ask the questions for Dr. Orion first? Oh, okay, because we're gonna have Q&A sessions for the audience, so yeah, could you just wait for a moment? Yeah, okay, all right. So I actually prepare some tailor-made the questions for each speaker, so let's just get started with Mona. So Mona, I'm curious that when Delta is doing the natural related disclosure and the ecological due diligence for renewable electricity, what's the biggest and the greatest challenges you have ever encountered, and how did we overcome it?
Okay, it works now. I really like the 3D model that Dr. Orion had. It's if I have this kind of information for our renewable electricity plants, it would be very helpful. So maybe I can focus on the renewable electricity due diligence process. I think it's about complexity and complexity, because the first of the complexity comes from ecology. We know that there's spatial scale and also temporal scale. So it's really hard for us to really decide whether we got negative impact or not, even though we set some criteria. But when we have already avoided like flagship species, is there any way that we can do a matrix and really analyze if this is really high risk or not? So this is what we're trying to do under different kind of scales. And then the next complexity is renewable electricity. We all know that renewable electricity is very scarce in most of the region, especially when we have to fulfill the criteria of the RE100. So it becomes more and more difficult for us to ask for data from the renewable electricity producers, but we still have to. So we know that money can be power, but actually we are we're relying on their help to provide more information about themselves, especially before the place had become a plant. What was it, and what kind of species they had? And then we also need their help to let us to do more with them, so we can restore some of the negative impact, and perhaps find some species or ecosystems that really we can target on.
So let's move to Wing and Orion, since you both just adopt very innovative technologies in the coral restoration. And I just want to ask that what the roles of this technology play in reversing the biodiversity loss. So, all right, okay, maybe Wing.
Actually, the Delta is just we only have 4 years try to get involved with the coral restoration. So we still try to make some connection with Delta's technology can also contribute to the research society. So we just need to identify. So that's why we need to quite collaborate with the researchers for the front line, for the researchers. Then they will have their request. Maybe they need this kind of technology, they need this kind of equipment, and then maybe the Delta's engineers, they have this kind of skill, or they have this kind of knowledge. We can make it tailor-made for the researchers. Yeah, that's what we have done now in Taiwan, and we're happy to just learn something from the MOT and UCSD, because now in the global scale, we still need to know the front edge of the technology that maybe at the same time in this moment maybe Delta cannot provide, but we can just like the forum, we can ask the different ideas from the Delta group, and maybe I believe that the engineers, they are quite smart. They will have this kind of they will provide this kind of solutions to the researchers.
Thank you. And Orion?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's important to emphasize, at least for the restoration stuff, the technology is helping us track the impacts of restoration, but it is the people out there who are doing the restoration that are achieving the biodiversity impact. But a lot of times with restoration, especially coral restoration, where there's climate impacts consistently impacting the reef and potentially setting restoration back, it's really, really critical for us to evaluate that restoration so we can adjust course and make sure it can continue to be more and more effective in the future. And I think that's really the key innovation that the technology can provide, that and being able to communicate what the restoration is doing to a broader audience. And especially having highly visual data, it really serves that dual role of being able to monitor, but also communicate to people that, hey, look, this restoration is having an effect and it's worth investing in.
Thank you. All right. Not Orion, Jason. Jason, I have a particular question for you. I know last year when the marine heat wave hit Florida, and MOT just mobilized the whole community, including the local people, to activate that coral rescue mechanism. And for me, I think that is just so amazing, because when you mobilize so many people and who are not really scientists, I believe there will exist the knowledge gap. So how do you mobilize this multi-stakeholder collaboration, and how do you make this collaboration go smoothly?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. That's a phenomenal question. And yes, we did execute one of the largest evacuation of corals, I think, that I'm aware of ever, last year ahead of the 2023 heat wave, where we brought tens of thousands of coral fragments from those offshore nurseries into land-based systems, and then even to our main campus up in Sarasota. We could not have done that without the help of immediately mobilizing, our CEO deserves the credit for that, immediately mobilizing over 60 MOT staff, and 6 MOT vessels that made the trip down from Sarasota. Immediately when I asked for it, he was there for us. But before that, long before that, for decades, we've been building connections and partnerships with the local community, and they've been absolutely critical. Obviously, when something goes wrong, but also when things are going right. So I think to engage the community, especially non-scientist, stakeholders, those connections and rapport and personal familiarity needs to be cultivated long before the crisis erupts, so that once those partnerships are in place, one, you've got support ongoing, and two, when something goes wrong, whether it's something goes wrong for you or for one of them, everybody can mobilize to assist and support one another. And that came into full focus during that heat wave. We were receiving refrigerated trucks from local businesses, insulated boxes from fishermen, space from different locations, and just no questions asked. We had support that we needed from whomever we asked for, and in some cases they came to us and offered resources, which was one, it was heartwarming, and two, it was really critical and really helped out.
Yeah, so would you say building the trust is always the first step?
Fundamental. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Building that trust continuously.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Professor Dai, it's your turn. And since you have accumulated over 40 years in studying coral reef and ecosystem, I just want to ask you, so based on your experience, what are the key factors for the success in coral restoration and conservation?
Okay. Actually, I do not have much experience on coral restoration, but I did very early in 1990s. Okay, remember the nuclear power plant in 1986 or to 1990s? They caused damage to the coral community near the outlet of a power plant. So the Thai power company came to me and asked me to help them restore the corals. I did it in the first year, and the survival rate is very great. More than 90% survived, and the growth rate is okay, also okay. But when it came to June, July, when the sea temperature rises and the heated effluent add about 5 degrees Celsius to the environment, all the coral died. So next year they asked me to do it again. I say no. Because if the environmental factor that threat corals cannot be controlled, you are doing it in vain. Okay. So the key factor is that for coral restoration, if coral restoration is going to be success, first of all, you have to control the threat to corals. Otherwise, you will do it in vain. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So now I want to open the floor for our audience. Anyone would like to throw out your questions? Then, yeah, I think we have a microphone.
Thank you very much. My name is Sean Nazarelli. I come from the Biofund Conservation Trust Fund in Mozambique. And I have 2 questions for the scientists here. The first one, both of you talked a lot about trying to find and breed heat-resilient corals. I've heard nothing from you or from most other scientists, so it's not just this panel, but also about looking for selecting for corals with a higher resistance to ocean acidification. What's being done on that, and how are you selecting for that? Because that's the other major threat we're going to see down the line. The second question I have is a question of scale. And here I feel very despondent. If I look, I'm just looking at the coral reef in Florida, you said it was 520 kilometers in length. That's about 50 to 100,000 hectares of coral. Your restoration has done 2 hectares. How do we get to scale? We're at 2% of live coral cover in Florida. We've got to get to, and I mean, it's great to have people live planting corals, but there's no way we can meet the scale of the challenge by doing that. So I wanted here to hear about what is technology, or how can we use technology to increase that by a factor of about 5,000? Because otherwise, we've lost the battle.
Thank you. Jason, you want
Sure. So thank you. Those are both phenomenal questions. So first, the scale. You're probably an order of magnitude off. Like 5,000 is 5 million. We need continue, and that's a logarithmic increase. Like no, but we need to also make sure that we're not doing that in vain. So right now we're kind of learning how to do that at scale, and it's not a linear equation. It's something that it's going to take more, although we're running out of time. So I see that I agree. It's a daunting challenge. It's one that we deal with every single day, and come with ideas. Like we're constantly. That's the strength of these partnerships, integrating technology into finding solutions. One outplanting 500 million corals a year is not the hard part. It's producing them and then producing the right ones and then outplanting them in the right aggregation and the right combination. And that's a lot of the research that we're doing now. And there's a whole bunch of really, really interesting ideas out there for how to do that. But we don't have that answer yet. Otherwise we'd be at scale. But we're getting there. The other part of your question was ocean acidification, and I would argue that well, yes, there's definitely a whole coral health and disease research program at Mote Marine Laboratory and an ocean acidification program that are both have a long history of looking at not just thermal stress but also OA conditions, so low pH, high pH, all that kind of stuff, and disease incidence, which I would argue is even more an immediate threat than either of the other two. But also, interestingly, the interaction of all three, along with looking at the effect. Sorry, again, looking at the interaction of those three stresses, but also with not just the coral or the genotype or the species, but also the symbiont community and the microbiome of those. So it's a much more complicated, paradigm than that. But there are active assays going on with that. But the fact that it is so complicated and it's it's that holobiont, the interaction with these different changing conditions, makes that a really difficult answer to give. I mean, one, yes, those challenge experiments are happening in a laboratory setting. Those challenge experiments are happening on the reef and using natural experimental conditions, and not just in Florida, but around the globe. I think Professor Dai can probably speak to a lot of that stuff that's going on over in Taiwan, and thermal stress and.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But in other words, is that an adequate answer? It's like I realized that was a whole bunch of yes, we are doing stuff, but that's not my expertise. That is some of my colleagues. Would you like to take it? Yeah.
Just really quick, I think to Professor Dai's earlier point is that if you do restoration in a place without addressing the stressor, that it's sort of a fool's errand. I think the overarching message from the coral reef community, I think currently and for a long time has been, we need to solve climate change. And we can't wait to do action on restoration or local management, but we need that climate action to occur in tandem with all the rest of this stuff, because that is a key component of that scale. And I don't think restoration without climate action can ever get us fully to the scale piece. So we need to make sure that both of these things are happening in tandem.
All right. Okay, so anyone from this under the stage would like to throw out your question? Anyone? If not, then okay. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Anshul Garg. I'm from Scripps, but I did want to ask a bit about that wave model, about the concept that it shows of the shifting baselines for the different reefs. How important do you think seeing what a reef used to look like in the past is for coral restoration in itself. Because I've heard kind of like conflicting opinions on, you know, we can see the shifting baseline, but that's not our goal. Our goal is to just restore what we can. But I still think it's a really cool technology. So I wanted to hear your opinions on what the baseline can do for the future.
Yeah, that's a great question. And for anyone who isn't familiar, the whole shifting baselines concept of like, if we're only setting our sights on what we have now, we're missing out on what reefs used to look like, right? Really any ecosystem decades ago when there was more biodiversity and more cover. And I think there are multiple sort of scales to that. And I think of Florida as sort of an example where you were showing those pictures of what the reef used to look like. And there's the reef of 4 decades ago, but there's also the reef of just like 5 years ago, and understanding those shorter term dynamics of, is this ecosystem currently in a recovery phase? Is it currently declining? Because as I was saying in my talk, the succession stage might be different depending on that more recent change. And so I think that is very important to take into account when you're doing restoration, to understand what the sort of trajectory of the background trajectory of that ecosystem is recently, so you can understand how it might incorporate your restoration efforts. And then I do think we should be, even if we're not able to bring back an ecosystem of how it was 40 years ago, we should understand what species were there, what ecosystem roles and functions they were fulfilling, so that even if we aren't restoring it back to the same exact thing, at least we're trying to, where we can, like mimic some of those functions so that we're creating as intact and functional of an ecosystem as we can. Anyone else have?
All right. So anyone want to have your question? Okay. Yes.
How do you use science in your fields to inform policy making in order to reduce these threats? These climate change is harder to control, but other threats that are, for example, more immediate or more localized, such as habitat loss or over-tourism, so how can you inform, as a scientific community, policy making to reduce or prevent these threats?
Anyone want to?
I would argue that it's a similar answer to the one that
Yes.
Mona asked, where you build those community partnerships and build the support and educate and outreach with your community, and they see what you're doing. You share your data and the science with that community, and they become the advocates for legislative change. We are scientists, not policymakers, and we can make recommendations. We can do the science that informs that legislation, but we want to step away from advocacy and that pathway that becomes a bias, and it's something that can affect the work. So we absolutely share all the data with the community. We build the partnerships with the community, and the community decides to go out and go after these policy changes. You can also then apply technology to actively addressing some of those issues as well, where the Australians have started producing an alga that can be added to cattle feed that's to some degree reduces methane emissions. So there are some little bits and pieces out there where you can address the source of the disturbance, and then also capture carbon and use it for other things, like building materials or cements or things like that with atmospheric CO2 capture. So there are a couple of things that we can do. None of them are at scale. None of them are going to address the problem globally unless they are adopted. And I think you're right. It does take policy changes to actually initiate those global responses, but that's beyond the scope of what
Yeah. Okay. All right.
this organization would do.
Yeah, and it's a good note about sort of the global level, and to your question about local impacts. I think there's ways to provide information, especially visual information, when a community is receptive. And I was talking about Maui earlier. One of the recent things that we were encountering with our long-term monitoring program is, of course, the wildfires that impacted Lahaina last year. And so the community is now very interested in sort of the impact that had on the reef, both in the immediate aftermath and in the longer term. And so there's a very real utility of monitoring data to help inform the redevelopment of that community. And this might not be a statewide policy or a national policy, but it can still impact very local level decisions of like, are we going to rebuild this road here? How are we going to change the hydrology or the coastline hardening or anything like that? And that can have very real impacts on that reef that is just offshore of that community. So I think those are other instances where if either long-term data already exists or there is buy-in from the community to start collecting that data, that it can really, in a very meaningful way, feed into responses after a disturbance or just decisions about how we're developing the coastline.
Wing?
We just mentioned the Delta's experience for the IU100. Now in a lot of brand name companies, they will require the supply chain to achieve that. So every consumer actually is the voter. So if the more company can join to protect the crop, they do more for the biodiversity, they will have some change even for the policies. So that's what we believe, and I believe we are here. We just try to make some effort to listen to the scholars and try to do what we can do, no matter in the technology or the financial support.
I think I also can supplement one more thing, which is when Delta Electronics Foundations, we are doing our coral restoration. We built that coral conservation center, and that center is actually open to the elementary school student, because we always believe that when kids, they have that hands-on experience in restoring corals by themselves, then they will treasure it. So you're asking how can we transform the very sophisticated science into policy or into the understandable words for general public. And I would also suggest that we can make people just participate in the restoration, directly. All right. So I just want to ask any our distinguished speaker, do you have any final remark or not? All right. Okay. So once again, I want to thank all our speakers for bringing us a so amazing presentation. I also want to thank all the audience for being here, and hope you all enjoy it and have a good day. Thank you.
at a cross. Good afternoon. Sorry. Thank you so much for joining us, both those that are here in person with us here in Cali, Colombia, and those that are joining us online. The Wilder Institute is headquartered in Calgary, which is in Western Canada, and in the spirit of reconciliation and respect, we acknowledge that we are settlers in the traditional territories of the Treaty 7 Indigenous Nations of Canada and the Métis Nation of Alberta. But we also undertake conservation programs across the country on the traditional territories of other Indigenous peoples. As well, we have programs that we deliver in the United States and in several countries in Africa. Muchas gracias to the peoples of Colombia for welcoming us and allowing us to gather for this special occasion. My name is Stephen Ross. I'm the Chief Development Officer of the Wilder Institute. And with me is my colleague, Dr. Grania McCabe, who is the Chief Conservation Officer of the Wilder Institute. We are so thrilled to be here, gathering with all of you to talk and share and work together through knowledge sharing on conservation. I'd like to take an opportunity to also point out that our colleague Nafisa, just the back, who's going to be helping out with us, we are the representatives of the Wilder Institute that have made our way here. For those of you that may not be familiar with the Wilder Institute, we are a Canadian-based wildlife conservation organization focused on saving species at risk of extinction. Before we dive further into our formal presentation, we want to make sure that we invite participation and do make this a dialogue opportunity. Just going to make sure we can move that. 1 second. There we go. I'm going to pass things over to Grania to read out some questions that we want to share with you now that we will certainly revisit later in the conversation, just to get you thinking about some of the topics related to the Wilder Canada Action Plan. Grania.
Great, thanks, Steve. So one of the things you'll hear about the Wilder Canada Action Plan is that it is a translocation specific action plan for species at risk in Canada. We've been having a lot of conversations with governments and industry and other NGOs and local communities, Indigenous nations in Canada, and some of these questions are coming up for us. And we would love it if any of you felt like you had some insights that might be able to help us. We're really using this opportunity here at COP to help socialize this a little bit and get some feedback and integration into our plan. So just really briefly, I won't read them out in detail, but essentially what's coming up a lot is why should we focus on species? Why do species matter at all? Why don't we focus on land or just water? What happens with genetics? For some of the species that we're working with, we have a functional population of 2 individuals, which means that we might need to look at genetic rescue to help them. But there is a lot of information out there, a lot of feelings back and forth on either side of the issue about when you can put populations together that might have been separated for a long time, and that's something we're grappling with. A big part of our plan is trying to get more people into the conservation space as actors, non-traditional actors, so people who haven't typically been involved in that space, and particularly translocations are quite niche. So what are the barriers? What are ways to engage people and to make sure that we're doing this in a successful way? And finally, we know that conservation in general takes an incredibly long time to be successful, but conservation translocations specifically have an average success time of over 16 years. That's the average. We can see something much, much longer. We can see some things a little bit shorter. So how do we keep people engaged over the length of that process, whether it's funders or government or our audience, our public in general? So we just thought we'd bring it up front so that you have some time to kind of ponder that as we talk through our presentation today.
Perfect. So up next then, we're going to switch to an introductory video on the Wilder Institute.
Dear fellow humans, well, here we are, at a crossroad. Do we continue to bear witness to the increasingly unsustainable relationship between human beings, wildlife, and wild places? Or do we take action together to restore balance between humans and nature? Good news. We still get to choose. We are the Wilder Institute, the kind of conservation organization the world needs now. We've made our choice. We're here to restore balance to secure a flourishing future for all living things. You should see us in action. Using innovative science, our teams are reintroducing endangered species to the wilderness and partnering on many more projects. Because home is where wild things belong. Home is where people belong too. It's why we balance wildlife reintroductions with community conservation. Because you can't have one without the other. Our community conservation programs, one of a kind. Dear fellow humans, well, here we are, at a crossroad. Do we continue to bear witness to the increasingly unsustainable relationship between human beings, wildlife, and wild places? Or do we take action together to restore balance between humans and nature? Good news, we still get to choose. We are the Wilder Institute, the kind of conservation organization the world needs now. We've made our choice. We're here to restore balance to secure a flourishing future for all living things. You should see us in action. Using innovative science, our teams are reintroducing endangered species to the wilderness and partnering on many more projects. Because home is where wild things belong. Home is where people belong too. It's why we balance wildlife reintroductions with community conservation. Because you can't have one without the other. Our community conservation programs, one of a kind in their international scope, strive to give people the tools and means to conserve their own natural resources, to positively impact both nature and their communities. While restoring balance to the planet is our mission, our roots are planted deep in the rich soil of Alberta, Canada, drawing nourishment and cutting-edge science from the decades of pioneering reintroduction work of the Calgary Zoo, a passionate community of conservationists and volunteers over 1,000 strong, who will continue to be a force of nature for making the world a wilder place. Yes, our mission is ambitious. It's why we will not be quiet, but we will listen. We will collaborate with other conservation forces, learn from each other. We will educate and advise governments and organizations. We will turn red lists green and show humanity's true colors. Few of us will ever have a chance to alter the course of history, but together, we might just be able to. Because things change when people have access to knowledge. Things change when people have access to creativity. Things change when people want them to change. Which is why we're confident when we say there will be wildlife, wild places, and thriving communities in our future. We simply need the courage to choose. So, we have a question for you. Are you ready to be wilder?
So before I get started, I forgot to mention that if you stick it out with us, we do have a little bit of swag later for you. And also, if you can pay attention to a few things that we will try to repeat more than once, we have a little trivia and some giveaways at the end. So just last month, we launched our latest 5-year strategy as the Wilder Institute. And as the video told you, we are the sort of the sister organization of the Calgary Zoo. And our new purpose is to act for wildlife, and we are trying to save species, but we are also trying to inspire other people to join us. So one of the benefits of having a zoo is we have a captive audience of 1.5 million people that visit us every year, and we have the opportunity to mobilize them as social mobilizers for change. So we have them as part of our conservation family to help us spread the word of how can we do things in a better way for nature. And that's really at the heart of our new strategy, to be more inclusive and to help mobilize society together. So our approach is very multidisciplinary and inclusive. We use traditional Western science, but we also use traditional ecological knowledge and local knowledge and expertise. And we work very collaboratively. So in a bit later in the program, I'll show you a slide with a lot of our partners and collaborators, but we don't do anything alone. And the main reason for that is because we could never be experts in everything. And it's also very important that we are empowering other people within these programs and in these spaces, particularly when we're working with local communities. And we're trying to find mutual benefits for wildlife and for people. We have 3 areas of specialization or areas of focus. The first is conservation translocations, which we're going to talk a lot about today. So this is the deliberate movement of wildlife from one place to another. It could be what we call head starting, so you're bringing in some animal that's quite young, and then they stay with us until they're healthy enough to be released on their own. It could be wild-to-wild translocations, so moving from one wild population to another, or conservation breeding, where we're actually breeding in animals under human care and then releasing them back into the wild once the threats are mitigated. We also focus on community-led conservation. So this is where we're trying to empower local communities, work closely with local communities, to lead the conservation initiatives themselves. Now, sometimes communities are in a place where they are totally ready to do that, and maybe they just need some access to resources or other skills or resources that we have. Sometimes they need more help than that to get started, and so it's very dependent on the programs and the partnership that we're working on. And then the third is really related to that, capacity strengthening and sharing. So we want to make sure we are in such a privileged position coming from Canada. How can we make sure that we are helping those who are maybe struggling to get access to the right kinds of equipment or technology or resourcing or staff that we can help to do that? And all 3 of these things come into play when I'll talk a little bit later about our Wilder Canada Action Plan. So this is just a sampling of some of our priority programs. You can see that largely they're based in North America. As Steve said, we're based in Alberta, in Canada, and so we started there really and have grown in an organic way, and so many of our programs are still in Western North America. But we do have a hub as well in Africa. We work in Kenya, we work in Ghana and Nigeria. So I just want to give you 2 very brief overviews of some of our programs that we have. The first is a long-term program in Ghana. So we've been working in Ghana since the late 90s, and we work in 2 regions, but our longest running program there is in the northern region of Wa, in a community known as Wichao. And in this area, the local community have already cultural relevance, significance, relationship with the hippos. So you may not know this, but Ghana has about 180 remaining vulnerable IUCN red-listed species as vulnerable of the common hippo. And within the area where we are working, their population was declining. And largely it was declining because they come out of the water at night to feed, and that core zone area where they were feeding was being used for agriculture and other activities. And so working collaboratively with the community, we came up with some ideas about how they might be able to alter their activities to better protect that core zone for the hippos and in return see benefits from conservation. We were also learning about some of the challenges that that community was facing, and one of them was really focused on women's empowerment. And so we started working with the community to start a women's shea butter cooperative. So we now have over 2,000 women in the region who are part of the cooperative. You can see them in the image, some of them in the image there. And they were already picking shea nuts and processing them for local use, and we helped them to establish themselves and actually connect with a fruit company that now purchases the shea butter and brings it to market. So now you can actually buy some of their products. Ghana is a major exporter of shea for shea butter. So the most important thing for us, we're seeing the hippo populations increase, so we do a lot of surveying on them, and we actually had our highest count that just in the Wa region there were 55 hippos recently, which is double the size what it was in the past. But also we interviewed the local women to understand what are they saying the benefits of this program are. And one woman in particular, her comment really struck with me, that she said she can now send her children to school. She now has reliable food for her family, and that income source takes so much more pressure off of her. So those are the sorts of sort of person-to-person stories that are so important to us. Obviously, we want to see the benefits for the hippos, but we definitely also want to see benefits for the local community. So you can see the shea butter in the vats at the bottom there. A bit closer to home for us, this is our whooping crane program. So you may or may not know the whooping crane was an incredibly endangered bird. In the 1940s, there were recorded only 21 birds left in the wild. This is a North American migratory species. And now, as part of our collaborative breeding and reintroduction program with partners in Canada and in the US, there are over 800 birds. So it certainly takes a long time to see those sorts of successes, but our work continues today. And what you can see here is something we call the one plan approach. And that's where we try to manage populations under human care and populations in the wild collectively to really see that those benefits. So you can see some of our vets at the Calgary Zoo checking out one of our whooping crane chicks. Those chicks are parent reared, maybe sometimes foster parent reared, but still bird reared rather than hand reared. And then they are released into a population in Wisconsin. And you can see one of our newest releases in the bottom corner there just last year. So we're quite proud of that program. So I mentioned at the beginning that we do a lot or do everything in collaboration. And this is not an exhaustive list of all of our partners, but it is a lot of our partners. And the point of this is not to list out, although we are very grateful for all these collaborations, it's really to show you we work with a lot of partners. That's our model going forward. And one of the things we're hoping to also get out of being here at COP16 is the ability to network and meet other people who might be interested in working collaboratively.
Great. So the Wilder Institute was honored to attend and participate in COP15 when it was hosted in Montreal, Canada. And along with many other Canadian conservation charities, we left those meetings with a motivation to determine how could we best apply our expertise, as Grania mentioned, in both wildlife conservation and community-based collaborations to contribute to the global biodiversity framework and subsequently Canada's 2030 nature strategy, which is our national biodiversity strategy. So from that thinking and work that we took away from those sessions, the Wilder Canada Action Plan was outlined. And it was conceptualized as a whole of society approach to address species at risk recovery in Canada for key plant and animals. And through this action-based approach, we would collaborate with our federal or our national or federal government, provincial and territorial governments, local government authorities, industry, indigenous nations, and local communities. And together, we would identify and work through launching translocations programs for a suite of species that are most at need. And Grania will chat a little bit more in a second here. This visionary pan-Canadian nature recovery strategy would be the largest coordinated approach to targeted species at risk recovery in Canadian history and would support numerous targets under the global biodiversity framework. And I'm just going to prioritize two of them that are here. Target 4, where we would halt species extinction, protect genetic diversity, and manage human-wildlife conflicts, as well as Target 20, to strengthen capacity building, technology transfer, and scientific and technical cooperation for biodiversity. The action plan addresses numerous other goals under those two targets as well as outlined there. So actually, I think next I'm going to pass things over to Grania, and we're going to start to detail out what this Wilder Canada Action Plan became and how we're moving towards the launch of this.
Great. So maybe just to start, I'll identify what we mean when we talk about conservation translocation relevant species, because it's going to come up a few times. Essentially, what we're working from are federal recovery documents. So in Canada, species at risk have federal recovery documents that are written for them. And we were reviewing some of those to see how many of those actually list conservation translocations as a tool that could be used to help bring that species back. So we published a paper in 2018 reviewing the then available published recovery documents and realized that translocations are sometimes listed as absolutely necessary. Sometimes it said they could be necessary in the future, and sometimes it said we need a feasibility assessment to understand if they could be beneficial for that species. So we're using this definition to help us go forward as a high-level filter for species that we would work with under this plan. And we've identified 275 species. So in Canada, there are 80,000 species, more or less. About 1 in 5 is considered threatened with extinction. And we have 275 that we have identified from published recovery documents, recognizing that a lot of species don't yet have a published recovery document. that we're considering conservation translocation relevant. What you can see from that graph is a very large percentage of them are vascular plants. So even though we are a zoo, and a lot of zoos don't always focus on plants, we do have a big push to actually make sure we are undertaking conservation translocation for plants as well as animals. And in fact, just last month, we launched our newest priority conservation program in Newfoundland, focused solely on plant species. So we wanted to come up with a way to actually tackle 275 species. Our plan is initially proposed to be for 10 years, but that's still not enough time to tackle that many species. So how do we prioritize the resources we have, the staff that we have, and the partnerships that we have to make a difference? So the first thing we did is develop a species prioritization tool, which I'm going to talk to you about in just a minute. But we also created a mapping tool to be able to help us to try to see where could we have efficiencies of scale. As you saw on the previous map, we're already quite heavily focused in that western region of Canada. This map, just to give you some context, the legend is that there's a higher number of species calling for translocations if it's more yellow, and lower as you get into the cooler part of the color range. So perhaps not surprising if you know anything about Canada, it's really along the US border there in southern Canada that we have the highest number of species that are having problems with conservation or at higher conservation risk and also requiring conservation translocations. So in that southern Alberta region where it's quite yellow in the west, and then in the southern Ontario around the Toronto region and the Great Lakes region. Having said that, that yellow color is actually 62 species in one area requiring translocations. And the sort of middle of the range is still in the neighborhood of 15 to 20 species. So really, it's across the country that we're seeing areas where multiple species could use conservation translocations. And again, the idea for us here is that we could work in a region and have efficiencies of scale by focusing on multiple species in the same place, particularly if we were going to be building a breeding center. So as I mentioned before, we developed a species prioritization process to help us to really break down those 275 species. I won't go into all of the details, but if you're interested in knowing more, we're very happy to share it or talk further about the detail. But essentially, it's a 4-stage process, which starts with the high-level information. What is the global status for this species? Oh, I'll come back to that. What is the global status for the species? What's its national relevance in Canada? And so for us, that's really about what's the percentage of its range. We have a lot of species in Canada where we're just the little bump at the top of the range that comes into Canada, but really they're widely spread across the US. So we need to think about how threatened are they within Canada? Are they a unique population within Canada? So we consider all of those sorts of characteristics within those different stages. The idea being that as we get started in this 10-year plan, we will get to a stage where we have a manageable number that we can start off with. And that eventually, as we go through each of the stages, we'll come down to a high priority list, and those will be the species that we start with. None of the species on the list are a no. So if we can figure out a way to actually tackle a program for a particular species, then we would consider them maybe moving up the scale. It's really just, again, to help us prioritize our resources. So I talked through this a little bit already, but essentially the one thing I do want to highlight about that first stage is that we have sort of a collateral benefits section where we allow ourselves to think about things that might be outside the scope of traditional conservation prioritization. And for us, particularly in Canada, we're very interested in how relevant species are to Indigenous nations. So if a particular species is of high cultural significance for one of our Indigenous nation partners, then we might keep it in the list and focus a program on it. So we want to make sure that we are thinking not just about the traditional way that species may have been prioritized. Again, not to go into all the detail, but just to show you that each stage has a lot of different layers to it that we're considering. And I'm very happy to share this with anybody later if that would be useful. What's important for us is that the matrix itself will be transparent and that it will be easily interpretable. So there are lots of species prioritization tools out there already. Some of them, as we were going through them, even my team was saying, I really don't understand how this particular species got this particular score. Some people are using different sorts of algorithms to calculate them. And because, as I'll talk about in a moment, this program really is about bringing actors into translocations that are not maybe used to being in that space. We really need this to be as accessible as possible. And that means that a small community in some other country that's not used to working through very complicated models could just as easily go through it as a high-level research scientist at an institution. We're using a traffic light approach, and it can be tailored to regional or community levels. So if a species has a red for us, that's really just like a flag for us that maybe there's something there that we need to consider that could be problematic. For example, it could be that we don't know where we would get a source population to start a conservation breeding program. Yellow might be something where at the moment it feels like we're unsure whether we could move forward in that particular character that we're looking at. For example, one of the things at Wilder Institute Calgary Zoo that we don't currently have is any expertise in freshwater fish. But freshwater fish have a huge need globally. So it could be yellow for us right now, but we could just agree we're going to actually put in some effort and hire within that space, or we're going to partner in that space, and then that might turn that to a green. So the idea is, again, it's not a fixed matrix, that it is movable. So the Wilder Canada Action Plan is really about delivering action. It is about evidence-based targeted actions to prevent species extinctions, to reverse declines, and enable species recovery through translocations. It's an initial 10-year program. So we want to try to get started off the ground with planning for the first 10 years, and then hopefully, if successful, keep that going. We think it's feasible that within those 10 years, between ourselves and partners that would come on board, we could start conservation action for between 30 and 60 species in Canada. This is on the scale that has never been seen before in Canadian history. So it's quite ambitious, and we're aware of that. But we're also quite excited about the possibility. And we have had quite a lot of interest as we socialize it across the country. This program itself has 3 elements. So I've mentioned that before. The conservation translocations, obviously. We would lead some of those ourselves, but we would also have a call for proposals under our funding mechanisms to be able to invite other people who are active in this space to apply to us for funding. And Steve's going to talk a little bit about how we're going to get some funding, hopefully, in just a minute. So an external call for proposals. So if you're an organization in Canada that already does conservation translocations, you could apply for funding under the WCAP, the Wilder Canada Action Plan program. But we also know that we want to bring in as many more people as possible into the translocation space. I think the big message is always, if we leave conservation to just conservationists, we will not be successful. We need a whole of society approach. Within Canada, this is very, very niche. There's a handful of organizations that do this. Some governments at different levels do this, and maybe a handful of other sorts of bodies that do it. But how do we bring many, many more people into this space so it's not just those few organizations doing it? So we really have a big part of this as capacity strengthening. So if you are a local school group and you would be very keen to do the breeding and reintroduction of a threatened plant species, we would help you. Maybe it's to build your greenhouse. Maybe it's to figure out where you get the seeds and how you care for them. We have a wonderful horticulture department at the Calgary Zoo who could be mentoring those school kids through that process. And then how do they monitor and evaluate the success of that program afterwards? And we would really be there as advisors and guidance. But hopefully eventually that school group could do it on its own without us. And so that's the model that we would like to see going forward. And then think how if you have a class of 30 to 40 kids, suddenly, 20 years from now, that's 30 to 40 guardians of nature in the future, multiplied by however many we can do going forward. So obviously it's really, really important that we measure our success so that we can make sure we have adaptive management if it's not going well. So a couple of our KPIs will be increasing the number of species with targeted action. increasing the number of species where the decline is halted, or perhaps within 10 years it's more realistic to say that it's slowed, and then increasing the number of new actors that are implementing those conservation translocations. And this image is actually taken from Bristol, where I lived there and worked there for a long time, and it's called the Floating Ecosystem Project. And again, they work with the local community to create these floating beds of vegetation out in the harbor to provide more space for wildlife. And so again, lots of examples out there of how you can better get the community on board and active in conservation. And we're certain that there are others out there of ways to measure success, and so we're constantly looking for examples and feedback to know how, ways we could do that. So why are we talking about that here at COP16? Well, really, there's so many experts here. There's so much knowledge in this room. There's so much passion that we've noticed as we're walking around. And so we're very keen to talk to more people about our plan to refine it. Sometimes it can feel like when we present these things, they're fully baked. This is not fully baked. We are, every time we are meeting with Indigenous nations or local communities or NGOs or governments, we are saying, we are listening and ready for your feedback. How can we remove barriers to help you be involved? We are also seeking collaborators. So again, if you are in that space of conservation translocations, or you think your organization had ever wanted to be in that space, we'd love to talk to you. We also want to have an expert advisory committee that would help guide this program going forward. So it's not that we're sort of checking ourselves internally and just advertising that here, but to say we're not at the stage yet where we're ready to make a call about that, but that is something that will be coming up. We also think that this is a model for a program that could be rolled out in other regions and in other countries. And if that's something that, again, would be useful to people, we have over 4 decades of experience in conservation translocations already in Canada. We have started the process of some of those programs also in parts of Africa. And we would be very happy to provide guidance or support or advice or whatever to other organizations or countries who might be interested in your region of doing something very similar. So Steve is our money guy, so I'm going to pass over to him to talk about funding.
Great title. Yeah, so the mobilization of actions for species at risk at the kind of scale that we're envisioning under the Wilder Canada Action Plan will require significant resources and multi-level partnerships. We've put forward a bold call for this action plan. We are seeking to raise $300 million over that 10-year period to enable this work to take place. And to get started with this, we have put forward a request to the Government of Canada for $150 million of this program, so that 50%, with a commitment that we will seek and raise the matching dollar for dollar $150 million to make this program happen. And how we'll do that, we have a very active donor community that has been very loyal and supportive of our work over decades, and a growing number of industry partners who want to see investment opportunity when it comes to species at risk recovery. So we will be working with provincial and territorial governments, industry, local community, and the community at large, and all of Canadians, to get them excited about what we are proposing here. We are taking a bold statement in saying that we want to make Canada wilder. If we jump to the next slide, we often will use our Vancouver Island Marmot program as a truly remarkable signal of this. When we look at this, this is actually Canada's most endangered mammal. And through the collective action of several organizations, including the Wilder Institute, we are now starting to see the recovery progress and conservation actions and know that they are working for this species, as just one example. We know that we can bring Canadians together with this excitement to see plants and animals recovering to levels that we know were there before, and that we can see thrive again. We believe that the tangible delivery of this action plan and the national reach with which we are envisioning delivering this will motivate industry to take a public action with us. And a lot of those conversations are already underway. 10 years, as Grania mentioned, is just a start for a lot of this recovery effort, and we recognize that, and we're being very upfront with it as well. This bold $300 million effort over 10 years is a big mountain to climb, but we are already talking about that if successful and if this model is proven true, we will continue to deliver this program past that 10-year cycle and start to look at how we can resource that as well.
So we often get asked this question, why focus on species? Why do individual species matter? And I think because we work at a zoo, sometimes we're like, ugh, but they just do. But we've been certainly tasked with really trying to explain the reasons why we think individual species do matter. This is a species at risk in Canada as well, the eastern Massasauga rattlesnake. So one of the reasons that I think we all know that individual species matter, but in particular matter to us as a larger society, is because of food security. So this is a great graphic from WWF. It's a few years old now, so I'm sure the numbers are probably even more severe than this, but essentially showing the situation with pollinators and the impact that a loss of pollinators could have on our global food supply. So if we can't get to a situation where we can be targeted looking at the necessary recovery of some of these species, then we will have serious consequences, not just for food supply, but also for food cost. And we already know that the current economic situation for a lot of people is very, very difficult, particularly for families. So it's really important that we do have a species focus, because a lot of these species, protecting land will not be enough. So the 275 species that I mentioned in Canada that require conservation translocations, they will not come back with land protection alone. Their populations are too small or too fragmented. So land protection is wonderful and necessary, and the target of 30 by 30 is absolutely critical. But we really, as Steve said, also need to focus on target 4 and some of those targeted assisted species recoveries. We also know more and more that nature is really important for mental health. And I just saw this very interesting study out of Germany that showed there's a relationship between species richness and improvements in mental health. And that higher species richness, so the more species that you might have in a particular area, they actually found that mental health was significantly improved. So the more species that we can actually focus on and recover, the better mental health outcomes you can have in certain regions. So maybe I'm preaching to the choir a little bit in the people that might be attending COP16, but I do think that each of us being armed with these sorts of arguments is really important. On a more personal note for me, I used to live in Central Africa, and one of the forests where I lived was beautiful. This is an image. It's in Equatorial Guinea. And the forest is primary rainforest. It is absolutely lovely, but it's experiencing what we call empty forest syndrome. So if you don't know what empty forest syndrome is, it's pretty much very lovely habitat that's almost emptied of wildlife, of animal life, I will say. And so if you walk into a forest like that, you don't hear that beautiful bird song, you don't hear the chorus of insects or frogs, you don't hear the monkeys calling like you would in a healthy forest ecosystem. In Canada, we are starting to be concerned that we might see this in the future. You know, that example of the Vancouver Island marmot, they were down to 30 individuals just 20 years ago. We now have over 200 in the wild, thanks to our breeding program, and that with our partners at Marmot Recovery Foundation and the Toronto Zoo. But if we're not paying attention because the forest looks beautiful, it won't be long before we lose those species. And I am certain that in this forest and many others, we have already lost many of these species. So not to end on a very depressing note, I should have thought of that.
Perfect. So these are the same questions we pointed out at the very beginning. And Grania and I have been having a lot of conversation with, as I said, different levels of government, industry, collaborators, partners about what this Wilder Canada Action Plan can become. And we continue to see the same questions coming up over and over. So what we thought would be interesting, since we are here at COP16 and gathered with us in this way, that we would start by sharing what these questions and how we are starting to respond to them, but would love to open the floor if anyone has additional thoughts on how you would look at these as well. So perhaps I'll read them out and Grania will respond to them, starting with, why should we focus on individual species recovery and not just land or water protection more broadly?
Right, so I think this is the one where I feel like I've sort of addressed that a little bit already, but I'd be very happy to hear if anybody else in this room is focused on species recovery rather than land or water protection alone, and how you actually address that. So I don't know if anybody in this space works in that space already and would be comfortable sharing, but we would love to hear your feedback. Is there anybody here? Yes, please.
Microphone coming. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Husna from Mauritius, and I come from Indian Ocean region. So Mauritius, as many of you may know, is a small island developing state, and we are very rich in biodiversity and wildlife, but very much of high level endemism, but also very threatened. So because we are a small island, we are limited with technologies and scientific know-how, but still we do our best to conserve what we have. So one of the priority for the government, I work for the government, I'm a delegate here representing the government of Mauritius. So we have many single species action conservation plans, and it's mostly based on birds. So we have the eco-parakeet, like you mentioned about the translocation. We have eco-parakeet translocation conservation program. Then we have for passerine also, we have the cuckoo-shrike, and then olive white-eye. And then also we are working together with the ZSL and other partners from the UK, where we also do genetic management of skinks and lesser-night geckos. But we do face many challenges for our translocation program because, like you mentioned, the home range. Mauritius is a very small island. First challenge is when you harvest the eggs from the wild, from our national parks, where the founder population of these, most of the birds are. Then when you do ex situ in captive breeding, then there's a failure at the egg stage itself. And then when you do succeed at the chick stage, then again you encounter much failure, especially when we did the cuckoo-shrike and olive white-eye. So after this failure being encountered, and then when you succeed, like for eco-parakeets, normally we don't go for from egg stage, we usually go from young juveniles. But there also we harvested like juvenile of beyond 45 day old. But then when we translocated them through soft releases, after 1 month, you get them back again into the previous, the in situ population. So they don't establish as a resident population in the area where we translocated them, where we wanted to have a resident subpopulation. So that is my sharing. But also I would like to have a copy of your presentation. So it's very good guidance there where we could also learn and try to implement at home, and also how we can connect with your organization so that we can work better. But I had one question to you also about what are your constraints that you faced during your translocation process?
Sure, great. And I mean, Mauritius has some fantastic examples of successful conservation translocation programs. But we face all of those same things that you do. So having trouble with getting them to breed under human care. Sometimes they're super successful under human care with us, and then we release them and we get complete 100% mortality as soon as they're released. Or we have a program at the moment where they're doing quite well in the soft release site, and then once they go into the sort of the hard release site, if you will, where they're kind of on their own, they're facing a significant amount of pressure from predation. These are our Vancouver Island marmots, simply because the habitat is changing in a way that's making predators move into their landscape more than they ever were before. So there's all kinds of pressures, I think, species dependent, that you definitely have to think about with translocations, and that makes it one of the reasons why it's such a challenging way forward, for sure. And I'd be very happy to share our presentation, and maybe we can get swap some contact information afterwards. Great, thank you.
Perfect. The second question: how much should genetics matter if a population is going to go locally extinct? Should rules be more relaxed to allow genetic rescue from other populations that may be genetically distinct, but still the same species?
So this is a discussion that we've been having a lot, and recently actually started having with the federal government as well, about whether or not some of our regulations are too strict, saying that you can't or shouldn't move or interbreed populations because they are adapted to a certain local environment, for example. But we're getting to a point, as I mentioned before, that, for example, our northern leopard frog program has a population where really, functionally, it's 2 mature adults. So if we really want to bring that population back, we probably need to try other things, like maybe integrating them with other populations. And so just better understanding if anybody else tackles that or has opinions on that, or, if is anybody dealing with this already, and recognizing again that this is quite niche, so I'm not sure that people are necessarily dealing with that.
Thank you. I'm Megan Owen from the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance. And, we have a number of translocation programs, conservation breeding programs focused in the southwest of the United States. And to this question, we're dealing with a real struggle with mountain yellow-legged frogs. And we're dealing with a southern population of them, and they are genetically distinct from the northern population of mountain yellow-legged frogs. And so we're navigating this now because we have not had successful recruitment with the releases we've done, and the northern population has been very successful, and the recovery trajectory is very positive. So just sharing that as an example, we're working also with Pacific pocket mice, and we have 3 distinct populations over not a huge geographic area, but they are genetically distinct. And so we're navigating the question of genetic rescue there as well. No answers, just lots of questions.
We'll take the commiserating to be in the group together. Thank you.
Perfect. Next, how do we remove barriers to allow non-specialists to get involved in leading conservation translocations of plants and animals in their own regions?
So because we have been planning under WCAP to really make this a whole of society approach, this is something that we have been thinking a lot about. We can certainly see that it may be less difficult, if I can say that like that, to start with plants. But we do ultimately want to have a whole of society approach for any taxa that needs conservation translocation. And so we are starting to consider, how do we help just in the grant application process? How do we help people think about how they build a breeding facility? And those are things that we have a lot of expertise in, and so we can provide that. But we also know that there could be some people who are very nervous about having non-specialists leading a breeding program for a particularly threatened species. So we're navigating this right now. We do have some ideas, but we're, again, very open to hearing about how other programs, other organizations may have helped to bring communities into complex projects. They don't even have to be translocations, but they could be other kinds of complex projects where you've managed to even successfully hand them over and exit from them and leave the community running those programs on their own. So I don't know if people have experience in that space and would like to share, but certainly we'd be very interested in talking to you even afterwards if you don't have those examples to mind right now.
All right. Then lastly, conservation translocations are a long game, as you've talked about, and with an average of more than 16 years to see improvements in a population. With such long time frames, how do we keep people engaged? Thinking kind of at that broader audience for our large-scale campaign, where we're looking at donors and governments and the public more broadly to see this action through.
So this is one of our biggest challenges. When we speak to donors sometimes and tell them it could be 20 years before we can say how many mountain bongo we've released into the wild or how many trees we've planted that have actually survived, that can be really, really challenging. Often there is a desire to have results as soon as possible and to have those results be pretty significant. So even when we say that, now there are 800 whooping cranes, that's an amazing percentage increase. But for a lot of people, they're like, that's not very many birds. So we're working under this new strategy to really mobilize people to try using storytelling as much as possible. But again, very happy to hear from other organizations that are doing this more effectively maybe than we are at the moment about how you can keep people engaged in something over the long term so that they don't kind of zone out a little bit on it. I don't know if anybody feels like they're in that space, and you're doing it really well already.
Hello. I'm not answering all these questions or adding the stories, but I want to thank you for the side event and presentation, because this morning in the rain and floods, we were talking about the Global Species Action Plan, and your event just now with your presentations were music to my ears, because we've been advocating for the same thing. So I work on for IUCN on species conservation action, so promoting all the how to scale up species conservation action globally, and you know, to achieve the targets of the GBF, and you mentioned target 4. So it's really important we advocate that species recovery takes such a long time, really long, even 100 years, 50 years, to see the outcome. And like you said, increasing to 500 seems too small, but actually mountains of efforts. So what I want to comment here is please share with us your solutions and actions that you've been doing, because this is really important. All these questions from you, a lot of people are questioning. So if you already have some of these solutions to share, we would be really welcome. So we have a panorama platform where we pool all the solutions. The Panorama platform, IUCN with other partners, is actually exactly showcasing what the questions you've been asking. Like, anybody out here have the same stories or experience on translocation or, you know, species reintroduction? So we are doing the same to recruit those stories to share. So we want to hear from you as well, so that we share. So this morning, your colleague Nafessa already, you know, joined us, and we want to hear from you all these things that we can share, because the whole idea is to share so people know how to do it, and really advocate that we need that investment into single species recovery and multiple species recovery, and the reason why. And we really want to join forces together to advocate about that. And actually on Panorama, and of course, you're probably part of the IUCN SSC and IUCN Translocation team, specialist group. We promoting all these solutions so that other people can take, can replicate or can have, but also reach out to share the challenges and lessons learned together. That's what I'm trying to get. So I've been telling Nafessa to really contribute to us, and also make full use of our resources from IUCN and other partners. So I'm looking forward to hearing more from you and your contribution. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. That's amazing. Yeah, we will definitely connect.
Excellent. Do you want to just move to the next slide?
Okay.
Oh, do we have one? Oh, yes. Sorry. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Zora from University of Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada. Nice. Here I have to say where is Canada and Saskatchewan. So I'm a microbiologist, and it's very important for me in this conference that I advocate for microbes wherever I go, because it's very important, specifically when we are talking about genetic matters and like biodiversity, and because like most of the time, and all the time probably, no one talks about them. You want a healthy environment, you need microbes to sustain. You want healthy animals, you need their microbiome to work properly. There was just a study a couple months ago that came, if you have an invasive species, sometimes their microbiome gave them advantage to just be more successful. So I'm wondering if any talks is around like in your organization about like getting more involved with microbiology, and if not, why? And second is that, can I have that shirt? It's so cool.
Maybe you can have that shirt.
That's right. That's one of the prizes at the end. So thanks for sticking around.
No, thank you. That's an excellent point. So we have started having those conversations about microbiome, particularly when we think about the soil for some of the plant programs. Again, it's a new space for us, but definitely we're working on that. And we have some of our team now who just recently come on board with us who have a bit of expertise on that in terms of animal microbiomes. And so we're having a lot of conversations around that, as well as what happens when you take an animal that you've been feeding under human care and put them back out into the wild, and how important is that suddenly that change to their microbiome in keeping them alive. And so we've started to look much more closely at what happens to the captive diet, and can we, if it's feasible, to align much more the diet under human care with the diet they would have in the wild. So absolutely, I'm 100% on board with you, and yay, Saskatchewan.
Awesome. I think the only point I'd like to add on to this last question, would love this conversation to continue even afterwards, is that point of storytelling. And Grania touched on that. I think when we're talking with whether it's industry partners and our communities about why this work is important, that long time frame, as you said, that can be quite daunting to look at. So where can we make our work tangible? So the results that we are starting to see in smaller chunks, but also the storytelling about the why, and the why that Grania was starting to explore, even the why of this program, and making sure that we're sharing that. So love to keep the conversation going on just how exactly we're telling those stories for those that are doing that. Perfect. Yeah, we'll jump to actually the next slide. I think it's QR. Go to that one. Thanks. Perfect. Well, thank you so much. We're not going to cut off the question and answer. We'd be happy to chat a lot further here. But before we do that, I wanted to give a couple of thank yous. First and foremost to the IUCN for making this space available, for having this kind of platform to share, to connect, to continue these kind of conversations. It's incredible to do that together here today. I want to thank all of you for being in the room with us, for sharing your interest, for your passion, and for your connection as well. We hope that the Wilder Canada Action Plan has excited further thinking about how we can think big, how we can think about transformative change and the building blocks to move us towards that. And that really it does come to this place of that whole of society and for room for everyone to participate, because every voice matters in helping to shape a thriving future for our planet. So I will ask you, please take out your phones. This QR code will take you to a section where you can add your name. We're growing a community of voices behind the Wilder Canada Action Plan. And to one of Grania's points, we do see this going beyond Canada over time as well. So please connect. And there's also options in there to share. We'd love for you to get the word out for what we're proposing here. And again, before we move to our open Q&A, and we'd love to keep that conversation going, Grania had some ideas about how we could do some giveaways.
Well, I think first we were going to show a video.
Yes, right. Sorry. One last piece on the Wilder Canada Action Plan, maybe before the fun starts. We'll jump to the video.
Look around. Almost everything you see has been touched by our capacity to reshape our world. Is there a force more powerful than human intelligence? Only one: nature. Today, nature needs our help. We are Canada's Wilder Institute, and we have an action plan. A pan-Canadian biodiversity plan inspired by nature's intelligence. Our goal is to rewild Canada by bolstering wild populations of species at risk through conservation breeding, head starting, and the wild-to-wild translocation of animals. Our plan incorporates science, Indigenous wisdom, and local knowledge. It's the largest coordinated approach to species recovery in Canadian history, because now is the time to make history. Support the Wilder Canada Action Plan today.
So we'll leave the QR code up there for you if you'd like. And we did promise a few giveaways. So you need to have paid attention. I did try to repeat the answers quite a few times, so we'll see how you do. Nafisa is going to try to see who puts their hand up first, but you have to have the correct-ish answer. So the first question is, who remembers what is Canada's most endangered mammal? Well done, Vancouver Island marmots. So you will get a lovely Make Canada Wilder t-shirt. You can come up and choose your size at the end. What product are the women in Ghana selling to help protect the hippo habitat? Shay, well done. And this is a trickier one. What is the number of species at risk in Canada that need translocations? 275 is correct. Well done. Now, if you did not get a t-shirt. We do have other swag. We've got pens, we've got stickers, we've got really adorable burrowing owl and Vancouver Island marmot pins. So we would love to have you come up and get them, come up and ask us questions. We are here for as long as you like. I think we finished early, so we have got some time for questions.
Yeah, we also we do have some brochures. I think they might be at the back as well as at the front here. It's just a summary of the plan itself. Again, the QR code in there that will take you to more information. Also in the back section, we have a 4-pager that's being created that explains the programming in a little bit more detail. But as Grani mentioned, we're here. We'd be happy to share any of the information shared today and keep the conversation going. Thank you so much again for joining us. Thank you.
Hola. Hi, do we have somebody from the next session at 4 p.m.? Thank you. We tried it. Suena, pero quiero que deje de sonar.
Good afternoon. The event is almost a start, and please enjoy the coffee and the food and snacks provided. But it's okay. And kindly dispose any trash in the bins, please. Thank you.
Ah, pero no hay problema. Si lo necesitas mantener ahí, pues. Ya se cargó. Igual yo me voy a sentar aquí. Gracias. Aquí de. No, ya no. Si lo necesitas, aquí mira, tenemos un punto donde te puedes hacer llegar. Me puedo sentar aquí. Y lo conectas ahí si quieres.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our next event. We are going to have translation for this event, so you can scan the QR code you have in the screens and use your headphones. You can scan it with your computer, with your phone.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our event this afternoon. And can I move it? See if we can get our technology to work. Since part of this meeting is on technology, it'd be good. There we are. Okay, so this is the event we're in. It's the Power of Partnerships and Technology. Actually, if you want, what I'll do is, I think I can do it that way. The power of technology and partners to stop illegal gold mining in the Amazon. My name is John Beavers. I am the president of the Amazon Conservation Association based in Washington, D.C., and we're part of an alliance of 3 conservation organizations of the same name, Conservación Amazónica in Bolivia, Conservación Amazónica in Peru, and ourselves up in Washington, D.C. I'll try not to go back and forth to Spanish and English for the interpreters. And this afternoon we're going to have 2 groups of discussion. One is going to focus on this at our organizations that are from different parts of the Amazon who've been working in this for years to try to combat illegal deforestation. And the second is a group of organizations who have been supporting conservation, sustainable development, and this theme in the Amazon for a long time, the government of Norway, the World Bank, and our colleagues from the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation. So to start off, though, I just want to put in a little context. I know there's a lot of gold mining meetings that have been going on around, so I'm not going to hit you with all of the other the data points and all of that. What everybody else said, that's right. That's whatever they said about this. But I will say a couple of things to put what we're going to talk about today in context. The first is that we all know that the agricultural frontier, ranching, illegal gold mining, illegal logging, and the extension of roads and other infrastructure into the deeper parts of the Amazon are the major causes of deforestation. But I think the thing that we need to take away on gold mining is that illegal gold mining causes probably the greatest devastation in the Amazon. Not in area, but in terms of how it absolutely turns forests, the soil, the waters into moonscapes like this. So this is your average satellite image of illegal gold mining in the Amazon. But there's a lot more underneath what you can see from space. The impacts from mercury going into the water, into the lands, and eventually into the people is going to be causing impacts on health that we haven't even yet begun to discover. The second that we all know, the mafias are behind gold mining, and so besides bringing ecological devastation to the region, the economic and social impacts on the communities affected by gold mining can be pretty high. The other aspect, and this comes from our some monitoring that we've been doing over the past years through our program called MOP that you can see there at the bottom, is this gold mining does not need roads to get to where it's going. They use the waterways. They will do what they need to do to get into the areas where they think there's gold. Just was checking the world gold price today. It's around $2,700 an ounce, so it's pretty easy to go there. This is causing real stress on the protected area system and indigenous territories in the region. This is another take of that same image with some of the protected areas and indigenous territories that have been affected lately by gold mining. And so we continue to monitor this over time. So that's all the bad news. So let's go to the positive side of this. So we're talking about halting illegal deforestation, and I think there's a great base to build on. The first is, if you look at this map, the green and the brown, there, half of the Amazon, there's been great work done. Half of the Amazon is actually legally protected. It's hard to remember that at times. And behind these protected areas and indigenous territories are thousands of people doing the great work to protect these places. Indigenous communities, local NGOs, the government protected area systems, and the rest. There's a small army of people who've been dedicating their lives to protecting these areas. So it's a key thing. And the other thing that we've been measuring over time is these places are doing their job. It's about 3 times less deforestation taking place in protected areas and indigenous territories than out places that aren't protected. So something good is happening. there. The last thing I'll say, because we're going to talk a lot about technology in a few minutes, is that technology has gotten to the point now where you can, for a very cost-effective way, be able to see at great detail anywhere in the world, basically, but anywhere in the Amazon where an illegal activity is taking. So we've gotten to the point now where you can practically see everything, everywhere, all the time. And our goal is to try to get that and make that information as ubiquitous as a cell phone that you might be carrying, and have that ability to be able to do that monitoring at that level. So those are good things that are happening. The last thing is, we hear a lot of bad news often about illegal gold mining, but there's some good things that happen too. There are some government entities that are once in a while able to make inroads into this, and so there are a few areas where governments, local organizations, indigenous peoples are putting up a good fight. There's a lot more to do, but imagine being able to have these headlines all over the Amazon and be able to make this happen at scale across the region. That's a key thing. The last thing I will say about this before we invite up our first panel is that we've been working closely with the colleagues that you're about to speak with, and we're about to launch a new project based on everything I just mentioned up there, with support from the Moore Foundation. We're very grateful for this huge push that we're going to be able to make in these coming months and years. And this is building on the backs of support that we've gotten from the Norwegian government for the last quite a few years, and other organizations as well. So we're very excited about the next steps that we can all take together here in the Amazon. So without further ado, I am going to invite Maria Franco Schwar to come up front. She's the program officer for the Andes Amazon Initiative for the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation.
Thank you so much, John, for the invitation, and thank you everyone for coming to today and joining us in this discussion. I would like to invite our panelists today. So I'll call each of you. So first, I would like to call Nadia Mamani, who's the Senior Geospatial Analyst for the Amazon Conservation's Monitoring of the Andes Amazon Program MAP, where she conducts real-time monitoring analysis and identifies drivers, patterns, hotspots of deforestation, trends across the region using remote sensing and GIS techniques at the regional, national, and local levels. Welcome. I would also like to invite Humberto Balbuena, who's an expert in institutional arrangements and implementation of public policies in environmental matters in Peru. He's currently a member of the Environmental Dispute Resolution Tribunal of the Ministry of Environment, and also the Director of Environmental Policies and Governance at Amazon Conservation Association, Peru. Welcome. Carmen Jose is the Executive Director of Fundación Ecociencia in Ecuador. She leads a technical team focused on generating and applying socio-environmental data and analysis. Her work encompasses drivers of habitat change monitoring, indigenous territorial governance, and also exploring bioeconomy alternatives in the region. And she also oversees Ecociencia's participation as a member of the Amazon network of georeferenced socio-environmental information, RAISG, or RAISG in Brazil. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Rodrigo Botero, who's the Executive Director of Fundación para la Conservación y el Desarrollo Sostenible in Colombia, and FCDS is also a member of the Regional Alliance for the Reduction of the Impacts of Illegal Gold Mining in the Amazon region, which is an alliance of organizations working in Colombia, Peru, and Brazil on these matters. Rodrigo has over 30 years of experience in the Amazon and Orinoquia regions of Colombia. He recently received Stanford's Bright Award, which is Stanford's largest environmental award for his remarkable efforts to protect the Colombian Amazon and also his influence in the whole basin. He's currently also supporting the negotiation talks with rebel groups in Colombia, and he's advising the High Commission for Peace in Colombia on environmental matters. Thank you, Rodrigo. And finally, I would like to invite Melina Rizzo, who is the research director at Igarapé Institute in Brazil, who also works regionally in Colombia and Peru, and the institute also has work in Africa. She's a long-term expert on public safety. She has over 20 years of experience on these issues. She has worked extensively on violence prevention, police reform, social development, and with a big focus on enhancing partnerships and collaboration between governments and NGOs. Thank you very much. Before starting with the panel, I just want to let you know that we will have depending on time, some space for questions at the end of the panel of this first segment. So we invite you to take note on that on your potential questions for that space. And now I would like to just ask a few questions to our panelists on the topic that brings us together today, that is the role of partnerships and the role of technology on this fight against illegal gold mining in the region. And I would like to start by asking Nadia if you can tell us a little bit more about how Amazon Conservation Association has been using technology and why this is important in the fight against illegal gold mining.
Thank you. Sí, está bien, creo que solo en español también porque veo que varios también están hablando español. Entonces, sí, muchas gracias por la pregunta. Nosotros como Conservación Amazónica venimos trabajando con tecnología de diferentes fuentes de datos. Actualmente, como sabemos, la tecnología ha avanzado bastante. Entonces, lo que estamos haciendo es consolidar toda esta información, que es un montón, a través de innovando con tecnología, con imágenes de mayor resolución, con métodos más innovadores que se basan en aprendizaje de máquina, que es machine learning, a inteligencia artificial también. Entonces, toda esta información lo que estamos haciendo es procesarla y para compartirla, entregarla a las personas que pueden usar esta información, ¿no? Son los actores locales, el gobierno, pero este trabajo se viene realizando principalmente, y este es el actor clave, a través de socios que están ubicados en estas zonas, en este caso los países amazónicos. Entonces tenemos justamente aquí invitados de colegas de Perú, Ecuador, de Brasil, de Colombia, que son nuestros aliados, compañeros de trabajo y socios de la organización, quienes son los que reciben esta información, que es trabajado en el proyecto de monitoreo de la zona andino-amazónica, que es un programa, se llama MAP. Entonces, eso es lo que venimos haciendo como Conservación Amazónica en la Alianza. ¿Por qué esta información es importante, ¿no? ¿Por qué la tecnología? ¿Cuál es el rol de la tecnología dentro de este trabajo que venimos haciendo? Bueno, yo puedo resaltar ahí que uno de los grandes objetivos por qué venimos haciendo este trabajo es porque esta información en realidad es vital para la toma de decisiones y las acciones que se realizan en el campo. Es decir, con esto quiero decir que a través de la entrega de esta información no estamos asegurando que se va a hacer algo, pero yendo más allá, es decir, recibiendo el feedback, escuchando de qué es necesario además de la información que se viene proveyendo, es decir, el gobierno, por ejemplo, a veces solicita información de dónde están los campamentos, las distancias entre esto, tal vez cómo pueden hacer un operativo, un plan, ¿no? Dónde puede aterrizar un helicóptero. Entonces se puede dar a través de la tecnología sugerencias de dónde se puede hacer un mejor operativo con mayor impacto y más eficiente, ahorrando también no solamente recursos, sino tiempo también de desplazamiento del gobierno, ¿no? Entonces, para que pueda hacer un mejor plan. todo esto nos provee la tecnología, y algo importantísimo que quiero resaltar y que realmente es algo muy innovador en el ámbito de tecnología es que nosotros tenemos un acuerdo y agradecemos bastante a Planet, que es una empresa privada, pero con ellos el monitoreo se ha podido escalar a un tipo de en tiempo real. Pero además de tiempo real, que son imágenes diarias que nos facilita esta empresa, también provee información de muy alta calidad, como las imágenes SkySat de 50 centímetros. Entonces nosotros podemos en realidad poder cuantificar en una imagen satelital todo lo que estamos viendo acá en este cuarto. La silla sería un píxel aproximadamente de 50 por 50. Entonces, con esta capacidad de tecnología de punta es que también se está logrando salvaguardar la vida de estas personas. O sea, muy al margen del trabajo de monitoreo en campo y satelital que se puede hacer en una computadora con tecnología, también se está asegurando de esta manera es que la población que vive en la zona, las comunidades indígenas, tierras que están siendo protegidas por ellos, puedan evitar en exponerse en ese trabajo de cuidado ambiental, que eviten ir a esas zonas de alto riesgo donde hay actividades ilícitas. Entonces, con este tipo de acciones es que se provee esta información para así ellos no tengan que ir a esas zonas y exponerse. Y esta información es en tiempo real. Uno lo solicita y lo tiene la imagen en la tarde, en un par de horas o al día siguiente, dependiendo al clima, ¿no? Pero la tecnología ha avanzado y estamos en este punto, y lo principal es también empoderarlos a las comunidades locales. Se ha apagado. Entonces, actualmente el último punto de tecnología es que estamos pensando en que estamos trabajando junto con la Alianza para poder presentar una integración, un trabajo más articulado de entre los socios en el tema de minería. Entonces, John, muchas gracias por mencionarlo, gracias a la Fundación More, vamos a construir y sistematizar todos los datos que se han creado en minería en la cuenca amazónica, en toda la región amazónica. Entonces, todos los que estamos aquí participando, gracias, y vamos a estar trabajando bastante en esto en los próximos años. Entonces, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Nadia. And I want to remind everyone that we have interpretation available. So if here is the QR code, you can use your phone or your tablet to get access. We will be switching from English to Spanish. Muchas gracias de nuevo. Now I would like to ask both Carmen and Humberto if they can give us one example, a real world example of how the use of this gold mining monitoring technology has enabled response from authorities against illegal gold mining, and also how do you think that these new developments that Nadia is describing to reach near real-time and wall-to-wall monitoring can enable that further? Maybe Carmen, would you like to go first?
Okay, sure. Well, we are producing or publishing reports about the cases and the spots where mining is expanding rapidly. It's illegal and alluvial, usually along the rivers, many times a year, right? And we get a lot of reposts or publications from the media, which is good because that creates actually some pressure for the government to act, because sometimes otherwise we don't see all the action that could happen and that we need. One of the examples that was a success was, and I think it was not only because of the reports, because the information got out, but also because it was very obvious, and the local population, whom we partnered to raise the voice much more about what was happening in the Utupino area, which is in the Napo province in our Ecuadorian Amazon. And so there was a raid, and they confiscated about 80-something huge machines. So it's a point where you say, well, it's not only necessary that you have satellite images. Of course, they are super important in places that are much farther away, you know, much more hidden. But there's pressure also that you need to have the agencies, the control agencies, or the army in our country. Now we have a problem that is really has escalated so much because of the irregular crime organizations that it's not the control the regulatory agency who needs to act, but it's the army. And so yes, now we are also working with the Agency of Control of and Regulation, and they are asking us for information. And we do that, we provide that information, and we sometimes still keep waiting for some action to happen because there's no other way. I mean, we are totally open and in the capacity to provide very good level, very good information, very precise, and almost real time. But yes, there is a but.
Thank you, Carmen. And please, Humberto.
Gracias. Y la minería ilegal es una de las principales amenazas al bosque amazónico. Y la tecnología partió de ser una herramienta a ser una necesidad esencial para poder protegerlo, ¿no? Uno de los ejemplos ha sido durante el COVID-19, donde todo estuvo paralizado y se inmovilizó. La tecnología ayudó a poder identificar estas amenazas. Fueron los ojos de los fiscales en la Amazonía, ¿no? En el caso de mi país, de Perú, la tecnología permitió no solamente detectar dónde estaba ocasionándose estas afectaciones por minería, sino también permitió que las autoridades puedan identificar cuál es la mejor vía para poder llegar ahí, ¿no? Entonces, la tecnología por sí sola, si bien es una necesidad esencial, requiere la gobernanza para poder integrar la acción del Estado, porque con tecnología podemos detectar, y es cierto, de repente con imágenes satelitales de mejor definición podemos identificar más claramente la amenaza, cuántas dragas hay. Sin embargo, es importante unir la gobernanza para que el Estado tenga una acción efectiva. Perú, así como los países amazónicos, no tenemos grandes recursos para poder ir a intervenir. Y es por ello que identificar la mejor vía para que esos pocos recursos que tenemos sean efectivos y que esas acciones disuadan posibles conductas futuras infractoras o delictivas es algo importante, ¿no? Además, hay que encontrar y generar la esencia en la población, en los usuarios del bosque, que el Estado está presente para que eso disuada la minería. La minería ilegal empezó siendo una minería de subsistencia, pero ahora nos queda claro que no es una minería de subsistencia, ya es un negocio. Y es un negocio tan rentable que esa pequeña minería de subsistencia se ha convertido ya en una organización criminal, ¿no? Que no solamente genera, pues, ¿no?, que gran parte de este oro sea oro ilegal, que se camufla a través de un proceso de formalización en el país, que lo único que permite es que se pueda blanquear oro a través de el proceso de formalización que tenemos, ¿no? Pero, por ejemplo, otro ejemplo claro de la minería y la tecnología para su identificación es cuando son mineros informales, tienen reinfos, ¿no?, que son unos permisos provisionales para sacar oro. Pero con tecnología podemos identificar que estos reinfos están ubicados, por ejemplo, en cuerpos de agua, en ríos, o están cerca de los ríos. Si teniendo esas imágenes satelitales y teniendo esa identificación, bastaría que simplemente eso se le mande al gobierno para que anule esos reinfos. Tendríamos pues una disminución de 20-25% del número de reinfos que se tienen actualmente, ¿no?, porque está en zonas prohibidas, o incluso en otras zonas de Madre de Dios que no sea el corredor minero, sería también minería ilegal. Con tecnología podemos identificarlo, ya lo hemos identificado, pero sin la acción del gobierno no es posible, ¿no? Entonces, anulando estos reinfos vamos a impedir que sigan habiendo vehículos para que se pueda blanquear el oro, para que se permita continuar con estas actividades ilícitas, ¿no? Entonces, la tecnología es una necesidad esencial, pero necesita gobernanza para poder tener una acción efectiva del Estado, ¿no? Gracias.
Thank you very much, Humberto and Carmen. I think this is a key message already that we're identifying here, is that knowledge is important, but we have to think about how to make it actionable. And you hinted some of those key areas that need to be strengthened: governance, enforcement by local, national and local authorities, but also, as Carmen was mentioning, opportunities to empower people to use through the right mechanisms that information to also bring more attention to these issues and potentially encourage more enforcement by the authorities. So I appreciate that connection. I think that also is telling us a little bit more about the role of partnerships in this space. Me gustaría invitar a Rodrigo para que nos dé justamente esa visión. Estamos hablando de tecnología, pero también si pudieras contarnos un poco más sobre la importancia de las alianzas entre actores en este espacio y también el papel de la coordinación transfronteriza para evitar y mitigar estos impactos.
Vale, gracias María. Voy a dedicarle unos segundos a volver a poner el problema del oro en lo que yo creo es su real dimensión. Yo no sé qué tanto sea para este auditorio claro que el oro es hoy la moneda con la cual se está comprando la democracia y el territorio en la cuenca amazónica. No es un problema de pobreza, no es un problema de pequeña corrupción. Estamos hablando del mayor proceso de pérdida de control territorial en la historia de los 6 países de la cuenca amazónica noroccidental. 1. 2. Hoy el oro es la gran moneda de la transacción del lavado de las economías ilegales. Por eso, cuando ustedes ven, y seguramente John y su equipo nos podrán contar muchas historias de la correlación positiva que hay cada vez más entre la extracción de oro ilegal y el narcotráfico. ¿Por qué? Porque es que el narcotráfico hoy se lava a través del oro. Tercero, en la mayoría y si no en la totalidad de las áreas de esa frontera compartida de los 6 países del noroccidente amazónico, tenemos una situación y es que esa economía es más fuerte que la economía legal, 1. 2, existen grupos armados ilegales que controlan territorialmente esas áreas, donde la gente es leal a las formas de ejercicio de autoridad de esos grupos armados ilegales y en donde las instituciones públicas hacen parte del modelo. O sea, hay una cooptación de Estado. Es esa un poco la condición. Entonces, cuando ya uno lo pone en esa condición, donde lo que estamos hablando es de un gran modelo de cooptación territorial, cooptación del Estado, el tema de las cooperación transfronteriza
Y alianzas.
Alianza y tecnología juega un papel. Entonces, vamos como por partes. Primero, no es que no necesariamente las agencias del Estado no tengan información, sí tienen, pero tenemos un problema y hay que partir de que hay un tema de corrupción. Si no tenemos información real, clara, o sea, en tiempo real, clara, objetiva y verificable, que compita al mismo tiempo, va a ser muy difícil. Entonces, 1, romper el tema de la corrupción va a partir de tener información clara en tiempo real. Segundo, no puede ser información nacional o subnacional, tiene que ser información regional. ¿Por qué? Porque este modelo del que estamos hablando, que es de transnacional, sabe perfectamente cuándo moverse a un lado o al otro. Hoy moverse entre 3 o 4 fronteras para esta modalidad es absolutamente sencillo y conocen perfectamente esta debilidad. Entonces, es una coordinación transregional o transfronteriza que permita mirar el modelo en su justa dimensión para no producir un efecto de globo, que ellos lo probaron con el tema del narcotráfico hace muchos años. Lo siguiente, la participación de la sociedad civil. Es absolutamente crítico en un modelo de esos involucrar a una gente que no hace parte de la ecuación. Afortunadamente, sociedad civil. Tanto pueblos indígenas, pueblos mestizos, organizaciones no gubernamentales, de derechos humanos, organizaciones de periodismo, son hoy críticos absolutamente en la ruptura de este modelo. ¿Por qué? Porque el modelo también parte de algo que yo no he mencionado que se llama impunidad. Y la impunidad, dentro de las ciencias de la seguridad, significa 2 cosas. Lo uno, que es la no operación del sistema de justicia, pero lo otro es el desconocimiento o el anonimato. Entonces, partir del anonimato dentro de esta ecuación es algo que condenaría al fracaso. Y aquí se requiere, tú lo decías ahorita, poner la información pública que ponga sobre la mesa algo que no se puede invisibilizar, pero que a su vez, a través de sociedad civil, pueda tener un motor de tracción hacia los sistemas de justicia. Cierro diciendo una cosa, María, y es, esto no se puede ver solamente en el bioma amazónico. Yo entiendo que aquí estamos hablando de una tecnología aplicada a nuestros países, pero ¿quién está comprando hoy el oro? ¿Dónde está la tecnología para hacer la trazabilidad? ¿Dónde están los sistemas de inteligencia artificial para mirar por qué el oro se está comprando en Emiratos Árabes? ¿O por qué está llegando a la India? ¿Por qué después pasa a Suiza? ¿O por qué después se vende este fin de semana en Costco, en Washington? Sin ningún tipo de rubor, ni siquiera para decir que lo venden, ¿cierto? Sin ningún tipo de trazabilidad. Ninguno. En Costco. ¿Sí? Entonces, no, así no es el juego. El juego no puede ser poner tecnología en nuestros países. El juego tiene que ser poner tecnología en ambos lados. Trazabilidad en ambos lados. Sistemas financieros. Y ahí sí, el trabajo sucio. Nosotros. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Rodrigo, por poner esto también en esa perspectiva donde como un problema complejo que traspasa las fronteras, no solamente regional, sino internacionalmente, también requiere soluciones viniendo de diferentes lados, ¿no? Y es justamente lo que alianzas como estas y otras que están surgiendo y que se están fortaleciendo buscan. Pero muchísimas gracias por esos comentarios. And finally, on this first round of questions, I would like to ask Melina a little bit more about this, because we know that you're also very active in this space, working closely with governments, with regional organizations on better policy responses. So I was wondering if you could tell us more about the importance of incorporating also the input of the local civil society in that process.
Thank you, Maria, for the question. As we saw, the illegal gold mining is devastating the Amazon, not just the Amazon, a lot of places, especially when we are in Colombia. There is a lot of other biomes that are being affected by illegal gold mining, but also the characteristic for this transnationality that we are seeing. And what we've been trying to do, it's like, how can we translate this that is happening in the real world into the policy world, because it's not that easy. As that was mentioned before, we really need governance. And when we see how the policymakers in the ground or law enforcement agents, they try to achieve or do something, because our legislation in each country are completely different, the kind of enforcement, it's also really difficult, really different and really difficult. It facilitates all these organized criminal organizations to move across country, but also to evade the criminal justice system. So if we don't have a kind of harmonized legislation that we can act together in the region, it's really difficult. It's not just in the region where extraction is happening, but also when we look at this market, because as we were mentioning, we need more tools, not just the technology that is great, we need the information we need there, but then we need actionable things that can enforce all this legislation. And some of the things that we are seeing, because we have this really different legislation among countries. For example, illegal gold mining is not a predicate offense for money laundering, for instance, in all the countries. So in some of the countries, we can prosecute these kind of things, but in others we cannot. It really depends where you can prosecute. So we really need to understand how the policy world is working and how all the legislation is being applied so we can be active. Because as Rodrigo was mentioned, it's not where the extraction happened, because we stay with all the damage that we are seeing, but this is really affecting, and we have a really big road component on that everyone is responsible. So at the end, we have to really work all this information, translate this to the policy world, and really make the pressure so people can understand. When we started to work with this in 2019, all the time that we were doing some field research, working and asking for police officers, what about illegal gold mining as a crime? And they didn't really understand the question. I have once I was doing some field work, and they said, we have this task force that was from Venezuela to Brazil, and I asked them, what about this task force? What are the results? And they said, we completely stopped the drug traffic that was coming from Venezuela to Brazil. And then I said, what about guns? And they said, sometimes some guns is passing, but we are dealing with that. And then I asked, what about illegal gold? Because we have the Yanomami territory right there. And they really didn't understand the question. Gold. But this task force is for real crime. As illegal gold mining is not a real crime. So this is the role that we have as civil society, all the organizations, to really call the attention and show the damage, the harms that is promoting, but also how this is interconnected with other kinds of criminality. And we know that sometimes it's not easy because we don't have this harmonization, so we can really enforce and get to the action that we really need to get the consequences. It's not just the operation, but how can we really prosecute to the whole chain that we are seeing. So there is a really component, and these alliances really help us to get things done everywhere, because everyone has a lot of responsibility in the field.
Thank you very much, Melina. And I appreciate that you give us the vision of what was happening in 2019. And thankfully, due to the work that Igarapé is doing and many other organizations, now they have started already making these connections, and they have identified illegal gold mining as a key element of illicit financial flows, and now the financial intelligence units are connecting both dots. So this is the type of situations where we see that power of that information and that analysis and that advocacy and communications that civil society organizations are doing. So thank you very much. I would like now to just ask a few questions, and anyone is feel free to respond. We'll have about 10 minutes, so it's not that long. But so let's still try to keep some of the responses short. The first question has to do with your needs as organizations working in this very complex space. What are those the most critical needs that organizations like yours have to effectively support government efforts in combating illegal gold mining? But I want to also add an extra element is if you see any additional areas beyond your current efforts that need to be promoted and explored further.
Well, voy a hablar en español, es más fácil. Como una organización de la sociedad civil, a mí me parece que el soporte y el aprender en un caso de un proyecto regional, esa oportunidad de discutir, hablar sobre estos temas como una comprensión de cuáles son estas diferencias en el marco normativo de cada país, y hacer juntos esa fuerza para poder, o esa presión para poder homologar leyes donde se necesita. También creo que hay modos de operar en los diferentes países que han probado ser bastante efectivos, ¿no? Con algunos temas de gobernanza dentro de incluso los sistemas judiciales, digamos así, que también sería muy importante tener la capacidad en cada uno de los países de promoverlos si están faltando, ¿no? Y nosotros nos damos perfectamente cuenta de dónde están esos vacíos. Entonces, son objetivos complejos, pero este tipo de trabajo regional colaborativo creo que nos da una oportunidad de hacer mucha más no solo presión en ese sentido, pero de aprender cosas a través de las fronteras. Eso es.
Muchas gracias, Carmen. Melina y Rodrigo.
También voy a cambiar y hablar en español. Creo que hay un reto que cuando miramos para este tipo de cosas solo vamos a solucionar con una acción colectiva. Y el trabajo colectivo, entendiendo que cada uno tiene un rol y que necesitamos coordinar, porque el trabajo es inmenso de todo que se necesita hacer. Y cada uno tiene una experticia. No todos estamos trabajando en el mismo lugar, con las mismas competencias, con las mismas experticias. Entonces, la coordinación, los espacios de coordinación son muy importantes para lograr hacer eso, aún más cuando estamos hablando de una situación que es tan diferente. Otro día yo hablaba con gente que vive en Europa, tienen la Unión Europea, ya tienen un marco regulatorio que es muchísimo más fácil. Cuando nosotros miramos en la región, en América Latina, con la diferencia entre países, políticas, políticos, ideologías y otras cosas, todavía se vuelve mucho más complejo lograr una acción colectiva. Entonces, tener esos espacios de coordinación son absolutamente importantes. Y el otro es que eso requiere de verdad un trabajo de largo plazo. Muchas veces cuando miramos la parte de donación, ¿no? Los tiempos de las donaciones, en realidad con los trabajos que son necesarios, muchas veces hay decimos en portugués, un descasamiento entre las necesidades y la realidad efectivamente de cómo se mueve. Entonces creo que ahí también este espacio de reconocer la complejidad, el tiempo que se necesita para hacer y la constancia, porque eso también es lo que puede hacer la diferencia y el cambio efectivo de cómo logramos las realidades y los cambios que necesitamos.
Gracias, Melina.
Yo voy a hacer de nuevo, pegarle un remozón a un aspecto que hay que decirlo con claridad. Aquí hay un gran beneficiario de todo este modelo de legalidad. Se llama el sector bancario. Y ese es un sector con el cual nos toca trabajar. Es dificilísimo, ¿sí? Tienen además una investidura muy decente, pero es muy complicado. O sea, es muy complicado cuando todo esto se mueve por un sistema bancario. Cuando todo el tema del lavado pasa por ahí. Cuando la información financiera no sale. Cuando la información financiera no se comparte con los sistemas judiciales. Cuando no se comparte entre países. Y ellos sí que saben de eso. Entonces yo diría, un gran reto, trabajar con el sector financiero, no solo nacional, sino el internacional. Segundo, hay un sector financiero de otro nivel que le llamamos la banca multilateral, nuestros aliados. De hecho, nosotros trabajamos con el Banco Mundial y con el BID, con la CAF. Pero allí hay vacíos. Allí hay vacíos porque hay muchos proyectos de inversión que tiene la banca multilateral que podrían estar hoy perfectamente siendo incentivo a economías perversas, ¿sí? A estar sirviendo perfectamente como vehículo para que todo ese proceso de lavado se esté dando. Entonces, el otro punto, ¿cómo miramos, ojalá en una posición horizontal como sociedad civil, el tema del plan de inversiones de la banca multilateral sobre la Amazonia, sobre las áreas de alto riesgo? 3. ¿Qué pasa con el sistema internacional de trazabilidad hacia los países compradores del oro? O sea, para nosotros sigue siendo, de alguna manera, lo sabemos, pero es como una fábula, como una historia, ¿cierto? De niños, nos cuentan que es que todo el oro se va para la India, todo el oro se va para los Emiratos Árabes Unidos y después pasan a Suiza. Ok, pero vamos a hablar en serio de eso. Vamos a utilizar la COP para tener por lo menos una primer discusión y una puesta en común. Es decir, vamos a trabajarle a la trazabilidad del oro ilegal que está destruyendo la Amazonia y a sus pueblos. Yo no estoy seguro que estemos a ese punto, pero sí creo, para cerrar aquí, María, que deberíamos ir de una vez a las escalas en donde todo este modelo del gran capital que está transformando y dinamizando el oro funciona. Entonces yo dejaré allí esos por lo menos 3 elementos de retos políticos, técnicos y operativos para trabajar.
Muchas gracias, Rodrigo. Y una última pregunta aquí para también volver a la conexión con el componente de tecnologías, de pronto para Nadia y para Humberto, si nos pudieran también comentar a la luz de la información que nos contaron hoy sobre el dashboard, sobre estos nuevos esfuerzos de avanzar en el monitoreo casi de manera real. ¿Cómo ven ustedes ahí las oportunidades, nuevas oportunidades que va a abrir tener un dashboard como este disponible para todos, ¿no?
Gracias, María. Definitivamente lo que va a permitir es transparencia de la información. Va a permitir tener información de afectaciones reales, en tiempo casi real, en diferentes zonas, ¿no? Para combatir los crímenes ambientales hay una serie de acciones que se puedan implementar, ¿no? Sobre todo para combatir la minería ilegal. Una de ellas es precisamente combatir la corrupción de los funcionarios que otorgan derechos o que, digamos, evitan tener que supervisar o cancelar títulos, y definitivamente transparentar la información donde efectivamente hay afectaciones por minería ilegal, o cuando la minería informal se usa o se emplea como un vehículo para poder permitir que el oro se lave. Y no solamente la minería informal, sino también la gran minería y la mediana minería, que en el caso de Perú usa a los mineros informales para poder realizar actividades de exploración minera sin permisos. Es decir, yo tengo dentro de mi área, de mi unidad minera, de mi concesión minera, tengo un área donde yo tengo que explorar. Para ello requiere un permiso. Tener un permiso de exploración tarda más o menos entre 1 año y año y medio, o hasta 2. Sin embargo, si en esa zona hay un minero con reinfo y yo le doy área superficial, ellos podrían extraer oro, podrían, a partir de eso yo saco los testimonios, veo la calidad del oro y más adelante yo podría explotarlo, ¿no? O en otro caso, en mis plantas de beneficio, compro oro que me cuesta muchísimo menos porque he sacado directamente sin ningún tipo de salvaguarda ambiental o social, y precisamente permito la minería, ¿no? Si yo identifico las zonas a través de este esfuerzo que se está haciendo entre varios socios, voy a poder identificar que evidentemente en esas zonas donde supuestamente hay reinfos, ese oro no está tocado, porque probablemente en esa zona voy a identificar con tecnología que no hay un camino. Y si no hay un camino, ¿cómo puedo sacar el oro de esa unidad o de esa área de extracción? Pero finalmente yo estoy reportándolo como que estoy extrayendo de ahí, ¿no? Entonces, es una manera también de transparentar ello, ¿no? Gracias.
Sí, en realidad sumando un poco la idea de la transparencia, que es uno de los principales objetivos con eso, es también, como lo menciona un poco, es ese esfuerzo también de la colaboración entre todos nosotros. O sea, hay un montón de datos, hay un montón de esfuerzos que se vienen realizando en diferentes niveles de trabajo, ¿no? Desde el aspecto técnico como en el campo también. Hay avances, se les viene capacitando al gobierno también, apoyando la información que se necesita, pero cada uno trabajando independientemente. Como decían también los compañeros, cada uno tiene una expertise específica, pero no estamos logrando hacer que todo esto se trabaje de una manera más articulada, como más mecanizada, de un aspecto en que uno hace un nivel de trabajo, luego pasa al otro a mano, luego, por ejemplo, ¿no? En el aspecto técnico, en el área de tecnología, identifica alertas, identifica zonas de amenaza, pero luego envía esta información, por ejemplo, al equipo de gobernanzas para que puedan de repente medir mejor el impacto que está causando en el ambiente. Entonces, toda esta información, por ejemplo, que después va a ser transferida a las personas que van a tomar acciones, ya sean los usuarios de bosque o el mismo gobierno de manera directa, yo creo que este dashboard es lo que va a permitir esta transparencia, pero también esta articulación de que cada uno que ha creado datos tiene información que compartir. Todos tenemos algo que compartir. Entonces, esto es para mí, en realidad, creo que es una oportunidad única en el que estamos uniéndonos para poder presentar de manera conjunta estos datos de acceso público, pero también para que estos sean también monitoreados o verificados también por la sociedad civil, quienes deberían hacer ese tema de accountability. Entonces, para cuantificar exactamente cómo son los esfuerzos, la eficiencia del gobierno, si es que las acciones que están tomándose actualmente son suficientes o necesitamos elevarlo a otro nivel de trabajo. Entonces, sí, yo creo que el dashboard es una excelente idea que se ha presentado.
Muchas gracias y muchas gracias a todos. Yo creo que aquí hay unos elementos muy claves que debemos resaltar. Yo creo que es el trabajo a diferentes escalas, no solo geográficas, sino también institucionales con diferentes sectores. Requiere soluciones innovadoras también para trabajar en todos estos espacios. Requiere un reconocimiento de la corresponsabilidad, no solamente el reconocimiento, sino acting on it, o sea, ¿qué significa en la práctica la corresponsabilidad en este espacio? Entendiendo justamente todos estos drivers que operan de una manera muy compleja y que hay que entender en ese marco para poder encontrar soluciones que realmente nos ayuden a mitigar esta crisis. Tenemos tiempo para una o dos preguntas del público, entonces tenemos un micrófono para eso. Tenemos una por aquí y, bueno, una por ahora.
Gracias, Cristina Burelli de SOS Orinoco, Venezuela, que por supuesto no está en el panel porque Venezuela se salió del mapa de la Amazonía y en parte es por el régimen de Maduro. Nosotros hoy tuvimos un evento en el que presentamos con 6 países un informe regional y por eso me encanta escuchar la palabra regional. Venezuela es el gran ausente, pero es el safe haven de los grupos criminales desde donde se está lavando narcotráfico y se están fortaleciendo. Tenemos que incluir a Venezuela en todos estos paneles, en todos estos esfuerzos y a Guyana. Guyana es el gran ausente. Nadie quiere hablar de Guyana. La huella minera en el Esequibo es más grande que la del arco minero en Venezuela. Les reparto esto después para los que quieran.
Muchas gracias.
Bueno, gracias. En realidad, solo para agregar, es que este dashboard de minería está incluyendo, sin duda alguna, Venezuela. Hemos estado trabajando con... Sí.
Pero de acuerdo. Si hablamos región, tenemos que incluir todos estos países en las conversaciones y en las soluciones conjuntas. ¿Hay alguna pregunta más o comentario del público? Bueno, si no es así, entonces pasamos a la segunda parte de la discusión. Un comentario de Rodrigo.
No, simplemente para dejar una nota sobre algunas pistas. Aquí estamos hablando de tecnología y de redes de trabajo. El tema de las redes de trabajo no necesariamente son solamente organizaciones ambientales. Eso es algo que se ha aprendido muy bien, por ejemplo, en esta experiencia que se ha trabajado en la iniciativa del Amazon Sustainable Landscapes del Banco Mundial, que muestra, por ejemplo, cómo se abrió una experiencia piloto interesante que se llamaba algo así como la calculadora minera. Pues es como una experiencia para tratar de unificar los sistemas en Brasil, en Perú, en Colombia, judiciales, para caracterizar los impactos de minería y volverlo eso un solo caso, porque son casos con el mismo actor, mismos impactos. Ese tipo de modelos, más allá de lo que es específicamente el caso, abre perspectivas de las necesidades de trabajar en procesos transfronterizos de articulación técnico, legal y política, que podrán acompañar la discusión con la CAF y con el Banco Mundial y con la OTC, lo que sea. Pero eso ya en lo local, de nivel transfronterizo, pueden ser pistas inclusive también para trabajar con los ausentes.
Muchas gracias, Rodrigo. Le voy a dar la palabra a John para el siguiente parte del panel. Y muchas gracias a todos ustedes.
So we're running a little short on time, so I'm going to call the panel up without a lot of ceremony. My apologies to everybody. Okay, great. And we are missing... Oh, what's that? Oh, there you go. I knew we were missing somebody. So we're going to make this a little shorter session. than the other, but we do have some key questions for folks. First, I just want to introduce the panel. I think you all know Maria Franco Schreiber very well now from her moderating the previous panel. Again, she's the program officer for the Andes Amazon program for the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation. We have Karin Hertzberg. She's the special envoy for climate and forests, based here in the Norwegian Embassy here in Colombia. Welcome. And Ana Maria Gonzalez Velosa, who is the senior environmental specialist in the Andes. The Andes or the Amazon Sustainable Landscape Program at the World Bank. So welcome to all three of you, and we're grateful. I'd just like to say, for all of us working in conservation across the region, we're grateful for the support of both governments and organizations for not only this theme, but for conservation and sustainable development across the region. But to start off, what I'd like to do is ask you each the same question, and that is, because you all have different perspectives on this. So what is kind of the strategy or the way your organizations or your governments are thinking in terms of this problem, in terms of how you think it needs to be addressed? Clearly, you're putting funding behind these things to move things forward, but maybe you can give a little insight into the whys.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me and for a great first panel. So in terms of our priorities, I sort of represent Norway's International Climate and Forest Initiative, NICFI. We work with a lot of tropical forest countries, a lot of the Amazon countries, with the objective of contributing to reduce deforestation, reduce the forest degradation, contributing to biodiversity protection and sustainable development. And hearing what we have heard today and earlier on, of course, illegal gold mining is then a hugely important topic. It's a driver for deforestation and forest degradation. It leads to huge emissions of greenhouse gases, to mercury contamination, breaches of human rights, threats to livelihoods and people. And it's part of organized transnational crime, which we heard about in the first panel. So clearly it's a priority, and to NICFI, working primarily directly with national governments, we work to address this in an integrated way, in a sort of a comprehensive approach to how we work with Colombia, with Peru, with Brazil, with Guyana, with Ecuador, and actually the whole of the Amazon, also through global and international programs. So on the one hand, and particularly here in Colombia, it's not a big embassy, so we work through partners. We work through civil society, through international organizations, with supporting local communities to develop alternatives to the illicit economy, including the illegal gold mining. We support organizations such as the UNODC in strengthening national and regional capacities for investigation and prosecution. We support efforts to enhance forest monitoring, to enable governments as well as civil society to discover illegal gold mining, to uncover and to put the pressure against impunity, which was talked about in the first panel. And there are different examples for different countries. There are some commonalities, such as NICFI's satellite program, where we, through a contract that included Planet, made high resolution satellite imagery freely accessible. So it's one example, but I think it's a good one, because we have had so many reports back that this really made it possible for local and national law enforcement and authorities to uncover illegal gold mining and take action. And it's great to hear about the project that the Amazon Conservation will be sort of developing further on that. So that's the national level, and working through agreement with national governments, this is really important. Civil society has a very important role to play. You can say primarily we're talking about the illegal gold mining, but also when you're talking about the legal gold mining, to actually have the environmental safeguards in place for that. But I wanted to also mention the regional perspective and the need for regional cooperation. Seeing that illegal gold mining it's a big threat already, and it's a growing threat, and the ease with which the actors in the illegal gold mining can simply move between countries, escape prosecution, and that countries are left with also the consequences of activities upstream, which might be in a different country when you talk about, for instance, the mercury contamination, as well as all of the issues related to organized crime, whitewashing of the financing, and so on. This is an international issue, and it's a regional issue for the Amazon. We are also working with that element, with organizations such as UNODC, with networks such as RISE that was mentioned in the first panel. And because this might sound like boasting, so humble bragging, the fact that we do work with so many Amazon countries, we have a network in many countries, and we do try to put them together to strengthen and reinforce and create the opportunities for cooperation, such as through the Oslo Tropical Forest Forum. But we are also very dependent on the continuous dialogue with all of the civil society that we work with. We do, with others, we try to raise new initiatives such as the Nature Crime Alliance, joining forces with governments, international organizations, and civil society to raise political will, mobilize financial commitments, and really bolster the capacity to fight nature crime. I think it was really interesting to hear from Melina in the first session, and I've heard it from other places as well, that so this is a crime, the gold mining, and it's part of a greater discussion around environmental crimes as well. But we do see that we need to step up, all of us, in terms of mobilizing more for regional cooperation, because that will also help each of the individual countries in strengthening their policies and strengthening their efforts. Thanks.
Sí.
Great. Thank you, Karine. Ana María, the same
Sí.
question to you.
Voy a hablar en español porque hablo más rápido, entonces
Perfecto.
creo que
Muy bien.
pueda ayudar. Sí, aprovecho más el tiempo. No, exacto. Para responder a la pregunta, yo arrancaría por recordar, o por quienes no saben, que la nueva misión del Banco Mundial es reducir la pobreza, aumentar la prosperidad en un planeta habitable. Eso no lo tenía el Banco Mundial hace unos 2 años. Y no hay posibilidad de que la Amazonía reduzca su pobreza, mejore la prosperidad y sea un territorio habitable con el problema de la minería. No existe posibilidad. Entonces, el banco, ¿qué es lo que quiere hacer? O qué es lo que, voy a decir lo que hemos hecho y lo que quisiéramos hacer más adelante. ¿Qué queremos hacer o qué estamos haciendo? Ofreciendo recursos financieros, conocimiento no solo de la región, sino global. Hay grupos de trabajo y hay especialistas y temas en otras regiones del planeta que enfrentan problemáticas comparables, y también el poder de convocatoria del Banco Mundial. No, como dato curioso, en este momento, en esta semana, son las annual meetings del Banco Mundial y están los ministros de finanzas de casi todos los países. Yo no sé, de pronto no sé si en este momento se está tratando ese tema, pero qué tal lo increíble que sería que esos ministros de finanzas en una annual meeting estuvieran hablando de esta problemática para atender lo que tú dices, que esto tiene que ser de diferentes esfuerzos. Pero existe ese poder de convocatoria. Si no fue esta semana, podrá ser otras semanas, así como podrá ser los trabajos que hemos hecho también de reunir y de encontrar parlamentarios, porque el problema además es del legislativo, es del judicial y es del ejecutivo, no es de una sola entidad de gobierno. Entonces, eso es lo que estamos haciendo. Digamos, la idea es poner las características del mandato del Banco Mundial en servicio de atender esta problemática y ser un socio más, y ser, digamos, parte de este esfuerzo colaborativo. 12 entradas, digamos, concretas en las que yo he estado gratamente involucrada es a través de el programa Paisajes Sostenibles de la Amazonía, que tengo el gusto de coordinar y que iniciamos hace 3 años en un trabajo con la Fundación para la Conservación y Desarrollo Sostenible, además representando la Alianza Regional Amazónica para el Control de los Impactos de la Minería, en promover, en generar información de qué era lo que estaba pasando en Colombia, en Perú y en Brasil, sobre todo en zonas de frontera, qué estaba pasando, cuáles eran los problemas y cuáles eran los impactos. Y se establecieron unos espacios de diálogo multisectorial, no solo estaba el sector ambiental, también estaba el sector salud, estaban los procuradores, estaba el ejército, para conversar, para intercambiar y para generar ese proceso de sensibilización. Y se generaron unas rutas de trabajo muy concretas, o sea, era un documento, es un documento muy bueno diciendo lo que hay que hacer es esto, 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 el responsable es este, y los medios para llegar a esto es esto y esto, esto. Eso surge de ese diálogo. Y también en ese momento, que lo mencionaba un poco Rodrigo, se sumó y coincidió para fortalecer el trabajo con la organización Conservation Strategy Fund, que inició el trabajo de la calculadora en Brasil. El Ministerio Público Federal gestionó la posibilidad de establecer una calculadora que mide el impacto ambiental y social de la minería. Y para los expertos y para los científicos y para los técnicos y para los economistas, la calculadora no es perfecta, pero es una calculadora y nos da unos números. Y en Brasil ha sido muy efectiva para que los datos se vuelven casos judiciales. Entonces, ¿qué hicimos? Eso lo hicieron ellos. Que tuvimos, digamos, la oportunidad y el privilegio realmente, porque es que esto es una cuestión de privilegios, de hacer, y era apoyar para que Colombia y Perú adaptaran la calculadora. Entonces la calculadora ya está lista para esos 2 países. Y en este momento lo estamos haciendo con Bolivia, se está gestionando con Bolivia, está un poquito más demorado, pero estamos avanzando. Y adicionalmente lo que estamos es trabajando con la OTCA, que es otro actor muy importante para la colaboración transfronteriza, en generar el diálogo y la conversación, porque gracias a nuestros recursos, pero de USAID, de la Fundación Moore, vamos a llegar a una situación donde 7 países van a usar la calculadora. Para algo nos debe servir eso, para tener una medida, para tener unas medidas que ayuden a la conversación. Entonces eso hemos hecho. Y otra cosa que tenemos, digamos, con el banco es que somos la agencia supervisora de un proyecto financiado por el GEF en la cuenca del río Putumayo y Sá, que es de manejo integrado de los recursos hídricos y que tiene el gran reto de generar y fortalecer la capacidad de los 4 países que tienen inferencia en la cuenca para el manejo colaborativo. Y uno de esos puntos y uno de esos retos es el tema de la minería, que está agrandándose peligrosamente en esta cuenca, una de las cuencas más conservadas, de mayor biodiversidad, en la región más biodiversa del planeta. Y la idea y el reto y el proyecto prácticamente no ha empezado, pero el reto es poder apoyar a los países para que también tengan la capacidad de abordar la problemática junto. ¿Qué queremos hacer hacia futuro? Escalar lo que les acabo de decir, hacerlo, atraer mayores sectores, traer mayores recursos, hacer mayores procesos de convocatoria e incluir estos temas dentro de los procesos de planeación territorial y en procesos de gestión de políticas públicas. Una noticia que creo que puede alegrar a mi colega atrás es que en un año y medio podremos estar invitando e involucrando a Venezuela como parte de la región, y que en estas discusiones Guyana y Surinam han sido parte también. Y hay otros temas muy puntuales, los temas que mencionaban del lavado de activos, y para concluir en este espíritu de colaboración, porque eso creo que vemos que es la esencia. Ahorita hablaba con Mayayo y le decía, queremos hacer el tema de lavado de activos, y ella me dice, nosotros ya lo estamos haciendo. Entonces ya nos vamos a poner a conversar para no replicar y repetir las mismas cosas, sino buscar las colaboraciones y que, como decía Melina, cada uno ponga según su valor agregado. Y solo cierro para decir que algo que es obvio para esta audiencia, pero los peces con mercurio no se fijan en las fronteras, los actores criminales no se fijan en las fronteras, los fuegos que están no paran cuando sea el límite. Entonces la invitación es que también las soluciones, el espíritu colaborativo, también logremos no cruzar las fronteras y que sea una decisión soberana de los países colaborar. Gracias.
Gracias, Ana María.
Qué bueno, Ana María, y ahí mencionas varias cosas donde ya hemos colaborado y siguen algunas oportunidades más. Bueno, en español. Bueno, para los que no conocen la Fundación Moore, nosotros venimos apoyando la conservación de la Amazonía por más de 20 años con una iniciativa que se llama la Iniciativa Andes Amazonía, que busca proteger la función climática y la biodiversidad de la Amazonía en perpetuidad. La iniciativa tiene una nueva fase que fue aprobada hace 2 años, donde continuamos con ese foco y también la idea es contribuir a asegurar que al menos el 70% de la Amazonía, aunque hay estimativos que dicen que es el 80%, esté bajo manejo efectivo para evitar el punto de no retorno en la Amazonía, que cada vez está tomando más y más fuerza este concepto. Entonces, ¿qué significa esto en nuestro trabajo? Reconociendo que hay muchos drivers o factores de degradación en la región, también focalizamos en cuáles trabajamos, pero entendiendo que todos están relacionados. Rodrigo lo mencionó muy bien y es algo donde la Fundación hace un gran trabajo, que es conectar, identificar y visibilizar cómo se relacionan todos estos drivers, donde unos necesitan del otro para operar y donde no podemos verlos en un vacío. Entonces, en ese sentido, la iniciativa Andes Amazonía tiene un foco, tiene varios pilares, pero un pilar específicamente para lo que nosotros llamamos drivers, que es ese portafolio, y tenemos como 2 ventanas ahí, una enfocada a los temas de infraestructura, evitar y mitigar los impactos de la infraestructura, sobre todo infraestructura de transporte en la Amazonía y la conectividad. Esto viene de la fase anterior. Y lo nuevo de esta nueva fase es que también hemos ampliado a industrias extractivas, y eso es lo que nos ha habilitado con esta nueva aprobación de la nueva fase, trabajar más a fondo en los temas de minería. Nosotros habíamos apoyado algunas cosas, pero más pequeñas, porque pues es también lo que está habilitado por la estrategia aprobada por nuestra junta directiva. En esta nueva fase, entonces, sin olvidar la conexión entre infraestructura e industrias extractivas, no es algo del todo nuevo, porque la conexión es clara. Un tema clave es el tema de minería de oro, y un tema clave que ha sido que ha guiado la forma como hemos desarrollado nuestro portafolio es identificar cómo apoyar a estas alianzas que no son nuevas, muchas ya vienen de otros años, de muchos años atrás, y que se han venido fortaleciendo en el tiempo. Y eso fue algo clave cuando yo empecé justamente a hacer todo el scoping para el portafolio. Hablé con muchas organizaciones y nos dimos cuenta, claramente no podíamos hacer muchos grants individuales, había mucho traslape, muchas oportunidades de colaboración, y ahí fue donde decidimos tener un enfoque sobre todo de apoyar a las alianzas ya existentes en este espacio. Y una de esas alianzas, por ejemplo, es la Alianza para la Reducción de los Impactos de la Minería de Oro, que trabaja en la triple frontera Colombia, Perú y Brasil, y donde aquí es donde vemos, esto lo hemos conversado bastante con Ana María, la oportunidad de cómo también entre financiadores podemos potencializar lo que otros han apoyado. Entonces ella nos contaba ahorita cómo el apoyo que dio el banco para impulsar esta alianza, para que tuviera una hoja de ruta clara de acción, y con esa hoja clara de acción nosotros dijimos, ok, aquí como ya hay acciones concretas, ya se ha identificado quién las va a hacer, cómo se deberían hacer, nosotros con base en eso construimos, por ejemplo, el proyecto que se aprobó el año pasado para la alianza, en colaboración con otra alianza que es el Observatorio de Minería Ilegal de Oro en Perú, que están trabajando muy de cerca en este espacio. Y también dimos continuidad, por ejemplo, a algunos de los trabajos de la calculadora, que ya ustedes habían cementado un gran espacio para eso. Entonces ahí claramente entre nosotros también hay muchas oportunidades para incrementar nuestra cooperación. Y este año específicamente hemos recientemente aprobado este grant para Amazon Conservation Association, que también es una alianza con muchos de los actores que están aquí presentes y otros más, para llevar nueva información, reforzar esta generación de información, pero hacerla, encontrar los mecanismos adecuados para implementarla en conjunto con los gobiernos y con la sociedad civil. Y también para Instituto Igarapé en todo el tema de crimen ambiental, con un enfoque regional. También estamos apoyando recientemente, bueno, desde el año también, al Fact Coalition, que trabaja en la conexión entre delitos ambientales, específicamente minería de oro, y flujos ilícitos financieros, también resaltando el rol de otros países donde llegan realmente los recursos que se lavan de esta actividad ilícita. Y yo creo que todo esto para decir que en este espacio tan complejo, político, económico, con todos estos impactos ambientales y sociales, reconocemos que se requieren diferentes puntos de entrada. Desde la Fundación nosotros nos enfocamos en la conservación, ese es el punto de entrada y claramente eso es clave, pero reconocemos que, y como menciona Rodrigo, no es solamente trabajar con los ambientalistas que han realmente abierto un gran espacio, sino cómo encontramos esos aliados en los otros espacios. Entonces, por ejemplo, cómo se lleva esto a los ministerios de salud, porque es un problema de salud claramente, y cómo claramente para los pueblos indígenas, el rol de la mujer que ve los impactos directamente en sus acciones, en la familia. Entonces hay muchos espacios para traer esos diferentes actores de manera local, pero también de manera internacional alrededor de los temas de corresponsabilidad en diferentes ámbitos. Entonces eso es algo realmente clave que guía el desarrollo de nuestro portafolio, y aunque estamos obviamente muy preocupados por esta crisis de la minería de oro, también tenemos mucho optimismo porque estamos realmente viendo cómo cada vez más se fortalecen estas alianzas que entienden que no pueden solucionar esto de manera individual, sino que se requiere ese trabajo colaborativo, pero hay muchísimo más por delante para este camino. Entonces, obviamente, le doy muchas gracias a John y al equipo de ACA por invitarnos también a moderar el espacio y ver cómo se dan estas articulaciones, y también encantados de conversar con otros actores y ver cómo podemos reforzar estas alianzas en conjunto, y por supuesto entre nosotros también cómo identificamos oportunidades de financiamiento conjunto y nos complementamos en el espacio. Gracias.
Y gracias a los tres. Yo voy a abusar del tiempo de IUCN para ver si podemos tener una pregunta más, una pregunta de la audiencia, tal vez dos. Dicen que sí, no nos van a echar. No nos van a echar de aquí, eso es algo. And I'll go into English. So we'd like to open up to the audience. If you have any questions about any of this, please.
Aló. O sea, tal vez no es una pregunta, pero es una reflexión que, bueno, Rodrigo nos lo pone en la mesa. Yo trabajo en una organización que apoya a periodistas y a comunicadores locales. Y mucho del trabajo que están haciendo los periodistas en la zona amazónica tiene que ver con minería ilegal, ¿no? Porque ese es un tema que la gente está demandando, y estos son periodistas ambientales que, al igual que comunidades, están en la primera línea. Entonces les invito también a pensar que ese es un actor fundamental, pero no solo desde la perspectiva de los grandes medios, sino de los medios locales. La gente recibe información por el WhatsApp y hay muchos comunicadores indígenas y comunicadores locales que pueden también utilizar esta información del dashboard traducida a un nivel local. Y creo que esos son unos actores que no están necesariamente en la mesa.
Un comentario, ¿puedo hacer un comentario? ¿John? ¿Puedo?
No, adelante.
No, estoy completamente de acuerdo contigo y creo que también es un llamado a visibilizar mucho más eso, por ejemplo, en esos espacios de discusión, pero quisiera mencionar que específicamente en este trabajo del programa de ACA hay un componente muy importante de comunicaciones estratégicas con diferentes medios, así que de pronto John nos puede contar un poquito más de eso, pero también nosotros hemos identificado eso como una línea transversal en todos los grants que se han aprobado, porque siempre comunicaciones es, hasta hace un tiempo era como el afterthought, ¿no? Entonces es un tema claro, y el tema de comunicaciones estratégicas, hay muchas alianzas con periodismo de investigación, y también específicamente trabajamos muy de cerca con CLUA, con Climate and Land Use Alliance, y específicamente quisiera mencionar que ellos tienen un brazo de comunicación estratégica para el caso de Colombia-Perú, Diálogo Colombia-Perú, para el caso de Brasil, Diálogo Brasil, donde estamos justamente haciendo un gran esfuerzo para identificar cuáles son las audiencias, cuáles son las narrativas que se manejan alrededor de estos temas, no solamente a nivel internacional y nacional, pero también al nivel local, y qué significa elaborar una estrategia que llegue de manera específica a las diferentes audiencias en este espacio. Entonces eso es definitivamente algo que en lo que se está trabajando, en lo que también se está yendo financiamiento ahí, pero estoy completamente de acuerdo que hay muchísimas más oportunidades para reforzarlo.
Gracias, María. Lo dijiste muy bien. Yo no voy a agregar nada más que eso, solo que parte de esto que reconocemos como organizaciones de conservación, a veces no mandamos el mejor mensaje. Y nosotros firmamos un acuerdo con el Pulitzer Center para ayudarnos un poco de esto y realmente ver cómo podemos impulsar el periodismo en la región para cubrir esto a nivel que se merece. ¿Una pregunta más?
Buenas tardes con todos y muchísimas gracias por las experiencias que han compartido. Está muy relacionada a lo que ya comentaba usted, pero quisiera andar un poco más, y es que Latinoamérica es un contexto en el cual los gobiernos muchas veces cambian, también los servidores que están adentro, y muchas veces los proyectos que se les presenta puede que ya no tengan apoyo en siguientes gestiones. Lo mismo con las normas y las reglas de juego que tienen que ver mucho con la gestión de la minería, ¿no? En este sentido, quería saber, desde su experiencia trabajando con gobiernos, ¿cuáles serían las estrategias que ustedes asumen para que estos proyectos tengan una vida a largo plazo y que pueda dar resultados? Porque justamente si es que eso si dejase de tener el apoyo tal vez en un corto o mediano plazo, probablemente nunca veamos los mejores resultados, ¿no? Y segundo, así alguna chiquita, conectando un poco con lo anterior, es que cómo podríamos incluir también a las comunidades locales en esta recolección de información para generar mayor trazabilidad o tal vez mayor información con respecto a cómo se pueden calcular los impactos económicos, sociales y ambientales que puedan servir justamente para tener una toma de decisión adecuada, ¿no? Solamente eso. Gracias.
Ana María.
Pues el problema de continuidad en los gobiernos lo vivimos todos, ¿no? Yo lo que creo es que la estrategia es cambiar el gobierno y hay que volver a ir a tocar la puerta y volver a contar la historia. No hay otra manera de obviar la situación. Y afortunadamente, y lo hemos visto en la región amazónica, es que muchos técnicos sí continúan. Entonces, en la medida en que se fortalezcan las capacidades de los gobiernos y de las entidades, también de los técnicos y de los gobiernos locales, pues se mantiene alguna capacidad, y esto no es solo a gobiernos nacionales, ¿no? Las alcaldías, las gobernaciones, los gobiernos provinciales van cambiando y es parte del proceso democrático, y sabemos que a veces fluctúan de una posición política a la otra entre gobierno y gobierno. No hay cómo evitarlo, hay que volver y contar la historia y saberla contar, y por eso gracias por el tema de las comunicaciones, porque a veces no sabemos cómo contar la historia para que los gobiernos y para que los políticos lo puedan interiorizar y que se den cuenta que afecta en términos, digamos, de desarrollo. Eso, digamos, sería lo que podría recomendar. Y sobre el tema de las organizaciones locales, pues hay ejercicios interesantes en cada uno de los países donde hay facilitadores, monitores, vigías comunitarios que hacen parte de las comunidades y que ayudan en ese monitoreo. Y una cosa que también debemos de decir es que está la tecnología, pero también está el conocimiento indígena, el conocimiento tradicional, el conocimiento local, que también hace parte de las soluciones, y que si logramos que los pobladores locales también sean estos científicos y conozcan y sepan utilizar eso, estamos potenciando y estamos también generando una capacidad que además trasciende los gobiernos, porque esas personas viven ahí y se quedan ahí.
Sí, quisiera añadir un poquito en español también. Y creo que esa pregunta y ese punto sobre los periodistas muestran la importancia de involucración de toda la sociedad civil, de líderes ambientales, líderes de pueblos indígenas y las periodistas. Desde NICFI también estamos apoyando al Pulitzer Rainforest Journalism Fund. Y es a veces un trabajo peligroso, que también puede ser para la sociedad civil, pero para nosotros como un programa del gobierno noruego que tiene esos objetivos de tener la deforestación a largo plazo. NICFI será a largo plazo hasta el 2035. Entonces debemos pensar en qué pasa cuando cambia el gobierno, y por eso trabajamos tanto a través de la sociedad civil, a través de comunicaciones, y también quisiera añadir ese punto que dice María sobre la minería ilegal de oro, que no es simplemente una cosa ambiental, es una cosa tan importante para el sector de salud, que se debe decir todos los sectores. Y entonces, en desarrollar una base más amplia para hacer avances contra la minería ilegal, debe involucrar todos esos sectores y actores. Gracias.
Gracias, Karin. María Franco.
Sí, gracias. Yo quiero decir algo muy rápido, y es algo clave dentro de la teoría de cambio de nuestra iniciativa, es el rol de las instituciones en estos procesos. Entonces nosotros vemos un gran rol para condiciones habilitantes como el conocimiento que hablamos hoy, las capacidades, las coaliciones y también las narrativas, enfocándonos también en el tema que mencionamos ahorita de comunicaciones, como esas condiciones claves para fortalecer instituciones, porque reconocemos que justamente el problema que nos acabas de mencionar, si no hay instituciones fuertes que puedan sobrevivir esos cambios de gobierno, finalmente no vamos a encontrar unas soluciones sostenibles. Y un ejemplo muy cortico, pero por ejemplo en el portafolio de infraestructura, es el tema de los lineamientos verdes de infraestructura vial en Colombia, que de hecho desarrolló FCDS en consorcio con WWF, apoyando al Ministerio de Ambiente y Transporte, donde ahora son unos lineamientos vinculantes que guían toda la toma de decisiones de infraestructura, al menos a nivel con las agencias nacionales. Hay muchas otras áreas que hay que ampliar, pero ahí es donde vemos que ahora con ese tipo de lineamientos esto va, digamos que a continuar en el tiempo más allá de las administraciones. Entonces es un ejemplo emblemático de un espacio donde ese fortalecimiento institucional de largo plazo es clave para que tengamos sostenibilidad de los resultados. Y ojalá en minería de oro podamos encontrar también más ejemplos así.
Gracias, María Franco. Quiero agradecer a los tres por estar aquí con nosotros esta tarde y por todo el apoyo de sus entidades que han dado a este tema en la región por tantos años. Es tan importante esta consistencia, esta visión de largo plazo. También quiero agradecer al panel anterior por el trabajo que ustedes están haciendo en el campo para realmente armar un frente común de conservación y de combatir la minería ilegal en la región. Y creo que la única palabra que les digo de último aquí para cerrar es que creo que tecnología ya está funcionando, ya vamos muy bien ahí. El trabajo y visión regional está trabajando muy bien, funcionando mucho mejor, estamos pensando mucho mejor. Pero la cosa que falta de todas nuestras organizaciones, que no cuesta nada, es para realmente buscar cómo unirnos y trabajar de una manera mucho más unificada. Conceptualmente estamos de acuerdo, pero cada día en el trabajo conjunto nosotros tenemos que buscar cómo tener este frente común, y eso es lo que creo que ha salido en todos los mensajes en una manera u otra hoy. Muy agradecido por su paciencia, por la paciencia de IUCN, y por estar aquí con nosotros esta tarde. Gracias.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. We have another event, so if I can ask you to go outside. Thank you. Sure. Can we start moving outside? Sorry, we have the other ones. It's okay. But I have to start moving. Do you need that? Or should we move it outside? What do you think? Exactly. Because if you're not going to use it for the introductions, then okay.
Testing? Whoa. If you're not here for the health event, well, you're welcome to stay for the health event. But if you're here from the previous event, thank you. Goodbye. If you're here for the health event, please come in and take a seat.
Yours were more effective. I was too sweet, I think.
Much too nice.
Aida.
I think we're waiting for a couple government speakers.
We're waiting for Gabon. Gabon is missing. Michelle is messaging. Let me change it.
This one is for the questions.
For what?
This one is for the questions. Sorry.
Okay.
This one is the other one. Oh, you.
probably hear me without a microphone. I don't know why I'm worried. I know, but the testing, one of our government speakers is being located as we speak, so we'll start in a couple minutes. Thank you for your patience. We'll just give it a couple minutes. Is he trying to call him? I'm on when I talk. Hey, how are you? Okay. Long time no see. Okay, good, good.
Mary was guarding them very well.
I know, but
Almost didn't get one.
Okay.
So you know Louis Smith Plaza. He used to be with iPhone.
Yes. Right. Okay, hi. For those who just joined us, we're going to give it 1 or 2 more minutes. One of our government speakers is either we're trying to find him or he's trying to find us. So some of these pavilions are a little confusing. A lot confusing. Start. What do you want?
Right? Next?
Yes, I know.
Previous.
I've been using this for a long time. Yeah. Okay, we're going to start now, and we will appear smooth and coordinated, and then when our government rep shows up, we'll just appear less smooth and coordinated. I introduce myself. I'm Sue Lieberman, Vice President for International Policy with WCS, the Wildlife Conservation Society, also a member of the IUCN Council, and the chair of the IUCN Policy and Program Committee, and very pleased to be able to hold this side event here in the IUCN Pavilion. And thank you for joining us. Now, I'm not going to be giving a long PowerPoint. I'm just going to be we're going to be talking about biodiversity and health and the Biodiversity and Health Action Plan that will hopefully be adopted here at COP16. And just to put up a slide, what we're talking about, I can't see it, but I think I know what's on there, is if we look at the intersection between biodiversity crisis, biodiversity collapse, climate change, the climate crisis, and systemic health crisis that we're in the midst of. What's in the middle of all that, both being impacted, but the solution is nature. Now, all of us here, we're talking to the converted, but it's really important to understand the role of nature, the role of intact nature, the role of ecological integrity in combating all of these crises. And in particular, we're going to be talking about the health issue, and I just got off of, I don't know, some of you were also in the contact group. We will not talk about the outcomes or discussions in the contact group, but after 8 hours of contact group, it's looking good. I think I can say that. I'll skip this slide, but I just want to make the point that, our speaker is here. Great. I just want to make the point that hopefully, thank you, merci. Hopefully we have all learned something from the COVID-19 pandemic. Yet there are new zoonoses all the time, such as Marburg disease, that my colleague Chris Walzer will talk about more, breaks. If nothing is done, if nothing changes, there will be another pandemic. The question is when, not if. Hopefully, we're going to hear from our speakers today and hear from you. We will have time for questions, what we can do about that, and hopefully how adoption of the CBD Biodiversity and Health Action Plan will be able to assist in increasing our attention to the intersections between biodiversity and health, recognizing the values of ecological integrity, intact nature, and from a health perspective. So we're going to, let me advance here somehow. I'll skip over that so we can have our speakers. What we're going to talk about today is the Biodiversity and Health Action Plan. Why is it important? And from the perspective of different stakeholders. You're not going to have any PowerPoint presentations or long talks, just some brief remarks, some opportunities for you to ask questions, to have a bit of dialogue, and I'll introduce each speaker, and then we're going to hear from Chris Walzer, who's sitting in the audience and should be sitting up on the stage, but we'll let him stay there, to talk about the new IUCN task force. So without further ado, and thank you for joining us, I'm going to introduce, and I'm going to get your name correct, please, Jean-Bruno Mikisa, Advisor to the Ministry of Environment of the Government of Gabon, for a few remarks on biodiversity and health and the action plan.
Okay, thank you. I'm Jean-Bruno Mikisa. I'm a biologist, and I want to give you some issue from biodiversity and health. What is the ongoing debate amongst countries about the biodiversity and health? Currently, all countries welcome the voluntary global action plan. Yes. And I want to go through the convergence views currently. The first one, the issue is related to the Global Biodiversity Framework, Section C, is linking. The second one, the idea to take account activity of implementation of Global Action Plan during the elaboration of the 7 national report on biodiversity, even during the revision of NBSAP. People agreed that. The last one is to create the coordination unit on biodiversity and health and having focal point as appropriate. At this stage, we have the convergence views and the divergence views regarding having youth focal point on the issue. The link between Target 13 and Global Action Plan, and how to share benefit in that context. Another issue regarding Target 17 on biotechnology. And I think that the debate is ongoing. Maybe let's cross finger if you can have the standard document ready. Just cross finger. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will have time for some questions. Also, if some of you have not been intimately involved with the Biodiversity and Health Action Plan, take a look at it in the CBD Doc 2, starts on page 200, I believe. I'm not making that up. Those are all the draft decisions. And you'll see recommended actions, voluntary action plan, for each of the 23 targets of the Global Biodiversity Framework. And Mr. Jean-Bruno explained where some of the controversy is, but I appreciate his sharing that in general, governments are very supportive of it being adopted here. I now turn it to Mr. Jahidul Kabir, Environment and Wildlife Health Team Lead, USAID One Health Activity Bangladesh, and Forest Officer with the Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Climate Change of Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I'm a government official, but now taking 2 years and from the government, working with the One Health Activity of USAID. So Bangladesh appreciate this global plan of action on biodiversity and also our journey of One Health and the people and animal. We started in 2008 in Bangladesh, starting with the civil society organization named One Health Bangladesh. So this organization with the environment people, wildlife people, then animal health and human health people started advocating with the government. So they started advocating, and in 2012, so we have developed our first strategic framework for One Health. And then in 2015, government give endorsement from the ministry. We got in Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock, and Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. 3 ministries give the endorsement to work, and in 2015, 3-tier coordination platform formed. Government formed 3-tier coordination platform in the secretariat level, in the department level, and the director level. So they started working with establishing a secretariat, then One Health Secretariat of Bangladesh. So they started working, and in 2017, government allocated some budget from the government budget for One Health activity for implementation of this strategic framework. So now after the COVID, everybody realized, and government, every sector of the government realized how important these health and environment issues are. So we, after you see the phase out of this first phase of strategic plan, and by this time in 2022, you will know the joint global plan of action come in force, and also we are now talking with the global plan for biodiversity and health. And Bangladesh taken all this consideration, taking consideration of the 6 tracking action of the joint plan of action, and we have drafted our final draft has prepared and waiting for the approval from the government. So in that strategic action plan, we incorporated 12 issues. So 12 strategic issues we have addressed, including the environment. And while we are preparing our environmental plan, we consider the environmental sector assessment, that is the environmental performance index, the assessment report, and they are this report, this assessment basically on the ecosystem vitality, environment health, and the climate change. So these 3 mainstream, and under this stream there are 12 critical areas that we are going to address in our strategic action plan. So overall, our target now we are working at the national level. We are forming our committees in the divisional level, district level, and sub-district level in coming days for One Health activity. We are extending our activity beyond the 2 departments. We are including the Food Safety Authority, Drug Administration, Agriculture, Fisheries, Department of Environment, Department of Forest, and other environment department will be incorporated in this initiative. And also the networking, we are working to One Health Young Boys in Bangladesh. We are working to develop our modality to the field training program for environmental professionals, that is WEBI, Wildlife, Environment, Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. And we are working to preparing ourselves to conduct the first One Health Olympiad in Bangladesh that involve the undergraduate and postgraduate level student of the universities, so that future leadership we can develop in One Health activities. This is the major activities. So we are working on it. Some funding from the USAID side is there. So we are working hard to develop our better governance system, our detection system, and as well as the our reduce the burden of AMR and AMR stewardship. That's all from right now. I'll talk more if you have any question. Thank you.
This is on? Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would note that we also had a speaker lined up, a delegate from the government of Mexico, who unfortunately is experiencing ill health, which is not something you want to experience when you're supposed to speak about health. So we wish her the best, but know the government of Mexico as well is very engaged on this issue and very supportive of the Biodiversity and Health Action Plan. I'm now going to turn it over to Stuart McGuinness, Deputy Director General of IUCN, for the perspective of IUCN on One Health and the Action Plan. Thank you, Stuart.
So thanks very much, Sue. It's great to be here, and it's great to see such a good turnout at 6 o'clock on a very overcast evening, so it's great, and I think it actually just reflects just how important it is, and it's really great. I also think that this really do see the conservation community really coming around this, and I'm going to come back to why I think it's really important that we as a conservation community are at the forefront of this. So anyway, so we're here as IUCN to advocate for the adoption of the Biodiversity and Health Action Plan and the subsequent early implementation of the actions that are contained within. And I mean, we feel this is important that because obviously, we've mentioned this before, Sue showed that little diagram, we need to consider health from all perspectives. We need to, there's the human health, but also species, ecosystem health, and critically, that these don't exist in little bubbles. They interface with themselves. I think it's also important that we also recognize that as we appreciate those dynamics and are able to articulate those dynamics. For example, when we talk about the risk of a human to domestic animal or transmission, or domestic animal to human transmission, it's always a human perspective. But I think the other thing is we know from the red list of threatened species that disease is a major driver of biodiversity loss and impacts species populations. Also, the other reason why we think the action plan is really important is because it drives and underscores the importance of incorporating disease and health considerations into land use planning and impact assessment. It certainly gives us as a conservation community that's seeking to mainstream biodiversity across different sectors. It gives us a real opportunity to engage with a range of new boundary partners, so to speak. And notably, I do think there's a real advantage to conservation in building links with a high profile sector that commands a high level of public interest. Two other reasons why we think it's really important that it stresses, as Sue's pointed out, that preventing zoonotic spillover by tackling the drivers of biodiversity loss is probably more effective and more both more effective in real terms, but also cost effective than managing and trying to control outbreaks when they happen. And again, as Sue has said, if we don't take this seriously, it's going to be a question of when the next pandemic happens rather than if. And finally, it highlights the role we have been championing nature-based solutions as a community, and IUCN, the union, drove the whole conceptualization of nature-based solutions. And we said way back in 2010 that health was one of the links. Now, we didn't have a sophisticated understanding of One Health, but there's a real niche in there for us to help drive and highlight the role that nature-based solutions can play. So what's IUCN planning to do, or what are we doing? Well, we're already a partner for the Nature for Health initiative, and that's a global initiative that works nationally to prevent pandemics and related health risks. And we're currently active in Vietnam to implement Nature for Health by focusing on primary prevention and reducing the risk of spillovers. The big thing, though, that I think that I'm really happy with, and I assume Sue you're happy with as well, is that Sue and myself, are co-conspirators in helping to shape the next IUCN program that hopefully many of you have reviewed and commented on actively. And you will see in that program, for the first time, one of the 8 transformations is around One Health. And this really is the next step up for not only the Secretariat, who I work for, but for us as a union to really galvanize and really move this forward. And it's built on a conviction, and I said I would come back to this, a conviction that we as a conservation community need to be really proactive in leading the role of catalyzing the partnerships and generating the knowledge upon which these global multilateral and national shifts can be established. And I say this from practical experience. I was invited must have been about 6 months ago, 8 months ago, to a meeting of European health ministers. Thought great, fantastic, to look at health and the environment. The opening speeches were great. The triple planetary crisis, climate, pollution, biodiversity loss. By the time we got to the first coffee break, it was climate change and pollution. By the time we got to lunchtime, it was health and climate change. And that is why I honestly think we will lose this if we do. This will become, environment will be equated to climate change and or pollution, and we will lose the fundamental link of the role with biodiversity. So that's why I think it's important we get the action plan approved, but it's important that we as and I'm speaking because I assume most of us are IUCN members of the union, why we move this forward in a very coherent way. The output that we'll seek, we're also trying to be more directional this time in the programme. So the output that we're seeking is that policymakers, public health experts, conservation professionals set targets and integrate health and conservation aspects, reporting progress in combating zoonotic diseases and improving health outcomes. So we're trying to be much more concrete, again, as a union, of where we would want to go on that. Sue, I'll maybe stop there. It's always dangerous to give an Irishman the microphone at 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
Stuart. Thank you, Stuart. And I'll turn it over in a minute to Adeline Larambert from Born Free. But I would ask, don't want to put anyone on the spot, how many people here are members of organizations or governments that are IUCN members? And those who didn't raise your hand, how many are members of IUCN commissions? All right. So there's a great opportunity to look at the issues here at CBD, but also make the connections with the IUCN program and, of course, the IUCN Congress in exactly 1 year. I'll turn it over now to Adeline from International Policy Manager with Born Free Foundation for an additional NGO perspective. Do you want them to put up your slide?
Yes, please.
There is one slide. It's the first one on the Google Drive. If I remember that correctly. Yes, I remembered correctly. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Sue, and thank you to WCS and IUCN for hosting this important discussion. So my organization, Born Free, is a UK-based international wildlife NGO focused on the protection of wild animals and their habitats, ending exploitation, and fostering human-wildlife coexistence by working with communities. At global policy level, we're actively engaging with environmental, trade, health bodies, including CITES, CMS, UNODC, CBD, of course, among others. And at CBD, we've been working closely with the World Federation for Animals on why we collectively think that a strong global action plan is important for both biodiversity protection and the health and well-being of animals and people. So I'll share views on the plan and also provide some rationale for the need to urgently adopt it at COP16. So looking at target 5 of the GBF, which is aimed at ensuring legal, sustainable and safe use, harvesting and trade of wild species, and focusing our attention on the safe component, which by the way doesn't have indicators in the monitoring framework for parties to monitor progress and report on, no headline binary component or complementary indicators. So it is clear that a global action plan on biodiversity and health has the potential and should fill at least some of those gaps. But to do so, the first thing it must do, and it has already been said by my fellow panelists, but is to acknowledge human-driven factors in zoonotic disease emergence in order to ensure that its root causes are addressed. And among those drivers, the exploitation of and increased use in wild animals is up there. IPBES says it, UNEP says it, and there's plenty of other evidence-based literature on this. So as a priority, the Global Action Plan should be looking at where the risks to human health appear and lowering those risks from both a human health and a biodiversity perspective. If, for example, if we consider trade, in particular live trade in wild animals, the risks to human health are high, and they get higher as we move through the trade chain. There are pinch points along the wildlife trade chain where risks to animal health and welfare increase, so harvesting from the wild, farming, preparation, transport, point of sale, point of use. So whenever animals are farmed, transported or sold, they get stressed from being crowded together, often in high densities and in poor hygienic conditions, sometimes with species that they wouldn't normally encounter. And so their health and welfare are compromised, and they get immune suppressed, pathogens multiply and emerge, and there's a higher chance of them mutating that could have pandemic potential. So it is really human factors that need addressing urgently, the over-focus on profitability through commercialization, the lack of training and understanding of safety implications, the lack of protective equipment, the lack of surveillance and monitoring for pathogens. So basically a big part of the solution is changing the experience of animals themselves and their needs, which means identifying cases where we need to eliminate risks and not just reduce them in some instances. So prevention-focused actions at the human-wildlife interface, including phasing out high-risk practices, is key here. And so coming back to the Global Action Plan itself, it is a chance to move away from the anthropocentric and utilitarian perspective that we have with species use towards a more precautionary perspective via One Health, and prevention via One Health entails things like coordinated surveillance, multisectoral, engaging communities, and also responsible and ecologically sustainable management of wildlife. The plan does include some of these important actions. So the priority here at COP16 is to adopt it, and yes, there is a real need for it. And I think I'll stop here. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to our panelists. Since one of our government panelists has to leave in about in 15 minutes, we're going to open it up to you now for some questions of our panelists or anything on this topic at least, before we go to the second half. So any questions you have, either in general or of specific panelists, it's your chance. We all spend a lot of time at a CBD COP listening and not being able to ask questions. Any questions? What do you want? My microphone.
Yes.
Hi, yeah, my name's Rob Stoneman from the British Wildlife Trust, and very interesting here about this Health and Wildlife Action Plan, and it's great to see it making progress. Obviously, the focus is on transmission of zoonotic diseases, and that makes sense given the COVID pandemic. But there's also the critical role of green spaces in improving health outcomes, especially in the Western world where we have a crisis in obesity, diabetes, and mental health crisis, and so on. And we know from studies that, involvement in green space and having green space on your doorstep makes an enormous difference on that and reduces the cost of healthcare. And I'm wondering how much this action plan would help to drive governments to improve, especially urban green spaces, and make urban green spaces more naturalistic and wildlife rich.
So anyone else is welcome to add. It's in the action plan. I mean, the action plan deals with all 23 targets, and there are targets that relate to cities, to urban, to quality of life. So definitely, it's in there. I think the idea is adopting an action plan itself does nothing. But because there is the action plan, governments have to develop their national biodiversity strategies and action plans. This is guidance on each of those targets, how to connect it with health. And it's not only about pathogen spillover, though of course that's critically important, but it's also about other aspects of nature, relationship with nature, what I like to call a sort of nature deficit disorder, which we've heard the term, but it's all in there. And this, in a way, it's voluntary for governments, but what it does is provide what I think and hope will be adopted, useful guidance to governments how to implement those targets, to think of health issues on every target, not just to think of health issues on the one target that relates to pathogen spillover, important as it is, but on all the targets. So the answer to your question is, well, what we have to do, governments, NGOs, stakeholders, scientists, is once it's adopted, which we hope it will be adopted at the final plenary, once it's adopted, then go home and figure out how do we implement it? How do we get funding for it? How do governments get capacity building to actually implement what's in there to improve the quality of life for wildlife and people? So the answer to your question is yes, that's part of it. I know it was a long answer. Did you want to add something? Please.
No, it's all right. As I had this opportunity to be as a part of co-chair during the Substra, so there are every interlinkages with every target. So this is very important because many government they are a bit confused how to start, where to start. So this document will guide where to start. There is established linkages is there, potential linkages is there, and the framework. And also, as you have mentioned, that focal point is there. So focal point will, you see, give the momentum of the for the government to how to work and how to deal with how to work with the strategic framework of their one country. Thank you.
Maybe I can add something. All things are there. But the problem or the matter is not to linking everything, but as she mentions, we pass through the global framework and we try to linking each target with biodiversity and health, and it became very, very difficult. I mentioned like the 13 target to share access and share benefit from biodiversity and health. It is not easy. It is really not easy. Thank you.
Yeah, Kevin. I don't know where the person is with the microphone.
I have like two short questions for the governments. One is, are the governments seeing the implementation of the Global Action Plan as a funding opportunity for the implementation of all this planning that we are doing here? And the second one is for Bangladesh, that it seems more advanced, but if you want to answer, please. Do you have like a lot of resistance from the other ministries to address or to join into the One Health approach and into the biodiversity and health, or it was how has been done?
How has it been received by other ministries? Yeah.
Thank you. This is very important. Yes. We had a lot of discussion with the government agencies regarding these issues. How they are interested to look this framework into their system, government system. So we try to understand the government view. And accordingly, we have prepared our final draft for strategic framework. We have consulted in every sector that I have mentioned primarily that the three sector we sit together first of all in 2008 onward, that is health, animal health and the environment. So we sit together. Now we are thinking that more sectors should incorporate to this. Local government, you see, if you want to connect the community with this system, then local government is very important because they have the system in the community. So we are trying to incorporate them in our system. Agriculture, fisheries, Department of Environment, Department of Forest and Wildlife, others, animal health, the Department of Livestock Services, all are very important. Food security is important. Drug administration for AMR, they are very important, they can play. And AMR is becoming a great threat for the world community. And in Bangladesh, it is very severe, the AMR threat. So we are trying. And as per you, that you have mentioned the benefit sharing. When this term comes, benefit sharing, so everybody become very interested. What is my part? So that is the part of the debate. So benefit sharing will be always debated. But we have to work. We have to work for the betterment of the community, for the betterment of my people, my country people, and the global people. So that is the approach. If you want to proceed with the biodiversity health, that global plan of action, we all appreciate it. And today, the last session, almost every square bracket has been eliminated, a couple of remaining only. So it is agreed that yes, we appreciate, this is very appreciable that the CBD COP16 appreciate this and adopted this global plan of action. That will be the guiding document for the country, how to proceed on. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So Kevin Smith, IUCN. I've got a question for the two parties on stage, actually. I mean, I think IUCN, its commissions and its members have got a strong kind of track record of supporting parties in meeting targets of the GBF. And now we have the action plan. And so I'm wondering, are there any specific elements of the action plan that you think IUCN can play a role in supporting its implementation? Are there any particular areas or topics or target, the integration of the biodiversity and health interlinkages? Is there anything in particular where you think is a real strong role for IUCN as a union to support you?
Yeah, from my point of view, IUCN can support parties on target 17 about the biotechnology. And the second one is on the target 6 on invasive alien species. It is your topics. I think that you can help parties really about the invasive alien species. And the invasive alien species now is big issue in terms of disease, in terms of virus, bacterial, etc. After COVID-19, it really become the big issue. And I think that you are your job.
I can't speak for a party, obviously, but I also think there's a really significant opportunity with the action plan to build a lot of what's in the action plan into the mandates and work of the different commissions, into WCPA, the SSC, all of the commissions. I think there is a role for some of the mainstreaming work of biodiversity and health. So I think there's also opportunities there that will benefit parties. That's my personal opinion, not as a party, obviously. Any other questions or comments? If not, you can stay here. I know you. Did someone have their hand up? Kevin has another question. Also, if you're standing and you want to sit, no one ever likes to sit in the front of the room, but there are seats.
So maybe this is actually for you or anybody on stage, actually, is how you see this, the Biodiversity and Health Action Plan aligning with the pandemic prevention treaty that's currently in negotiation. It'd be very interesting to get your thoughts on whether you think they're compatible and they're tackling different issues. Anyway.
Do you want to take that? You can. I mean, I can, but he didn't ask. He knows what I think, so.
The opportunity now to adopt the global action plan, we don't have any choice to adopt it. Yeah, I think that is our base to continue to implement the global framework. And I think that it is the time to help parties to implement this action plan and the global framework. It is our opportunity, only the parties, but all bodies. Thank you.
Yes, I would just say that the WHO is not focused on biodiversity protection, and that its role includes coordination, and so it will need the support of other institutions and bodies to do their part to achieve the objectives related to biodiversity and health. That's the short answer.
Yeah, to answer your question, you know I'm going to say this. In addition, there are only a few months left to possibly negotiate the new agreement on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Say that quickly. And hopefully adoption of the Biodiversity and Action Plan can help stimulate the importance of finalizing those negotiations. We hope they don't break down. We hope that an agreement will be adopted under WHO. It will be completely compatible with the CBD action plan. There are different focuses, but to address some of the same issues, particularly from a CBD perspective, it's the prevention side. There's also preparedness and response, obviously, but what we want to do is prevent it so we don't need to respond, basically. Any other questions? If not, thank you to the panelists. You're welcome to stay up here, but I know you have to leave, and let's thank them. We're not done. We haven't the second half of our. Well, you can take a picture, but we have the second half now. You can take a picture whenever you want. Yeah. Okay, quickly. Just stand up, but don't leave. The side event isn't over. Sorry. Okay. I'm now, the second half is, I'm now going to, but thank you very much. We know he has, and Stuart, you can stay or not. You can go, but stay in the room. Okay. I can't make you stay in the room, obviously. Thank you. I now call on Dr. Chris Walser, the Executive Director of Health with the Wildlife Conservation Society, who's going to fill us in on the new IUCN WCPA One Health Task Force. Where are you? Oh. Am I supposed to leave? Yeah, okay. Give this to Chris. Give this clicker to Chris.
All right. Thanks everyone for staying. I'm here with one of my other hats. I'm very grateful to be here to bring you up to date on the WCPA task force on protected areas and One Health. So we're going to sort of jump into what can It's amazing here. You look around the room and suddenly you see someone you haven't seen for a long time. And so, sorry about that. But it's a small group. So during the pandemic, under Madhu Rao's guidance, there was the idea to establish this task force to sort of look at how can One Health be support and be implemented through protected areas and other conserved areas. And so this, with guidance from and leadership from Brent Mitchell, who's also here today, they pulled this together in the midst of the pandemic. I think we were still really quite deep in the pandemic back then. And acquired some funding as well, which I do want to acknowledge from the Moore Foundation. I also want to acknowledge the two co-chairs who unfortunately couldn't be here, Skylar Hopkins and Sarah Olson. Skylar's with NCU at the university, and Sarah's at WCS. And they actually sent me these slides this morning, or most of the slides. I've put a few in there, so you're going to see today how good I do with someone else's slides. And I think it's an important point which was brought up before in the discussion. While this task force was established during the pandemic and has a big focus initially on infectious diseases, One Health and the interdependencies of the health of animals, including humans, and the environment is not limited to infectious diseases, right? So while that was the initial impetus to set this up, it's important that this task force can address much wider issues, and I'll keep coming back to them. And I was really happy to hear the idea of the urban green spaces, mental health, and that's an important thing. And that's also really tightly related, of course, to the pandemic, right? For those of you who spent the pandemic in your communities in town, be it in Manhattan or in the Bronx or something like that, know how important and the outcomes varied with the access to green space. So that's something to consider. But back to the infectious diseases, just for a moment at least. I don't know if I'm the only one who thinks there's a lot more going on at the moment. There's certainly a lot going on. I've written a brief on Mpox maybe 2 months ago, and then I wrote a brief on Marburg maybe 4 weeks ago, and this is the way it's going, right? And I can't catch up with all the avian influenza stuff going on, and. So obviously the world has changed, and we sort of reached some kind of inflection point, and we're seeing more and we're recognizing more of these infectious disease outbreaks. And I want to be really, I'll just use this slide. Whoops. I have to actually coordinate on my, I just use this as an example just to understand the role. If you look on the right there, there's something going on in a forest. It's an intact forest. There's a bunch of viruses and pathogens circulating. They're mutating, they're creating and developing new traits, and they're sharing pathogens. We're sharing pathogens in here today, all of us, right? It's good, we're all in contact, we're sharing pathogens, new traits may occur. That constitutes a hazard. It's not a problem, right? If we leave it alone, those pathogens will evolve as they've been doing for hundreds of thousands of years. And honestly, it doesn't really matter how many are there or how many we could be concerned of. Are there 100,000, are there 200,000, or are there 600,000? There are a lot, and there are certainly more than we're going to develop vaccines or anything like that very quickly. But it's all the things that we do, right, which constitute a risk. And as you can see, for those risk factors up to land use change, deforestation, climate emergency, and so on, legal and illegal wildlife trade, and so on. Those are the same drivers which you will see in another event talking about climate emergency, talking about biodiversity loss. So it really is also the time to consider these co-benefits. When we address one thing, we're also supporting the other one. And this is central also to the idea of the task force brought down to the local scale of protected areas. We know that most of these emerging infectious diseases are going to come from wildlife at some stage. They're also helped a lot with livestock, right? Livestock is really, really important. Pigs, poultry, and cattle, all right? Avian influenza is circulating completely unmonitored, more or less completely unmonitored across the United States, right? No one's looking what's going on. But I think we get every week a new herd is infected, every now and then a new individual is infected. No one knows what's going on. No one wants to know what's going on. I think that's the point. We could know. And similarly, we know there's plenty of science out there that encroachment and changes in the environment promote or facilitate spillover of viral events. So sort of got through the worst of the pandemic, and then finally in April May of this year, we met in Vienna as the initial task force meeting to come up, under the guidance from Skylar and Sarah, to come up with an initial theory of change. And I'm going to show you some of these things. It was a multidisciplinary group with a very diverse background, I think from just about all continents were represented. And we did we always have these constraints, of course, with travel and visas and all the rest of it, which sort of hampered some of the participants actually arriving in the end. So the theory of change, of course, aligns with the, I, of course, am pressing my computer, which is completely unrelated to what's going on over there. So I'm talking. This is a workshop. I'm sorry about this. I'm going to stop looking at my thing. This was in Vienna. And now let me just show you something from the theory of change. You don't need to look at the details here. But the idea is that the theory of change for the task force obviously aligns with the larger WCPA theory of change. And basically you have these different levels, the individual local level, the PCA system level, and regional and global level. I think probably all of you have seen this more often than I have. And then the various intervention opportunities, which I'll go into in detail, align with those stages, so to say. I keep pressing the wrong one. Okay, no, you don't need to look at it that way. But basically, after 3 days of a workshop and lots of discussions and online consultations with further members of the task force, we sort of come up with three, with a group of, yeah, now you can tell that if I can't see my slides, I wouldn't be able to tell it to you. So first of all, we're in this process at the moment. Skylar's pulling together this survey, data from the PCA managers to see basically what are their existing approaches, what kind of incentives do they have, what are their needs. At the same time, there are, of course, some really good case studies out there. Our colleagues across the globe, there are some very good case studies, successful implementation of One Health in protected areas, both in research and in practice. So that's one thing. One thing that we also know, and I can talk just from my own organization, and I'm sure this is similar in your organization, there's a huge gradient in capacity across various areas, right? So the capacity in some Eastern African countries, for example, I'll just take that as an example, is fantastic, is very high, lots of capacity, whereas Central Asian countries often have low capacity and so on. So one of the initial steps, and that we're in the process of doing now, is actually looking at what capacity is available in the countries. There is a disease risk assessment tool being developed for managers as well. And this disease risk assessment tool is based on a lot of previous work. For example, the PREDICT project, or PREDICT 1 and PREDICT 2, and the work of many of our colleagues in academia on how to assess disease risk. And then there's quite a lot of work being done on surveillance, and I'll get to that in a second. So if you look at this, some of the short-term outcomes at an individual level would be, it's really incredible how your brain is, in my brain at least, is incapable of pressing two things at the same time. And I've done this about 25 times now. And I've not been drinking or anything. It's just age, I guess, health, not enough green space, and just anyway. So when we look at these outcomes at the sort of individual protected area level, the overlap of wildlife and humans is one of the obvious ones. You all know examples of it. Probably the most classic example for that is any kind of ecotourism with great apes or something. Everyone has seen that. You know, what's the minimum distance, masked individuals, and so on. Particularly during COVID, this suddenly gained a new importance. But remember, there are a slew of respiratory viruses of humans that can be transmitted to great apes. So it shouldn't have only started during COVID. It should have been in place a long time before. And it is in many places. The other one is, of course, most of your protected areas and conservation areas are adjunct or abut to areas where there's livestock. And so that's another thing you can really work on quite easily in your protected areas on the local level. Then, of course, capacity building is the other one. When you go up to sort of the protected area systems level, community engagement, improved surveillance, and sharing the surveillance knowledge across protected area, that's also important. You're going to seed in one area and they will transfer to other. That's our experience, at least. We start with 1 or 2 areas and that knowledge is then transferred. And the idea, of course, and then as we move on and the sort of the regional and global scale, these were things that came up today. How does this relate, what we're doing here, how does this relate to the INB process, the ongoing INB process? But there were also a lot of regional, there are a lot of regional initiatives to increase surveillance and implementation for the better health of both livestock, wildlife, and people, of course. And that relates to policy. So I just wanted to, I put one of these in. This is one of mine. Just as a background, one thing to think, yeah, this is hilarious, isn't it? I don't dare move because there's actually a step here, I'll probably fall. When you think about it as a protected area manager generally, there's this specifically on, if you think about infectious disease, but it also applies to non-infectious disease, non-communicable diseases. There are basically 2 things you can think about. You can think about the landscape as an entity, a social, ecological landscape, and basically we're loading these landscapes, right? We're loading these landscapes with pollution. It could be PFAS, could be mercury, it can be, you know, the list is endless, right? We're loading onto these landscapes. We're destroying them, so we're, you know, deforestation, defaunation, and so on. We're changing them, and we're changing that immune status of the landscape, right? The landscape changes, and we're losing many of the assets from these landscapes. But on the other hand, we also have the practices, the behaviors, and the policies that are happening in and at the edges of all these landscapes, right? In the sense that landscapes are multiple, interdependent, and interconnected. Lacking governance, wildlife trade and consumption. Seriously, if you're working with infectious disease and worried about pandemics, allowing what I would call as a gain of function experiments in large urban centers where you have 10,000 visitors in the market doesn't seem like a really good idea, right? If you have a civet and a raccoon dog and some chickens and some geese and some cows wandering around and 10,000 visitors, and you do this every day, that's a really bad idea. If you asked for a permit to do that as a scientist, nowhere in the world would you get that permit. That's crazy, right? We're just going to throw everything in the room. We'll lock all these people in here, put some chickens in, some geese, and then we'll just leave them here for the next 3 months and see what happens, right? It's not going to go. So you have that practices policy side, which would basically be the sort of the systemic and the global side where WCPA members and managers can work on. But the social ecological setting in which their areas, the loading of that landscape and decreasing that landscape immunity, that's where the direct implementation can happen. So I'll just quickly, obviously when you think about infectious disease risk as this tool is being developed, it's going to address what, who, how, why, where, and when, right? And these sound like pretty simple questions, but actually there's a lot of complexity in these, and there's very context specific as well. It's very difficult to generalize and say, virus A does it this way, so virus B is going to do it the same way. So there's a lot of work there, and these tools are good approaches, but it's unlikely it's going to be a simple solution where you can just click on your little app and you'll get a number from 0 to 1 on the risk. But here's sort of a summary of all the things that protected area managers then can already do, right? These are oh my God, this is really terrible. I'm sorry about this. I did have, okay. Obviously, you can minimize contact. I've already talked about that. You can stop, alien species came up already today, earlier. Prevent the introduction of invasive species. And on the mediation side, increasing veterinary care and veterinary capacity for livestock. And I can see Chadia's here from WOA, central to your work. And that supports the work and the interaction also with the WCPA on this. This is a really important thing, of course. Healthy livestock is the key to preventing disease spillover and providing evolutionary opportunities for pathogens. Healthcare of the individuals working and living within the protected areas and around the protected areas is critical. And then obviously capacity building as always. Monitoring, that's mortality events. I'll come back to that. I have one extra slide on that. It's quite surprising how little we know about that. And then sharing, reporting and sharing data with all stakeholders. And the most expensive, I think Sue brought that up before, that's basically the response side of things. That's really expensive and that's really late down the road, right? Once you're in that situation, especially with infectious diseases, that's going to be really difficult to stop, right? I'm not going to go into this, but there's a lot of work going into this capacity assessment tool at the moment, and you can see some of the category. Oh my God, Chris, this is really worrisome. You know, we're looking at, do they have monitoring systems? Is there some kind of management of the interfaces that exist there? It's monitoring of ecological integrity as a sort of a combined metric for the many properties that we expect of a functioning and intact landscape, access to healthcare and so on. So this would be a composite assessment tool, and that's already quite far along at the moment. So I'll leave that. I think that's just to highlight where we are at the moment. Okay, so at the moment, this survey from the PCA managers is underway, and the disease risk assessment tool is being developed and discussed. And I think by this time next year, you'll get a very clear report on this. And on the monitoring side, there's a lot of work being done on monitoring. I just want to bring this up quickly. It is unbelievable how little wildlife health monitoring is being done. And even if it's being done, how it is integrated with other health sectors, right? And I can see Catherine Machalava sitting back there. She pushed out a very important publication a few years ago just to show how low that capacity was across the globe. And that's still the reference we go to all the time and say, it's really extraordinary, right? You think about it, most of the diseases that we're concerned about and from pandemic potential come from wildlife, but we have zero capacity, no money is going into building capacity. Something for the IUCN maybe to think of beyond the WPA. We do have tools. That's one thing I did want to point out. We do have tools, and some of these tools have been established already previously and are being merged into the WCPA task force work, and that also is great because it's, we're able to get a head start on this. We're basically already coming in with a functioning tool and training material that exists and has been proven. It came up today. Prevention is always cheaper. This paper just came out a few weeks ago. I don't know if everyone saw this. This is extraordinary, right? The death of bats from white nose syndrome across counties in the United States was linked to an increase. This is very clean, right? This is not just like a little study they did. This is very clean. It's linked to an increase in infant mortality. Put a price tag on that. And then you suddenly see how much money is being put into monitoring bats and pesticide use. And then this result in infant mortality is a very elegant study. If you haven't seen it, it is worth reading. It's similar in the impact of vultures in India and rabies outbreaks and so on. Same author, by the way. And I just want to finish with this one. This is sort of my motivational slide for everyone that's working in the environment, that's doing conservation. This is in the Lancet. So for those of you who are not aware, the Lancet is one of the premium or leading health journals out there. For those of you who work on impact factors in the conservation field, the impact factor of this thing is like somewhere by 100 or something in the meantime. I think it's extraordinary. But they put out this editorial in 2023, and it basically said the one implication of a One Health approach is the need to reduce human pressure on the environment. All of you are doing that. And that is an important medical intervention in itself. So all of you working in the environment are already producing and contributing to medical interventions. This is really important. And in its truest form, they point out, One Health is a call for ecological, not merely health equity. And I think that is something we can really use as a guide. It's certainly important for us at the WCPA One Health Task Force, and we use that to do it. So I hope you got a slight overview of what we're doing in the next few months. It's online. You can go to the IUCN, to WCPA page. There's a link. You can see what we're doing, and we'll be updating that regularly. So thanks for your attention, and sorry. And I really apologize for the unsynchronized slides. I thought it was great, but I saw that it didn't happen there. Well, Kevin's going to do how this is going to come.
Well, no, it's not a question, but based on your recommendation just now, we've actually published about 2 weeks ago a joint publication with the World Organization, with WOA, Wildlife Disease Surveillance Guidance. So it's really designed for like the environmental sector, protected area managers, to really implement this kind of like wildlife health surveillance systems. So yeah, I mean, it's led by the Wildlife Health Specialist Group, developed with Woa and Catherine and Tiggy. So yeah, I thought I'd let everyone know that it's out there, and you can find it on the Woa website.
Yeah, I've actually seen it. I'm sorry. It's absolutely true. Catherine, you want to add something to that? Because it is a great document.
Probably does, yes.
It is a great document.
I just want to add to that about, actually at the last COP, we launched the protected area guidance, prevention, detection, response, and recovery. I see a lot of overlap. I think probably we need to sit down and see where they join up. It's really exciting to see this. I know a lot of work has been done by parties that are also here, Liberia, for example, Ghana, Vietnam, and many others. So I think an opportunity to bring that together. And really, I'm happy that it's not just a focus on spillover, but also the broader context of One Health. We also have the One Health for sustainable tourism in protected areas. So please check those out at IUCN. There's a lot happening across commissions. I think we need to join them up a little better, but that's something we can do here catalyzed by COP. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah, and also we need to make sure there's a lot of funding that goes into that, and not only into response. And maybe we can do a lot between now and the IUCN Congress and have some really good discussions and events on this at the Congress in a year. You want to say anything to wrap it up?
No, the only thing is, similar to what Catherine has said as well, the amount of time we can dedicate to IUCN activities is often limited, and that's really unfortunate. The problem of coordinating across the various commissions is really a challenge for us, because you sort of get an email and you read it and you go, oh, they're also doing something on One Health. Who was it? I can't remember the name. You never find that email again. And then you meet them at the COP and they go, you forgot, we're also doing this. So maybe there's something we can do for those of us who interact at various parts, and I don't even know if I'm in a commission or it's something else, and whatever, task force for sure. How do we coordinate these things? Is there like a super org chart we can look at?
There isn't one. Use a mic just because.
Okay, sure. I mean, obviously, the Secretariat has a role to play in that. We obviously work very closely with the commissions and members. I mean, I think One Health is such a broad issue. You know, you could frame 90% of the work that IUCN done within a One Health lens. And so it is challenging, I think, to coordinate everything on One Health. I think we're trying to do it even within the Secretariat. We're finding it challenging to try and make sure that we're coordinating. But I think there might be very specific issues within that One Health, particularly around zoonotic transmission. I think maybe we should choose an area and really drive that forward, and try and get a union coordination going. I mean, it's just a thought. It's a new issue, relatively new issue. And so I think it takes time for us to kind of move IUCN around into supporting that.
Hi, thank you. Craig Bennett from the Wildlife Trusts in the UK. A question to all of us, really. And it's a big question, but I'm struck. I mean, this is so good what we've heard today. It's so encouraging to see this kind of development. But it strikes me it is so blatantly obvious that we should have done this a long time ago. And so the question to the whole conservation sector really is, why did we take so long? What is it about our working? What lessons can we learn from this? What is it about perhaps it's the very siloed working within the conservation sector that goes on? Why is it we've taken so long to sort of reach out and connect to the health sector? And what lessons do we need to learn from the fact that it's great we're doing this now, but why did we take so long? I'm asking that to myself, by the way. I'm absolutely not pointing fingers at anyone. I'm asking it to myself just as much as anything else.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we have that question related to many other things as well, right? Even here, I've only been here a day now, and I'm like, what? It's 2024, and you're asking that question? I mean, how is this possible? So one of the things I find why health is sort of, on the one hand, it's massive from the human health side, and I live in the US now, like it's an industry, right? There's nothing social about it at all. But health is often talked about, nearly always talked about as a cost, right? If you're in the UK, right? When you talk about NHS, it's always the cost, and it's not this. But health is an asset. And that's forgotten. I think this is really important. Not only is it a human right, by the way, right? Health is a human right as well. But the other thing is health is an asset. And it's a question of reframing how we look at health as well. At the most simple level in the protected areas, we want our rangers and staff to be healthy and stay healthy. And that's not only in the sense that we don't want them to get Marburg or something, we also want them to be mental health and access to health care and so on and so forth. The other thing about health, I think, that needs to be reiterated always, 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 and as Sylvia, you were important in getting me to change and understand that a lot. A lot of the things we do, we talked about AMR before, right? Our colleague from Bangladesh pointed out antimicrobial resistance, but we also talk a lot about pollution and PFAS and all these things. It's also an intergenerational responsibility that you have, right? There's this, what's his name? Roman Karadzic, The Good Ancestor. I don't know if you read that. Those who haven't, maybe you want to read that. It's good. So I'm paraphrasing it from him. But basically, as we make efforts to decolonize the global south in its broadest term, we're just colonizing the future, right? So this is something I think is really changed a lot of how I think about health. And I think conservation organizations generally have a huge role to play there, because that's what you're doing. You're working for the generations to come and the assets and benefits from these areas. But the health benefits there are so clear, right?
Yeah, the only thing I mean, you're right, but we can ask, why did it take 75 years to get One Health or health at all into the IUCN program. But I'd rather say, okay, what do we do now? What have we learned from the pandemic? And one thing I think we've, previously, you don't talk about health, and it's also donors. I'm sorry, I'm a health donor. No, I'm not a health donor. I don't fund health. I only fund biodiversity. So it's our responsibility as well to look at it broadly when we talk to governments or talk to donors, et cetera. But I'd rather look and say, not what have we not done, but what do we need to do now that we know we should have done previously so we avoid COVID 25, 26, 27, or whatever else it is. I think we can do that. I think there's opportunity for each of us in our organizations that health isn't sort of some, well, if you have a little spare time, do a little health while you're at it. But it's, no, I'm not joking, but it's really core to the work that we're doing, and I just think we need to just keep saying it and doing it together. Stuart, and then I think if there aren't any other questions, we'll let you.
Yeah, I'll have another go at answering Craig's question. It could be, maybe just to reflect on, because we're part of the society we exist in. And for so long, and certainly I'd say since after the Second World War, we have taken a highly sectorized approach to how we operate this economy. You want more food, and you grow those crops like hell. You fertilize them, you pin pesticide on them, you don't worry. We have, as a society, solved one problem and left 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 exacerbated in their wake. I would say, maybe just Sue, to build on you a little bit, is I think we're at a unique time. Those of you who work on climate change, we still say it was a big deal at COP26 where we got a recognition by governments to say biodiversity crisis and the climate crisis are interlinked. And I think now actually we're starting to see more of a societal systems approach coming, and maybe that's part of the reason we're seeing One Health coming up. And so what I would say, the other thing we need to do, Sue, is not just take the moment, but we've got to protect that perspective with our politicians, with our decision makers, that we need integrated approaches. It's not just on One Health, but on the climate biodiversity, on the energy transition, etc. Thanks.
Yeah, great, thanks. I think it's a good ending. We have one other comment, and then we'll wrap.
And I just wanted to say that in that line, and I guess in the line of you both, because I've never heard the word communication and education. And that is something that it's missing a lot. And when you think forward, I never see, as a communicator, environmental communicator, I never see in the plans when you finance projects, no finance for communication or education. And that is a problem. And that was the problem in the pandemic. Nobody knew what to do. Nobody understood where it came from, and fake news just go really fast. So I guess my question again, and that would be just something to think about, in coming years, and with all of this information, because I know the information's there, what are we doing, and are we communicating the way that we should be communicating?
No, we're not. That's the easiest question of the day. Yeah, Chris, and then we'll wrap. Go ahead.
Because this is really interesting. I agree with you, absolutely, right? It took me, I don't know how many years before I hired the first social scientist in a health program, right? It used to be at the last moment, did you know someone we can add to the grant, right? And I'm sure that's what we'll do with communication in the next few years till we think about it. But I think one thing that we do have to consider is not only about information. Information's gone by the wayside, and it's all about engagement and clicks and so on. And I think that's something we have to address, and it's a different type of communication.
Yeah, and combating the disinformation as well. Great. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you to Chris. Thank you, Stuart. Thank you, all of you, and let's keep working on this together.
Hello, good evening, everyone. We're going to start the event in about 2 minutes, please. So please do come in and have a seat. Thank you. And grab a drink too. There's some drinks on the other side, so grab a drink and please come and sit down. Thank you.
No? Okay, hi everyone. We're going to make a start in a minute. So yeah, please, if you haven't already, grab a drink at the entrance and feel free to take a seat. Yeah, we're really excited to be here today, to be part of the launch of the Global Biodiversity Standard that we're launching here at COP16. So today I'm going to be giving you a bit of an introduction to what we're doing, why we're launching at COP16, and really the reasons why we're doing this today. So I'm Dr. David Bartholomew from Botanic Gardens Conservation International, and I'm the manager for the Global Biodiversity Standard. So I'll start today by taking us back in time to a time when we used to see these pristine ecosystems across the world, not just in those few protected areas where biodiversity has remained a stronghold. And unfortunately, we're seeing that these ecosystems are being lost. This is the map from Global Forest Watch, and we can see that the forested areas in green have been degraded and are being lost on a mass scale, as we can see in pink. And as a result, unfortunately, we're seeing that this is now becoming increasingly the norm. Degraded forests, depauperate of biodiversity, and becoming degraded. But if we look again on this map, and we now add on the additional tree cover that is being added, we can see that there's a big movement also for restoration. We're seeing now in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework that there's a target now to restore 30% of degraded land. And this movement is really growing. We're seeing this movement and lots of organizations planting trees and gaining tree cover. But unfortunately, this is the reality behind many of these projects. Monocultures, non-native species that lack biodiversity. They're not helping to recover biodiversity, and actually, in some cases, they're harming rather than helping. And we need to change this. And we want to see a picture more like this. A picture that is rich in biodiversity, with lots of species, complexity, and not just in the plants, but also this forest canopy can help support a lot of animal biodiversity, fungi, lichens, and other plants such as epiphytes. And it's really critical that we start to shift the way that tree planting and other restoration projects are done to really think about biodiversity and make that happen. This is really the motivation behind why we've developed the Global Biodiversity Standard, which is to help change that scene away from those monocultures towards these biodiverse forests and other ecosystems.
The Global Biodiversity Standard provides assurance that tree planting, habitat restoration, and agroforestry practices are protecting, restoring, and enhancing biodiversity. It is an international initiative that provides a benchmark for nature-based solutions, aiming to shift best practices and support the goals of the Global Biodiversity Framework. Developed by a global community of experts, the standard works by conducting surveys and scoring applicants against 8 criteria. It provides recognition of positive impacts on biodiversity, incentives, and knowledge to improve and promote best practice. Ongoing mentoring from restoration experts helps projects to continually improve their impacts. Together, we will improve the quality of tree planting, land management, and ecosystem restoration projects, helping to promote, protect, and enhance a more biodiverse and climate-resilient natural world for us all.
So that really gives a very brief introduction to what the standard is, and I'll go into a little bit more detail for you today, but I won't keep too long so we can have some food and some networking afterwards. But yeah, what the standard is really been to develop to help support projects to protect, enhance, and restore biodiversity. We've developed a global framework and methodology that works across many different countries and ecosystems. But actually what we're doing is we're also tailoring it to the local context. So we're using local experts, local biodiversity organizations to implement the assessments of sites and really understand what is happening within these land management projects. The standard has been developed by a number of international partners over the past 3 years, which include Botanic Gardens Conservation International, where I'm based, which is the world's largest plant conservation network, with over 900 botanic gardens that are members and more than 3,000 affiliate botanic gardens. We've also been supported by the Society for Ecological Restoration, who have been fundamental in advising about the best practices and how we should assess restoration projects. We have the Plan Vivo Foundation, who have been really critical in helping us to develop a social component of the methodology, and that work has also been supported by Traffic. We've got C4 ICRAF, who have been really useful in helping to develop data tools, and these tools are really important for us to understand what are the species that should be present, what should we be restoring. Ecosia have been involved to offer their projects, their tree planting projects, for us to test the methodology on, and that has really been a useful process to make sure that the method works and is rigorous. We're also supported by 3 important companies who have been helping our remote sensing methodology, Bioflore, Reforest Action, and Rabobank. And then we've also had extra technical input from a few other partners as well. And all of this has been are possible because of a grant that we received from the Darwin Initiative from the UK government, as well as some startup funding from Etihad Airways. And whilst we've had a number of international partners, really the key for the Global Biodiversity Standard is the use of local partners in country as well. So we initially started with 6 partners and have since expanded to now cover 15 partners across different countries that are really helping us to make sure the methodology works in various countries and various ecosystems. So how does the standard work? Well, it's a site-based certification, first of all. So any organization that is funding or implementing a project at a site to restore biodiversity can apply. There's an online application form that they would complete, and then when that comes through, we will do a remote sensing survey and a field survey of the site to understand how biodiversity has changed through time. Using all of the data that we collect through rapid biodiversity surveys, we can score the project against 8 criteria. After this, the assessment is reviewed by the Secretariat, which is then going to ensure that there's global standardization of the methodology and that the assessments have been implemented properly. If a project scores well, it will gain the certification based off of that score. But not all projects will gain the certification, and this doesn't necessarily matter for the last step, which is the ongoing mentoring. We're going to provide this to both good and bad projects to help them to continually improve their impact and make sure biodiversity outcomes are maximized. The methodology, as I mentioned, has been developed over the last few years, and we've published a few months ago our manual. This manual really outlines in a lot of detail all of the technical specifications that we've been working on. It's currently published in English, but versions in French, Spanish, and Portuguese are soon to be published, so look out for them. We're also building capacity within our hubs, our in-country partners, to help them understand better what are best practices in restoration and to be ready to do these assessments of sites. The methodology is really based upon scientific publications that are robust and rigorous. So for example, our 8 criteria are derived from the 10 Golden Rules for Reforestation, which is one of the most highly cited publications ever in global change biology. We've also used the methodology based off of the international standards and principles for restoration and the UN Decade Standards of Practice, as well as various IUCN publications around protection of protected areas. And I think because of the fact that we've developed this robust and rigorous methodology, we had support from 3 major figures to contribute a foreword to the manual. So we had Dr. David Cooper, the former Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity, IUCN's Director General, Dr. Greta Laguilar, and Dr. Eliane Ubali-Joro from C4 Aircraft, who is their CEO. And all of them have supported the work that we've been doing, and I think that's really a testament to the work that has been done to make this rigorous and robust. The certification is also broad in its scope. It can certify many different land management projects. So it can work within protected areas if there's restoration, natural regeneration happening, but it can also work outside of protected areas. And it's not just ecological restoration that it can certify, but also other restorative initiatives that may be in more land-intensive places, such as agricultural places where biodiversity is being improved, agroforestry, and other tree planting projects as well. Just to say that there's no minimum size to projects and that we can certify both single and mixed land uses. The methodology also works across a number of ecosystems. So I focused initially today on forests because that's what lots of us know about, but it's also important that we're restoring other ecosystems as well. And the methodology does work for savannas, grasslands, wetlands, drylands, as well as those forests that we've mentioned. So how are sites assessed? Well, we assess them against 8 criteria, and each of them is scored out of 10 points. The first criterion is important that we are restoring the correct ecosystem. So we're not planting forests where there should be grasslands, for example. The second criterion is all about protecting the pre-existing biodiversity that's at the site. We know that if we degrade ecosystems, sometimes we can never get back to that level. So it's critical that if there's any biodiversity present, we protect that first of all. Criterion 3 is about including local communities and stakeholders within the work. And that's really important that that is done so that there's a long-term outcomes are realized and kept within biodiversity restoration projects. Criterion 4 is about the use of native species, making sure that you're not using non-natives. And criterion 5 is about avoiding the use of invasive or potentially invasive species as well. But it's not just increasing populations and diversity. We also need to think about extinction risk and making sure those threatened species are not lost. And so for that reason, we've included in criterion 6 this idea that we need to also include rare and threatened species. For criterion 7, we're going even further and looking at genetic capacity, adaptive capacity of plants. Have you got sufficient population size? Have you done good provenancing of any seeds that you've made? And making sure that that is also included. And then lastly, criterion 8 is about implementing good monitoring and evaluation and adaptive management practices. Making sure that we're monitoring what's happening and learning and implementing in a better project because of it. And these criteria are assessed using 4 key methodological frameworks. The first is all about ecosystem integrity, where 5 of the criterion are assessed using the SCR 5-star system and the ecological recovery wheel. Here we're measuring 21 different attributes of an ecosystem, covering everything from species composition through to ecosystem function, connectivity, and even physical conditions of the ecosystem. Under criterion 2, we're looking at the management activities and do they align with effective management and protection of biodiversity. In criterion 3, we're using SCR's social benefits wheel to understand if they are being distributed to the local communities. And criterion 8 is based off of the UN Decade Standards of Practice of what are good management practices. And all of this culminates in the certification of good sites with good biodiversity. And we've developed different tiers that work for different stages of projects. So we can certify plans, we can certify projects that are in the early stages and maybe haven't had enough time to realize biodiversity through our pre-certification. And we can also give the full certification to projects that have that good outcomes. And we've assigned both an advanced and a premium certification for those good, really good and exceptionally good projects as well. So we're going to be launching on Friday officially, and on that day we're going to be issuing the first certificates where we've shown that this works and that it can function, and the assessment process is really a product that is ready to go to market on this. So that's really an overview of the standard. Before we're going to have some time to talk about this and to network, we're going to introduce you to some of our local partners who are really working on this in the country. So yeah, going to welcome and introduce to the stage our 5 panelists today for a short 15-minute quick introduction. So first we've got Guaraci Denise from our Brazil hub, Jardim Botânico Araribá. Then we've got Luiz Baqueiro, who's also from our Brazil hub. We've got Kieran Baldwin from our India hub. Magda Bermudez from our Colombia hub. And Gabi Orihuela from Huarango Nature, our Peruvian hub. So I'll pass you now over to Guaraci.
Boa noite a todos. Meu nome é Guaraci, sou do Jardim Botânico Araribá, diretor atual, e represento o Hub Brasil como líder no Brasil da coordenação do GBS. Desde 2021... Oh, sorry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Luiz Baqueiro. I'm a biologist and a project manager in the Jardim Botânico Araribá, and also coordinator for the hub in Brazil. And I'm gonna translate today for Guaraci, so it's an honor being here with you all.
Yes. Thank you. Me go. Desde 2021, nós estamos trabalhando no desenvolvimento e na criação de metodologia e avaliação e dos critérios desenvolvidos nesse tipo de avaliação.
Since 2021, we have been working on the construction of this methodology with the criteria and our sub-attributes that we assess on the field.
Como o David já mostrou para a gente, a avaliação da biodiversidade ela inclui flora, fauna, solo, fungos, né? E ela verifica a quantidade e a qualidade. Yeah.
So, as David mentioned, the assessment of the biodiversity that we do includes flora, fauna, vegetation, and let me help you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Soil, fungi, and thank you. And
e a qualidade e a quantidade.
Yeah, so this way we can verify the quantity and the quality of the biodiversity in the areas.
Nós verificamos alguns estudos indicam que nos projetos que hoje se faz de reflorestamento para crédito de carbono, 90% deles não incluem espécies nativas. Apenas 10% chegam a incluir até 10 espécies nativas.
A study shows that the reforestation projects for the carbon market only use 90% of these projects don't use native species, only exotic species, and only 10% use 10 or more native species.
E nesses testes que nós fizemos no Brasil, isso se comprovaram. Nós, consultando documentos enviados pelos próprios candidatos, nós verificamos que não tinham essas espécies e isso não trazia benefício para a biodiversidade.
On the pilots that we have made in Brazil, we truly could understand that and see the same scenario. So we could see that the products weren't improving and uplifting biodiversity.
Aspecto importante da metodologia é que com isso nós conseguimos identificar os pontos onde está mais fraco e onde está bom. E aí nós podemos fazer uma orientação para o caminho correto.
From this methodology, we can understand from the areas how is the biodiversity, and we can understand the weaknesses and can mentor them to achieve better uplift on the biodiversity.
Por exemplo, dos testes que nós fizemos, a documentação, os relatórios enviados para que fizéssemos a avaliação do campo, né, com tudo que eles disseram que fizeram e plantaram. Quer falar?
Não pode ir.
Tá? E o que nós encontramos em campo? Nós encontramos menos da metade, menos de 50% das espécies indicadas no relatório. E isso daí não fazia, assim, não era condizente com aquilo que estava sendo mostrado.
On one of the pilots that we made, and we saw that throughout several of them, we saw that on the reports, we only noticed less than half of the species that they claimed to have planted. And this is truly an issue and something that is really important that we need to pay attention to it.
Eu acredito que, pelo que nós vimos, muitas vezes, isso não é uma má intenção de quem está fazendo, mas é que o objetivo, nós ainda não estamos com o objetivo focado na biodiversidade. Então, a metodologia ajuda a fazer esse caminho.
This also shows us that the projects are not doing that by bad intentions, but usually they are not having the objective of focusing on biodiversity. So this is something that we can understand from the methodology and the assessments and all data that we gather on the field.
E aspecto também importante é que com isso nós podemos oferecer credibilidade, oferecer validação para os parceiros, né, de empresas e governos que estão desenvolvendo projetos e fazendo investimentos financeiros e trabalhando com construção de políticas públicas. Então eles conseguem ter acompanhamento disso.
And this is a tool to offer assurance and guarantees for partners, companies, and local governments that are investing and building public private public politics. Sorry, yes, and this is a way of directing those actions.
E com isso eles têm mais segurança de que estão investindo e direcionando o recurso, tanto da empresa como do governo, todo o esforço para situações que realmente estão atingindo o objetivo de restaurar a biodiversidade.
And this truly provides assurance and acknowledge the projects that are truly bringing an uplift for biodiversity.
E para isso nós precisamos ter uma equipe que tenha o conhecimento em cada bioma. Por isso estamos divididos em hubs que representam os países, em que eles têm técnicos específicos sobre cada bioma de cada um desses países. E para isso, para falar disso, eu passo a palavra para a colega Magda.
So this is important because to build all of this, it's important that we have a team of local experts that truly understands the ecosystem and the vegetation in the area. And that's why we are divided in hubs representing each country. And now we give the floor to Magda and Gabi. Okay, thank you.
Hi, hello, good evening. I will speak Spanish, sorry. Yo soy Magda Bermúdez, hago parte del Jardín Botánico de Bogotá y hoy estoy representando al Hub de Colombia acá.
Buenas noches, Magda Bermúdez es colombiana y representa al Jardín Botánico de Bogotá, el cual...
Sorry, in English.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Okay, we have Magda Bermúdez. She represents the Bogotá Botanic Garden and the TGBS Hub, the Colombian TGBS Hub.
Para iniciar, quiero decirles que el TVGS tiene expertos en biodiversidad, pero no son suficientes en este camino que emprende.
So the Bogotá Botanic Garden, has experts in biodiversity, botanists, ecologists, ornithologists, and we've discussed all these rich specialists that we have, but it's not enough.
En América Latina nos estamos preparando para el TVGS y especialmente Colombia, que quiere hacer parte de este proceso.
In Latin America, we're preparing to receive and to have the TGBS in all the countries. And Colombia is taking the first step with the Bogotá Botanic Garden.
El Jardín Botánico de Bogotá es, bueno, por la experiencia que tiene, ha sido llamado por el TVGS para ser parte del proceso.
And that's why because of the experience, the Bogotá Botanic Garden has been called to represent the TGBS.
El Jardín Botánico de Bogotá es un centro de investigación reconocido por el Ministerio de Ciencias.
The Bogotá Botanic Garden, it's a research center recognized by the government, by the Science Ministry.
Cuenta con 70 años de experiencia y tiene un staff de investigadores de más de 50 expertos en botánica, ornitología, entomología.
The garden holds 70 years of history and it has over 50 specialists, researchers doing different, working in different areas.
El Jardín Botánico también enfoca sus esfuerzos en investigación relacionados con conectividad ecológica y procesos de restauración.
The garden focuses their efforts doing restoration works and also connectivity. And just to mention that it works in the city of Bogotá, right?
Yes. Y en ese sentido, el TVGS se ha acercado al Jardín Botánico para que con toda esta experiencia haga parte de este proceso.
Yes, and as we mentioned, that's why the TGBS has selected the expertise that the garden team has.
Y es así que en el mes de agosto de este año, un equipo de más o menos 13 personas estuvimos capacitándonos en toda la metodología que David nos acaba de mostrar.
Yeah, capacity building is very important, and to train local experts in the TGBS techniques it's crucial. So just 2 weeks ago, 13 specialists from the garden got trained with all the TGBS knowledge.
Esto para aumentar las capacidades de los especialistas y poder garantizar que el TVGS tenga un alto estándar de evaluación y mejora en la implementación en los ecosistemas en los que también pues somos expertos.
And it is important to increment the knowledge and the capacity of the team to work in different ecosystems that they are experts on.
Esto quiero pues contarles y decirles que la capacidad la tenemos desde el Jardín Botánico como expertos en ecosistemas no solo de altoandinos y de páramos, sino que también tenemos otros ecosistemas que hemos venido investigando a través de expediciones botánicas.
Just to close, Magda wants to share that the expertise comes not only in the Bogota area with the Paramos ecosystems and the high Andean altitude Andean forest, but also in other different ecosystems like we work in the rainforest as well and cloud forests across the country.
Y tengan la seguridad que el TVGS tiene un staff de los más alta calidad para evaluar y mejorar los procesos de restauración que evalúa el TVGS. Gracias.
Yeah, and Magda, she's proud that the team, the expertise is the very high quality of staff of the garden, and she's really happy that we are taking steps forward. Thank you. Okay, so my name is Gaby Orihuela, and I represent the Peruvian Hub. I just want to share quickly that we are working in 3 different areas in Peru. You know, we have a vast biodiversity, but we're focusing in 3 major areas, which is the dry forest up north, the Andean area near Cusco, Puno, and other areas, and the Amazon near Madre de Dios. So we are looking to find different projects, restoration projects in these landscapes. We just finished 2 weeks ago the training, so thank you. We had the trust to train our fellows specialists from different countries in Latin America. So we begin the training with the Colombian hub, with the Argentinian hub, and with the Mexican hub, and all through botanic gardens, because we have been listening all these days that botanic gardens have the role, have the power to conserve all the biodiversity. So we are working together with all the botanic gardens as well. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kiran Baldwin. I'm from the Indian hub, the Orville Botanical Gardens. We are a gardens located in Tamil Nadu, in the southeast coast of the country. Like my colleagues, we've been involved in the standard since the project inception, developing the methodology, testing it across our sites, and now launching it and certifying projects. I just want to mention a few words about the metrics that we measure and how these can be used by different entities for different reasons, and how we have that broad scope of assessment. As was covered in the presentation with David, our methodology covers 8 criteria, which fall into 4 sections of assessment, from the ecosystem integrity to the local stakeholders and community engagement, as well as the protection from threats and monitoring evaluation, everything about the management. While assessing this, both through field surveys and remote sensing, we are collecting a lot of data, a lot of information, a lot of indicators, and these can be used in different ways, as it's all given back to the project and shared within the networks to try and increase the scope of the impact. And so from a project perspective, we can use that data to identify where we've had the largest impact, which of the sub-attributes within an ecosystem we've been able to impact and increase, and also which areas we can continue to work on and where we should be putting energy resources to continue that recovery process. From the perspective of a funder, we can also use the information gathered to show that the project is actually enhancing biodiversity rather than harming it, even if the project is not specifically for biodiversity. Whether it's a project that's focusing on habitat enhancement or rare and endangered species, or if it's about tree planting, even if it's about carbon, whatever the project's objectives, we can use all of these metrics to make sure that it's still being done in a holistic manner and we are impacting the local biodiversity positively. We also have the added element now and the growing movement for financial disclosures, for nature-related disclosures and reporting, and all of these metrics can be used in there, within the entire supply chain, because again, it does not matter which entity that is involved in the project applies for the standard. Anyone can, but it is site-based, so we're certifying that area of land. We also have the added strength of all the local organizations, botanic gardens, restoration organizations, and we can really leverage that knowledge to collect all this information. It's of course a huge challenge to meet all of the targets from the GBF, but by expanding and really having that global impact, we can report on all the targets, continue improving the degraded land, and yeah. I'd just like to end with a note of India. We have an incredible network there called the Ecological Restoration Alliance, and it's showing we're leading the GBS there, the Global Biodiversity Standard, but it only works because we have networks in country that know the local biodiversity, know the fauna, know the flora, know the vast ecoregions in each country. And so the Global Biodiversity Standard is leveraging that knowledge to make sure the assessment is local using the global framework. Thank you.
Great, thanks to all of our amazing partners from across the world here. I think it really is a sign of the strength of the standard that we have access to this expertise. And even if you don't plan to use the Global Biodiversity Standard, I hope that you are realizing the benefit of having these experts and try to use them to improve your projects to get better biodiversity outcomes. That's really the key thing that we want to achieve here. So I think that closes the presentation part for tonight. We have a few extra people beyond us from our partners in the crowd. If you could just give us a wave quickly. Come say hi to us now. We got Heitor, Carly. I think I saw Danilo at some point, but maybe he's rushed out. Yeah, come speak to some of us tonight and learn more. If you have any questions, please. Yeah, and enjoy some beer, drinks, and food, please. Thank you.
If you have questions, we're happy to talk. Yes.
Yes, we